Professor Antunes, and we have many presentations here. And to start this symposium, we would like to invite Professor Jorge Elias, Vice Dean of Ribeirão Preto Medical School. Professor Norberto Garcia Cairasco, Head of Department of Physiology of this school. Professor Ricardo Leão, Coordinator of the Program of Physiology, Graduate Program in Physiology.
So we would like to give the words first to Dr. Jorge Elias to talk on the behalf of the Faculty of Medicine of Ribeirão Preto.
Thank you very much for your presence here. It's a welcome from the Ribeirão Preto Medical School. It's a really, really happy day for us in Ribeirão Preto, because Professor Antunes is on your birthday party. The birthday party that not so many people could have, like a symposium, a scientific symposium. It's a really pleasure to have both young and not so young people. It's only him that can congregate everybody here. Like nobody else in our faculty. I believe that it's Dr. Kovian, who I didn't met as professor here, and only know from tests, from talks with Dr. Antunes and others, that he surely will be very, very, very pleased also for this moment, because Dr. Antunes grow a huge family that we can have some of this family here today. It's important to me to say that Professor Rui Ferriani, who's the dean, he's really sad because he could not be here. It's today is the CO. It's a meeting from in São Paulo, and the same day. So, but he would like to say that congratulations to Dr. Antunes also, since they work together also, because he's a endocrinite guy also. I'm not taking long here. I just would like to say something else, is that I'm here today because of Dr. Antunes. And it's a short story, but that represents what Professor Antunes means from our school. He's not only a science guy, he's also the academic in all the aspects of the career. He took all the posts, important ones in our faculty, and he helped to restructure my field of knowledge in the hospital, and my place here appears because of Dr. Antunes. So I would like to thank you very much, and I know that he is very proud of this moment here. He's retired for some period now, but I think everybody knows that since the retirement, he's also the senior professor here. He never stops, right? And also, it's our professor emerito, one of our professors in our school. So thank you again for your time with us, your career, and I hope that will be a really nice symposium with all your family here. Thank you.
Professor Norberto, please.
Okay, good morning to everybody. Bom dia a todos, todas, e buenos dias a todas e todos. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be here in this celebration of life, of human beings doing science education. So Professor Antunes, my professor all the time, forever, and obviously my colleague at some point. We are so happy to be here with you and all these people that were either family, friends, colleagues, collaborators. So I just like to use two and a couple of slides to show my appreciation of you and your achievements. The whole day will be celebrating you, and I think it's a small, tiny amount of time for you and your achievements over your 90 years of time of life. But my 2.5 slides will be my celebration at the beginning, basically, of the human being that is not behind you, that's is you. Okay? So, Fernando, please. I think I don't need to stand up. I will be from here. I'm in a project, trying to construct a project which is Human Beings Make Science. And the first person I interviewed was you. At the same time, the technician was Professor Covian's technician, and the secretary at that time, Ruth. We are used to be measured in science by metrics, by scores, by ranking, etc. So I think we have behind every life in our labs, and obviously in real time, those situations. So that is me with Dr. Antunes, Professor Antunes, 90 years of life, 70 years of science. Human beings make science. And aside is Isabel, one of his granddaughters. That is one of our postgraduate students, is with us. But basically, the idea of the whole thing is in the video that is coming after that. Because after you're a well-celebrated scientist, you could be a superhero, basically, for both family and your students or colleagues. You have sound? No sound? So basically, after time, you become a hero. So you are, at some point, a superhero, Dr. Antunes. So I don't want to talk about your CV, your scores, your rankings, your research gate, etc., because everybody will be talking about that. I'm talking about the human being you are. So thanks forever, Dr. Antunes. There's some music in the background. It's alive. So everybody will be comfortable.
So now, Ricardo. Thank you, Professor Norberto. Ricardo.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here today. It's really an honor to me to be here in this table, in this presentation, in this celebration of life of Professor Antunes. So it's not necessary to say anything about his achievements in science, because you can see everybody he gathered to celebrate his life, people from all around the world. I think it speaks by itself to see all these people here happy together to celebrate his 90 years of life and 50 years of science. It's really a long journey, and it's a beautiful journey. And I just want to say and of course for all graduate programs, so he represented the graduate program in physiology, and it's not necessary to say what he did for the graduate program, what he represents for this medical school, like Professor Elias have told. So I just want to say something about Professor Antunes when I met him like 20 years ago, exactly 20 years ago, a little bit more, and I came here to the school as a completely outsider. So I was not from this school, was from another state. So I was starting my career as a assistant professor in physiology, and I came here not knowing basically anybody. And it was in December 2022, and we were celebrating a end of year party here in the Center Building. And I was there. I saw the old guy there. So old. He was a professor 20 years ago. He was 70, and he was very happy, dancing and celebrating with everybody. And I saw, I want to be like this professor. He has a lot of energy. Who is this guy? I didn't know him because I was not originally from physiology. So all my graduate was in biochemistry and neurophysiology. And I start to know Professor Antunes. So this character, so I start to understand his impact in science that I was not completely aware. And I started to admire him a lot because, wow, he's so big and he's so gentle and kind. And he was very receptive to me, and he was very, very receptive to everybody that came here. So he always wanted to make us feel at home and welcome here. And I'd like to thank Professor Antunes for making me feeling welcome here in this school, this very prestigious school that was very honored to be accepted into here. And he always was very kind, and he was a very nice person. And he was sharing. He was always sharing his knowledge and his passion. And I was very proud one day that I could publish a paper with him. Oh, finally. I was very, very proud. It was one of the things one of my achievements. So I'd like to thank Professor Antunes for all his life, all he has done, and also for receiving me here in this school. And I'd like to thank everybody here for coming here for the celebration. And I think that's it, guys. So let's enjoy now what we have ahead. Thank you. And I hope you can be here again for like 100th birthday of Professor.
Now we have a video from the president of Brazilian Society of Physiology. So, can you put the video, please?
My dear mentor, Professor José Antunes Rodrigues, it is my great honor and privilege to extend to you, here representing the wishes of our beloved Brazilian Physiological Society, our congratulations for this symposium being held in appreciation for such a wonderful and very prolific career in science. I was just one of many souls touched by your genius and most of all, by your humanity. We have a scientific prize for the best dissertation and thesis defended in the Programa de Pós-Graduação Multicêntrico that you helped create, that also holds your name. I say with many by my side, you deserve every single act of gratitude thrown your way. The Brazilian Physiological Society could not have had a better international postcard and representative along these years. You will be forever remembered in our history and our hearts. Congratulations from a very grateful mentee.
So to start this symposium, in honor of Professor Antunes, I will invite Professor Ayrton Custódio Moreira. Professor Ayrton Custódio Moreira is Professor of Internal Medicine and Endocrinology, and he was former Vice Dean and Dean of Ribeirão Preto Medical School. He worked with Professor Antunes in 90s, and together with him, they were the first to introduce several methods, more specifically the radioimmunoassay in the basic and clinical investigation. And now Professor Ayrton Moreira is a pioneer and reference in the clinical endocrinology. And he has many stories to tell us about the Professor Antunes' career. Thank you, Professor Moreira.
Obrigado, Lucila. I'm sorry, I will talk in Portuguese. Em primeiro lugar, queria agradecer o convite honroso feito pela comissão organizadora para homenagear o professor Antunes, na pessoa do qual cumprimento todos os seus discípulos e companheiros da fisiologia. E o professor Jorge Elias, nosso vice-diretor, em nome do qual cumprimento todos os membros desta Faculdade de Medicina Ribeirão Preto da Universidade de São Paulo. Eu sou Ayrton Moreira, como foi apresentado, e eu estou numa fase da vida que eu posso mudar títulos, não só de papers, mas também de simpósios. Eu reclamei com a professora Lucila o títulos: 90 anos de vida, verdade; 70 anos de ciência, verdade parcial. Né? O professor Antunes é 70 anos de universidade. Não se faz uma universidade como a USP, uma universidade de ponta, sem ciência, mas uma universidade é maior que a ciência. Portanto, eu tomei a liberdade de mudar o título, vocês me desculpem aí, comissão organizadora. Eu vou apresentar sumariamente a trajetória do professor Antunes. E eu realmente tenho conflito de interesse, muito conflito. Né? Bom, o Antunes, o estudante de medicina, nasceu no estado de Goiás, precisamente há 70 anos. Né? Um caboclo da beira do Araguaia, como ele se coloca, né? E que veio para a Faculdade de Medicina logo no início, né? No início, quando nós éramos simplesmente o prédio central, não tinha Hospital das Clínicas, era um prédio emprestado na cidade, né? E se observe que aqui era um vasto campo devastado. Né? E o professor Antunes chegou aqui em 1954, aluno da terceira turma, né? Onde se graduou em medicina, e ele foi o primeiro aluno da turma. E nesse ambiente onde a ciência dilata os limites do conhecimento, no brasão da Faculdade de Medicina, e a ciência vence, ele vivenciou esse ambiente de universidade e seguramente ele contribuiu para ampliá-lo. Antunes, aluno de iniciação científica. Antunes, como aluno de graduação em medicina, optou pela pesquisa em fisiologia sob orientação do professor Miguel Rolando Covian. E o seu primeiro congresso foi o 20º Congresso Internacional de Fisiologia, realizado em Buenos Aires. Né? Veja a nossa influência da fisiologia argentina. Né? No jornal A Cidade, que era um jornal editado em Ribeirão Preto, hoje edição online, de 1959, saiu a seguinte matéria: o Centro Acadêmico Rocha Lima, que é o Student Unions, o centro acadêmico dos alunos da medicina, diz: o acadêmico José Antunes Rodrigues, estagiário do Departamento de Fisiologia da Faculdade de Medicina de Ribeirão Preto, regressou ontem de Buenos Aires, onde participou do 21º Congresso Internacional de Fisiologia, onde apresentou o trabalho Estimulação de amígdala de ratos com eletrodos permanentes. Esse é o espírito da escola e a importância da iniciação científica naquela época e até hoje, né, para os alunos dessa escola. Antunes e seus mestres. Ele foi discípulo de Miguel Covian e, por sua vez, discípulo do Bernardo Say, Prêmio Nobel de Fisiologia por pesquisa sobre hormônios hipofisários. Aqui está o professor Say, o professor Antunes e o jovem aprendiz de cientista, professor Antunes, bebendo da ciência da fisiologia argentina de novo. O professor Antunes fez o pós-doutoramento nos Estados Unidos da América, na Universidade de Pensilvânia, depois na Universidade do Texas, sob orientação do professor Samuel Macan, que quase ganhou o Prêmio Nobel por pesquisa sobre peptídeos hipotalâmicos. O professor Antunes conta que ele, da parte do professor Macan, ia nos matadouros buscar milhares de hipotálamos de ovelhas para tentar purificar os peptídeos hipotalâmicos. Antunes, Covian e Macan. E eu queria destacar que não foi seu orientador, mas foi o seu conselheiro. Frequentemente eu vivenciei na fisiologia o professor Antunes ir na sala do professor Renato Migliorini, de saudosa memória, pedindo orientações em projeto de pesquisa e discutindo aspectos da universidade. Destaco também, eu não tenho foto, que o professor Antunes também teve influência do César Timo Iaria. Antunes, professor da universidade, docente do Departamento de Fisiologia dessa escola, desde 1960, e professor titular, após inúmeros títulos, em 81. Professor emérito dessa faculdade e permanece ativo em ensino e pesquisa. Ocupou várias vezes a chefia do Departamento de Fisiologia, foi presidente da comissão coordenadora de ensino, tá? Onde liderou uma mudança curricular importante, que ocorreu nos anos 90 depois, supervisor da Fundação Universitária para o Vestibular, FUVEST, participou da seleção ativamente e presidente da comissão de pós-graduação. Também, entre outras funções da universidade, foi vice-diretor da Faculdade de Medicina e depois diretor entre 93 e 97. Quero destacar que, nesse período, entre inúmeros trabalhos para a universidade, para essa escola que o professor Antunes realizou, foi o início da informatização da Faculdade de Medicina. Foi essencial, estabelecendo de redes de informática em toda a faculdade, inclusive nas áreas hospitalares. E também ele criou o Centro de Medicina Legal, um dos primeiros do país, o CEMEL, e criou o Centro de Vivência do Centro Acadêmico Rocha Lima, aqui do lado, entre inúmeras outras realizações. Antunes, o cientista, pioneiro no Brasil na década de 70, na padronização de radiomonicais de hormônios, sobretudo atuando na área de neuroendocrinologia. Publicou 427 artigos científicos, 41 capítulos de livros e editou 2 livros. Tem mais de 10 mil citações, um índice H de 50. Tem contribuições originais sobre o papel do sistema nervoso central, no controle hidromineral, nas vias neurais envolvidas e no apetite específico por sal. Demonstrou que o complexo de ingestão de sódio, que o controle de ingestão de sódio é complexo. Como a maior parte dos fenômenos fisiológicos são multifatoriais, envolvendo vários hormônios e também várias estruturas, além do hipotálamo, também o bulbo olfatório, a área septal, o complexo amidaloide. Essa figura mostra um artigo do professor Antunes, no Physiology Review, mostrando a complexidade das estruturas envolvidas hipotalâmicas, extrahipotalâmicas, o coração, como órgão endócrino, Benedito Machado, e os rins. E os diferentes efetores, a vasopressina, ocitocina, o peptídeo arterial natriurético, os baroreceptores, os homoreceptores, mudando, variando em função das alterações da osmolaridade plasmática, modulando a ingestão de água e sódio e as pressões, o volume, a pressão arterial, o volume cardíaco e a diurese e natriurese. O professor Antunes conseguiu decifrar esse conjunto integrado e complexo junto com seus colaboradores. Agora, Antunes, o educador. Ele teve grande envolvimento no ensino de graduação, sendo professor homenageado por 17 turmas de formandos da Faculdade de Medicina de Ribeirão Preto. Eu, como aluno de pós-graduação, vivenciei o professor Antunes, junto com o professor Paceto e o professor Martins da Cirurgia, indo ao Rio de Janeiro, no Nutsclates, buscando novas técnicas de ensino médico, que trouxe para essa escola. E também ele orientou 62 alunos de iniciação científica, 45 teses de doutorado, mais uma minha, que fui co-orientado dele, 32 dissertações de mestrado e supervisionou 15 pós-doutoramentos. Seus discípulos, muitos aqui presentes hoje, são atualmente docentes de fisiologia endócrina ou endocrinologia clínica, como eu, o professor Margarete, em inúmeros estados do país e do exterior. Antunes e seus discípulos. Esse é um antigo heredograma dos 51 dos 62 alunos de pós-graduação. Me desculpe que eu não tenho todos. Eu vou destacar que eu convivi com essa primeira fileira, dos pós-graduandos. Destaco aqui o Gilberto Fernandes, o Celso France, a Adelina, que está aqui presente, a Almeco, a Keiko, a Alzira Martins Rosa, e convivi muito com eles. As seguintes gerações, eu soube delas, porque eu já tinha voltado ao Hospital das Clínicas. E esses discípulos do Antunes geraram netos científicos, mais de 3 centenas de distribuídos pelo Brasil e pelo exterior. Antunes, o bom camarada, né? Esse era o time da fisiologia que disputou um campeonato de futebol do campus, em 1977, mostrando a democracia, o ambiente aberto que tinha na sua laboratório, na própria fisiologia, liderado pelo professor Covian. Nós temos aqui docentes nesse time, funcionários, alunos de pós-graduação. E aqui nós perdemos o campeonato. Quem ganhou foi o time do Biotério Central. A gente era meio... né? Como o Brasil está igual, a Argentina ganhou da gente, viu, Antunes? Não é? Era o Biotério Central. Né? Mas eu queria destacar que nós tínhamos uma outra coisa embutida que o futuro mostrou. Né? Destes destes membros desse time, 4 deles ocuparam posição de destaque na universidade. O professor Antunes foi diretor, eu fui diretor, o professor Hélio Salgado foi diretor da Faculdade de Medicina. E aquele ponta-direita de bigode, né, o Macari, ele foi reitor da Unesp. E, portanto, era ruim de bola, mas bom de política universitária, esse time, não é? Bom, após os jogos, a gente ou ia na casa do professor Antunes tomar uma cerveja, né, onde eu conheci os seus filhos, né, o Fernando, a Isabela e o Fabinho, né, ou a gente ia muitas vezes num bar do Marzola. Antes de comida de boteco ser chique, aquilo era boteco realmente, um barzinho lá na periferia, perto da rodoviária, né, da Antártica, e a gente ia comer frango frito com polenta e uma cerveja. Eu quero destacar que, frequentemente, o professor Miguel Covian aparecia nesses encontros para comer polenta com frango e tomar uma cerveja. Né? Com saudade desse tempo. E eu também, agora lembro, o Antunes tem um reconhecimento da academia. Em reconhecimento da sua vida universitária, recebeu diversas premiações. Membro da Academia Brasileira de Ciências, da Ordem Nacional do Mérito Científico, otorgado pela Presidente da República, o Ministério da Ciência e Tecnologia, no grau de comendador, depois com o Gran Cruz, professor honoris causa da Universidade Federal do Rio de Janeiro e professor emérito da Sociedade Brasileira de Endocrinologia, em São Paulo, onde eu tive o prazer de entregar esse honraria para ele. Bom, Antunes, na opinião do seu mestre, aqui está o jovem Antunes, e o professor Covian falou dele em 1957, quando ele era aluno de graduação. Esse garoto, né, até agora é disciplinado. Veja que o cientista não diz né, pode ser, né? Até agora é disciplinado, trabalhador, entusiasta e respeitoso, intelectualmente capaz e centrado. Eu acho que, passado 70 anos, o professor Covian continuou certo, não é? O até agora durou 70 anos. Espero que dure mais muitos anos, Antunes, né? Bom, e, finalmente, eu quero cumprimentar agora Antunes, o aniversariante, pelos 90 anos de vida, 70 anos de universidade. Eu espero que todos aqui, e os que não puderam estar, trazem homenagens e o tributo dos seus discípulos, colegas e amigos. Antunes, parabéns e muita saúde. Muito obrigado por tê-lo entre nós.
Thank you very much, Professor Ayrton. I would like to invite Professor Benedito Machado, that will be the dean of the next symposium. The chair. Thank you, Benedito.
Okay, André. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here for this celebration of my friends Antunes. And before we call our friends Rick Sanson and Gina Austin for their talk, I will say some words because Lucila told me that I should have no more than 10 minutes. I promise that I wrote in order to be short enough to say something that I wish to say about Antunes. In one of my frequent visits to Antunes' office, early in the mornings, we were celebrating his 9th birthday and 7 years in science and his full dedication to our School of Medicine. At that morning, I asked Antunes if some of his colleagues graduated in medicine in 1959 and also that become faculty members are still active in our institution. And his answer that was no one from that group remains active in our institution. Then I realized that 70 years of Antunes in this institution are a remarkable symbol for several generations of students and faculties, and for sure, he's already part of the history of this college, and we all have the privilege to be his contemporary colleagues. The most important part. In another recent conversation, and Antunes knows that I was really impressed by that conversation, I was really impressed by the role of his best friend, José Simão Camelo. In his professional life of Antunes, and in some of his personal decisions. In fact, in my view, if Antunes is here today in the School of Medicine of Ribeirão Preto celebrating 70 years dedicated to science, it is mainly due to the positive influence of his friend Simão Camelo. They were close friends since the high school in Goiânia, and they went together to the city of São Paulo in the beginning of 1953, in the preparation for the examination in the School of Medicine of São Paulo, at that time and remain famous, Pinheiros. At the end of that year, they came to Ribeirão Preto because they also applied for a position as a medical student in this new college, as Professor Ayrton described very well, which was founded in 1952. Although Antunes was doing very well in several examinations as part of that application, on the day before the last one, he told Simão Camelo that he was not happy with the perspectives of this college, which was at that time, as Ayrton documented with that picture, a farm in the middle of nowhere. And that he, Antunes, was already decided to return to the city of São Paulo immediately. Simão Camelo kindly asked Antunes to stay, to sleep in town that night, and then in the next morning, they, as good friends and partners in that journey, should take a decision together. In the next morning, Antunes was with his little luggage, ready to return to São Paulo. And then Simão Camelo used the arguments that they should finish the examination, since their families made a good investment in their travel to Ribeirão Preto, and mainly because they both were very well prepared, and their performance till that day was great, and they both had a very high chance to succeed and get a position in this new School of Medicine. In face of these friendly arguments, they finish. Antunes accepted the advice of his good friends. They finished the examination on that day, and at the end, they both were classified among the top 5 in that selection process. This is, in my view, the real power of friendship. And we all should thank him, Dr. José Simão Camelo, for Antunes being Ribeirão Preto in the last 70 years, and especially today, for sharing part of his life with each one of us. Unfortunately, Dr. Simão Camelo is not with us anymore. And we can't say thanks to him in person, but we can do in respect to his memory. Without the advice of his good friends, Antunes, I am sure, would be a doctor by the School of Medicine in São Paulo, Pinheiros. He was already prepared at that time and welcomed to some faculties in that institution. And then, of course, he should be a great surgeon in Goiânia. And today, he would be one of the richest cattle rancher in Goiás. And maybe the governor. Because this is the tradition in his natural states. Doctors became cattle ranchers and then governors. For sure, the history, fortunately, bring Antunes to us. I am sure, Antunes, that if Simão Camelo was here today among us, he probably should be advising you to stay some more years in science, because you are in good health. And more than anybody else, you are carrying in his now large luggage, difference of 70 years ago, the contribution in make a farm in the middle of nowhere one of the most important medical research centers in Brazil. Therefore, my friends, we hope to be here with you in 2033 to celebrate your centennial and 80 years dedicated to science. Antunes. I got the permission before to tell you about this. Of course, I asked the permission of Antunes because it's something really special. Okay, so and as my duty as the chair of this session, I would like to invite Willie Sanson and Gina Yolsten. I must tell you that it's a privilege for us to have Willie Sanson and Gina with us. Rick, as we call Willie Sanson, Rick is the president of the American Physiological Society. And Gina is the editor-in-chief of the American Journal of Physiology, Regulatory, Integrative, and Comparative Physiology. So this means the importance of Antunes in the global scenario of physiology. So thank you both for being with us. And they are faculties at St. Louis University, and we have the privilege that they were in several parts of their careers working together with Antunes, and today they will share with us some of their experience in Ribeirão Preto, as well with Antunes in Dallas, as well in St. Louis. Gina and Rick, please, feel free to.
Wow. It's quite a day. 40 years ago, José Antunes Rodrigues walked into my laboratory at UT Southwestern and said, let's get working. And 2 weeks later, we submitted our first paper. It was an amazing ride. I would come in the morning and the first thing he would say is, give me the peptide, give me the peptide. And I'd look in and there'd be 30 rats being restrained on the floor of the laboratory or in sodium cages. The guy was a whirlwind. He was a tornado. What we're going to talk to you about today is work that we're doing currently that was tremendously influenced by the professor. And we're going to start out in the periphery, but we're going to end up in the hypothalamus, which is, of course, the most important part of our body. The other thing that's important to know is that this is a lineage. So professor has been my professor for 40 years. Gina is now my boss, my former student. It just shows you what happens when students get these big people and they take over. And we luxuriate in the memory of it. Go. We're going to screw this up. Which way do we go? Here we go. Not here. Too much technology.
That's why I'm here.
Yes. Actually, the reason she's here is to keep an eye on me, make sure I tell the truth.
Don't mess it up, Rick.
Okay, the first thing is our disclosure. What we're going to talk to you today about is a peptide called cocaine and amphetamine regulated transcript. And we have a patent for some of the work that you'll see today. So cocaine and amphetamine regulated transcript was a gene transcript that was identified by Wally Bale's group years and years and years ago. No one knew what it did. No one knew what its structure was until several years later when a group sequenced it and found that it was produced all over the body, and particularly in the hypothalamus. Then using recombinant CART, Tim Moran at Hopkins showed that it was a potent inhibitor of food and water intake. And this got our attention because it was so potent and it was distributed throughout the hypothalamus and brainstem. As time went on, in the absence of a receptor for this peptide, a lot of pharmacology and physiology was done, but we never knew the physiologic relevance of this. And Dr. Joosten one day walked in and said, we should get the receptor for this peptide. I laughed. 2 years later, we have it. And that's what we're going to talk to you today about, is our journey following Antunes' advice. Remember, everything comes back to the hypothalamus. So Gina will explain to you exactly how she did this. Not me, she.
Thank you. So first, I just want to say how happy I am to be here to celebrate Antunes' remarkable career. Jose, you are a legend. And it really speaks to that. Okay, can you hear me better now? Wonderful. So I sang opera in a former life, and I try to not get too loud. So don't ask me to, because I will. I think it really is a testament to Dr. Antunes' scientific prowess and his reputation in the field that Antunes was one of Rick's colleagues that he introduced me to first. And the very first place when I was a trainee that Dr. Sampson brought me to internationally was here. This is the very first international meeting that I went to was here. And one of Rick's closest colleagues that he introduced me to first was Antunes. And I knew I had made it in physiology, that I had succeeded when Antunes said, Gina, now you are part of the family. So let me tell you a little bit about how we came towards looking for the receptor for cocaine and amphetamine regulated transcript. So one of our interests, in addition to physiology, is in bioinformatics and in developing new algorithms for finding new things. We're very much a discovery lab. So as we were starting to approach this question of what is the receptor for CART, we were also thinking about what receptors might be involved in the transmission of pain. A very different question that was brought to us by the current chair of our department, Daniela Salvamini. And so to answer this question, we developed a bioinformatic algorithm that you see here in A, where we went to the geo data sets, which are accessioned publicly online, and we looked for data sets that included changes in gene expression in the spinal cord and G protein coupled receptors, because we've never met a GPCR that we didn't like. And so we focused there. And so once we knew which of these receptors were up or down regulated in the setting of pain, we then performed a phylogenetic tree analysis, which you can see here in B, using the Grisham model to break all of those different receptors into different groups. We then took the homologous regions between these families, and you can see we identified 4 major branch points, and we blasted those using the BLAST algorithm. And we identified several orphan G protein coupled receptors that you can see here that fell into these families with these known receptors. We then used qPCR to say, hey, which of these receptors are actually in the spinal cord? And we identified several, and then looked to see which of these receptors, these orphan receptors, were upregulated in the setting of pain And one of the ones that popped out immediately was GPR 160. So this is in rat tissue, but a colleague also performed a similar experiment using spinal cord tissues from humans who had chronic pain. And we saw that GPR 160 also in humans was significantly upregulated. So that said to us that GPR 160 must be important in the setting of pain. So many of you have probably remembered this figure that we're showing and how we deorphanize orphan G protein coupled receptors, because we knew that there was GPR 160 might be important in pain, but we didn't know at this time what the ligand was. And so often, whenever we're trying to deorphanize a receptor, we start with the ligand. But this time, we had to start with the receptor. And so we used our system, but we used it in reverse in order to see what the ligand for GPR 160 might be. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a spoiler alert, and it was CART. And the reason we thought that CART might be involved in GPR 160 signaling is because GPR 160 was expressed everywhere that CART was expressed, including the hypothalamus, but we'll get to that in a few minutes. And because we didn't identify any other peptides that had really this strong correlation of expression with GPR 160 that CART did. So we started, as we often do, in vitro, and we looked to see if CART could stimulate expression in one of our favorite cell lines, the Cato3 cells, which it did, but we were able to block that effect with siRNA against GPR 160. So there's at least a functional relationship between these two proteins. And we also looked in PC12 cells, where again we saw that treatment with CART led to an increase in phosphorylation of ERK. And again, we could block this with siRNA against GPR 160. We also went on to look for a physical association, because functional association is great, but in order to say that something is a receptor for a peptide, you have to show that they physically interact. And so we did several things, including an co-immunoprecipitation, and CART and GPR 160 co-immunoprecipitate together. They co-localize together in Cato3 cells. And although you can't really see it here, using a proximity ligation assay, we were able to show that they came in very close proximity as well. So we had a lot of evidence in vitro showing that that CART and GPR 160 were interacting both functionally and physically. And here we're just showing you again more evidence that that functional interaction is occurs. Where here we're just showing siRNA that we can very clearly knock down GPR 160, and that blocks again the effect of CART on a functional change in expression of signaling molecules in these cells. Now, we saw this functional and physical interaction of CART and GPR 160, but then we were interested to go back into the animal to see where this functional change might be happening. And so in collaboration with Dr. Grant Kohler, who runs our microscopy core at St. Louis University, he's also my husband, so he has to do everything I say. It's funny how that works. You have to do everything I say too. It's good to be the queen. So Grant was able to take spinal cords from Daniela Salvemini's rats who had been exposed to pain And he used RNA scope to show that on the side ipsilateral to the pain-inducing injury, we see this huge expression of GPR 160 in the spinal cord. And here you can see the quantification of that showing a significant difference. And further doing RNA scope, we found that this increase in expression is likely due to microglial cells. So GPR 160 in microglia appears to be what's causing this change in expression in the spinal cord.
So in collaboration with Daniela Salvemini, who's an world-recognized expert in pain, we went back in and said, is 160 really what's responsible for the transmission of spinal injury pain? And what you can see in this slide is that if you create pain by, and this is a decrease in pain threshold here, you can actually reverse that by pre-treating the animal topically on the dorsal horn of the spinal cord with a compound that would knock down GPR 160 expression. Further evidence that this is GPR 160 that is transmitting this. So at this point, we had a very strong feeling that we had found a receptor for CART and that it signaled through GPR 160. We knew that if you put CART on the spinal cord, you had a pain response. So we kind of went into this knowing what was going to happen. And with using siRNA in vivo, we actually were able to show that we could not only prevent the development of pain to two different models of pain, but we could reverse established pain. So what we have found is that in two models of neuropathies, injury-induced neuropathies, you must signal through GPR 160. Therefore, it's a target for pain therapeutics. Now, that's the summary of this, and we continue to work on this, and we work in collaboration with Danielle in the pain model, but now I'm going to show you the neuroendocrine aspects of this. CART is a very potent inhibitor of food intake, and it must signal through 160 to do that, and it does that in the brainstem. It's a very important regulator of the HPA axis, and it signals through 160 to do that, most likely. We're working on that. So, what's the evidence that it's important in food intake? If you treat an animal with CART in the fourth ventricle prior to the lights going out, they won't eat. They also won't drink. And of course, the controversy is it the drinking or the eating? We're not sure. We also know that CART must signal through GLP-1 to have its effect on food intake. And as you know, GLP-1 has received a lot of interest in drug development as a treatment for obesity. So CART works through GPR 160 in brainstem. And how did we prove that? It was 160. Well, 160 is in the right place. It's hard to see here, but the receptor is expressed in brainstem centers related to food intake. It's also in the hypothalamus, and we'll get there. And we showed that the 160 is present on neurons and glia, both astrocytes and microglia in the brainstem. And we really think that the microglia are the players here. And excellent work by Will Dillertig's group and Wolfgang Langhans has shown that the effect of CART that we get when we use pharmacology reflects the fact that the vagus nerve brings CART up from the stomach. It's a sensory neuron, and it delivers it into an area of the brainstem where we were working to control food intake. So in collaboration with Lauren Stein, one of our former students, also part of the legacy of José Antunes Rodrigues, we found that we could knock down GPR 160 in brainstem, get significant knockdown using shRNA, and the result was we could change the microstructure of feeding in those animals. In fact, they would eat more than their wild type or the treatment controls in the dark, but they would compensate by eating less in the subsequent light phase. So CART is a satiation compound. It has an effect to inhibit meal size, but it doesn't affect your total meal, unlike some of the other feeding peptides. The other thing that we noticed in our studies in St. Louis and in our collaborations at Penn with Matt and Lauren is that dark phase induced feeding, the effect of CART is really here in those early hours. So we have focused all of our attention now in that period of time there. And this is when the largest amount of food is consumed by a rat or a mouse. And this is where we come up with the idea that it is a satiation cue. Not a satiety cue, it's a satiation cue. So it does a lot of things other than just food intake. There are profound effects in the pancreas, there's effects on pain sensation, but there's also a lot of evidence there's effects on stress. And this is where Jose comes back in, because Jose in my lab in Dallas always talked about the HPA axis. Now, we didn't have a very good ACTH assay at the time, and the corticosterone assay was still being developed. But Jose predicted a lot of what we have subsequently found about the control of the HPA axis. We knew that CART was in the right place to act on the HPA axis. We knew that the nerve fibers from the arcuate where CART is made project up to the PVN. Other people had shown that if you put CART in there, it activates FOS in the PVN. So we came up with our current hypothesis, which is that CART, produced in the hypothalamus, projects to the PVN of the hypothalamus and controls CRH release. And it controls the effects of CRH not only on the HPA axis, but also on stress behaviors and cardiovascular function. And that 160 is necessary for that. In fact, we, like others, have shown that you can inject CART into the third or lateral ventricle in both males and females and get nice corticosterone responses, dose related. And remember now, we're looking at stress hormone release and potentially stress effects on feeding. And I can't really see it, but the receptor is in the PVN, and then beautiful work by Grant has shown using RNA scope that CRH neurons are innervated by GPR 160 positive neurons, or CART positive neurons. Excuse me, let me back that up. CART and GPR 160 are co-located. Okay, so what about stress-induced feeding? These are recent studies, and it shows that both females who are very sensitive to stress, the acute effects of stress on feeding, and males, there's an acute stress-related inhibition of food intake. Does that require CART? Well, that's what we're currently working on. And how are we going to do that? Well, so far, all we've been able to use is siRNA or passive neutralization. Gina decided that we had to make a transgenic rat. And it's the first transgenic rat with a floxed GPCR construct. And she will explain how this works.
So we developed a CRISPR-based GPR 160 floxed animal. So basically, I have to remember, I have to speak up a little bit. We basically use CRISPR Cas9 system to insert LOXP sites flanking the coding exon of GPR 160, which is what you're seeing here. And so what should happen and what does happen whenever we site-specifically inject a CRIC recombinase, then that clips out that coding exon and we get knockout of GPR 160. And it works pretty well. And we've also been able to now show that whenever we site-specifically inject a AAV encoding pre-recombinase under the control of the CRH promoter, and this is where Rick Sampson goes back into the lab because he does all of these injections while I sit in my office. It's wonderful. He does intra-PVN, bilateral intra-PVN injections of this virus. And what you can see is that we're getting very good knockdown or knockout of GPR 160 expression over about 4 weeks. And this will probably get better as we take the time out a little bit. And the other thing I think you can appreciate here is that if we're looking at GPR 160 expression, and this figure was generated using RNAscope, is that almost all of the GPR 160 expression in the hypothalamus is in CRH neurons. There's very little GPR 160 expression in cells that do not express CRH. So that if we come back and just do a pre-recombinase under the control of a ubiquitous promoter and inject that into the third ventricle, we get very good knockdown of the protein. So this was done using Western blot analysis. We can assume that all of this knockout is due to knockout in the CRH neurons.
So we're almost done. So these are the questions we're pursuing currently, and these are the animal models that we're using to try and answer the question of is GPR 160 a therapeutic target? But really what we want to do is try and see if we can develop small molecule agonists and antagonists that might be therapeutically useful to treat either eating disorders or HPA axis or pain. And as our disclosure said, we're paying a lot of attention to pain. So what did we do? We've been working with our chemical biologists at our place. We've developed the first generation CART specific antagonist. And this figure here shows that CART, given right before the dark phase inhibits food intake. And if we pre-treat with this antagonist at a 1 microgram concentration, we can reverse the effect of CART. And even better, when we pre-treat with a lower dose of the antagonist, we get an even more remarkable reversal of CART's inhibitory effect on food intake. So obviously, we're working with this antagonist on the stress axis as well. So we have challenges. We'd like to develop antagonists that are efficacious and safe. We'd like to be able to find ways to apply them to the tissues where there's an important action. In the case of the spinal cord, we're thinking about a patch over the lumbar cord. Can we develop antagonists that are blood-brain barrier penetrant? Here's the most important part. These are the people that do the work. Our lab head, the queen, Daniela Salvamini, our chair, who is the pain expert, Matt and Lauren at Penn, who did the shRNA work, and of course, our lab group and former lab people and our funding. And then for anybody who in the audience who's younger, we've got a great graduate program and we'll pay you to come to it. And we'll also look for postdocs. Thank you.
Rick and Gina, thank you for this great talk. I really enjoyed the way that you both presented this data. Since I saw it the first time when you were here, it's impressive the amount of progress and the data that you generate. Fantastic. You wish questions now or can be at the end the overall discussion? Lucila, what you suggest? At the end? Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Great. Okay, so now I invite our next speakers, Professor Adelina Marta dos Reis. Adelina is also a member of the Antunes family. She was a PhD student, got her degree with Antunes a few years ago. And, and now she's a full professor at the University Federal of Minas Gerais in Belo Horizonte. Adelina, please, welcome to deliver your talk.
Thank you, Dene. Thank you very much for this invitation to present some results here. It's very emotional for me do this presentation that I try to make a correlation between my career, my academic life, and Antunes' life, and the influence of Antunes in my career, in my academic life. I have been in Antunes Lab since 1976. I didn't realize until now, I haven't realized that I participate of most of his life, his academic life also. I have been in this university for 50 years. I entered in 1973, in Antunes Lab, 1976. At that time, when I started my master in 77, he had two main research lines: central control of hydroelectrolyte balance or neuroendocrinology of reproduction. He proposed me to choose, and I chose the neuroendocrinology of reproduction. And I have been doing that since my master in 77. And during my master, I had the very strong influence of Gilberto da Assunção Fernandes and Bedran de Castro. They are very important because they have been working in this field. In 8, I did my PhD in the field, in the same field, and the theme of puberty. It's very difficult to work on puberty, but I had very good cooperation with José Bedran de Castro and Keiko Nonaka, and Alzira Amélia Martins Rosa. All the first generation was working together. From this PhD and master, I got tools for my life. I learned things that followed me in my whole career. I work with female rats. This was very important in every step of my career. The radioimmunoassay for LH that Antunes had started in the lab, and then Bedran, Keiko, Ana Lúcia, under supervision of Antunes, did the FSH and the prolactin radioimmunoassay setup. Then with Emílio Castro Silva and Keiko, I started with work with stress. But the most important tool that I got was learn how to cooperate in group. This was very important for my whole career. My first student in 1892, I started my career at Federal University of Minas Gerais. I went to Cândido Coimbra, Umeko Marubayashi, that was Antunes' student at this time, Kyoki Yamazaki, and from there, Robson Santos, that was a student in this program also. We started there in 82. We fought together. The same day same time we went there and started a new lab, new group from nothing, having nothing there, and we started from nothing. After finished my PhD, I started to be advisor, and my first student was Fernando Marcos Reis, that did the first work on set of puberty under my supervision. And after that, we noticed that work there with public was very difficult. We started with work with stress and the prolactin, and we did very good job on that. Fernando is the first grandson from my part, and is now Dean of Research at the university. In 1992, I went to Yolanta Butkovska lab in Canada, first at the CHUM, then at Hotel G. But her lab was cardiovascular biochemistry. They didn't, at that time, they were very important for natriuretic peptides. But they didn't know about the reproductive system. Then I took the techniques that I learned here, and there we worked with natriuretic peptides in uterus, hypothalamus, and ovaries. We discovered that CNP was present in C-type natriuretic peptides, is present in rat ovary. It is very elevated in proestrus compared to other phases. The receptors for C-type natriuretic peptides are present in the rat ovary. And here we notice that the CNP binds mainly in granulosa cells. Bom, coming back to Belo Horizonte, to Federal University of Minas Gerais, we continue to work with natriuretic peptides, but then in female aging. We knew that after menopause, there is increase of cardiovascular disease and blood pressure. Then we used two different models of menopause, post-menopause animal models. Ovariectomy, that I learned how to do in Antunes lab since the beginning, we started here. And another model that was porco, FSH receptor knockout mice, that was from Science lab in Canada. We knew that estrogen increases ANP in different rat models. Then we did ovarectomy and treated the animal estradiol during 4 days. And we noticed that there is a huge increase of blood pressure. We see here and here. The SHR had a decrease of blood pressure. This was, we see there is increase of ANP and inverse correlation between ANP and blood pressure. The blood pressure is decreased by ANP. Then this summarizes everything. Female reproductive aging. These are young animals, but they are treated with estradiol. There is increase of synthesis of ANP in atro, increase of plasma ANP, and reduced blood pressure. I didn't show all the results, of course, because the time is very short, but we did everything showing that there is increase of ANP and the decrease of blood pressure. The other model of aging, of reproductive aging, is the forco. It's a these animals, this knockout, have elevated LHS in the FSH. There is no receptor for FSH. They don't have astrocycle. They have elevated blood pressure, atrophic uterus, obesity, and osteoporosis. Very low levels of estradiol and progesterone. Working with these animals, we have shown, this is summarized here, that the fork had reduced the normal fork, reduced NP production, reduced T receptor for natriuretic peptide in kidney and adipose tissue, and there is decrease of plasma NP. And this probably is responsible for increase of blood pressure and obesity. Another thing that may be plasma NP is involved in lipolysis, but we didn't show that. When this animal is treated with estradiol, there is increase of NP production, reduction of C receptor for ANP, that this is the receptor that degrades NP. The C receptor is the clearance receptor for NP, and consequently there is increase of NP. And this reduces blood pressure and reduces body weight and fat weight. This what was observed. Treating with estradiol, this animal loses weight and loses adipose tissue. And there is a decrease of blood pressure. Summarizing, we see that the estradiol increases NP, reduces the clearance receptor, increases clearance receptor and decreases adipose tissue, and reduces for different ways the blood pressure in this animal model of menopause. These are the papers that come from these studies. And this, we come back to last part. The last part is about something that we discovered that CNP in the rat ovary. When you come back to Minas Gerais, we had access to angiotensin 1-7. This peptide, this heptapeptide, was discovered in Ferrari's lab, and Robson Santos, my colleague, was one of the authors of this study. He had all the tools for working with angiotensin 1-7. At that time, we knew that angio2 was present in ovaries in general, in rat ovaries mainly, but the effects are very controversial. We suppose that angio2 could be converted to angiotensin 1-7 to play a role. Maybe this could be the responsible for the controversial results. Remembering, this renin-angiotensin system had two main peptides that now we know, but at that time it was angiotensin 2. Angiotensin 1-7 is produced from angiotensin 2 and acts on mass receptor. There is another receptor também also, but now doesn't matter here. At this time, we didn't know
mass receptor, we didn't know ACE2, but we knew that angiotensin 2 could be converted to angiotensin 1 to 7. And then we decided to work on angiotensin 1 to 7 in rat ovary. We discovered that it's present in rat ovary, variates with estrol cycle. This is HPLC, is present in the oocyte, but variates mainly in proestro. There is increase of angiotensin 1 to 7 in proestros. And when we treated the animal with PMSG, the prepuberal animals with PMSG, there is increase of angiotensin to confirm that gonadotropins increase the release of ANP, the production of ANP in the ovary. We tested in perfused rat ovary, and we with angiotensin 1 to 7, and we saw that angiotensin 1 to 7 increased the estradiol release. This was antagonized by A779, that is a specific antagonist for angiotensin 1 to 7. Angiotensin 2 also increased the release of estradiol. This was not antagonized with A779. It means both peptides are acting, producing estradiol, but for different ways. Doing immunohistochemistry, we noticed that angiotensin 1 to 7 is present in TICA cells, and angiotensin 2 is present mainly in granulosa cells. Then both could be acting, angiotensin 1 to 7 producing the androgen that goes to granulosa cells, is transformed in estradiol. Both peptides that usually are antagonic here in this process may be acting together to produce this estradiol. Another thing that we have shown is that angiotensin 1 to 7 induces ovulation in perfused rabbit ovaries. We see more than 75% of the follicles ovulated upon stimulation by angiotensin 1 to 7. This is partially antagonized by A779, 25%. Most important, when we stimulated with HCG, that means is important inductor of ovulation, 75% also ovulated. The same rate of ovulation induced by angiotensin 1 to 7. Most important, when treated, these animals are also treated with A779, the partial antagonizing effect is observed. It means if the specific antagonist of angiotensin 1 to 7 could antagonize HCG induced ovulation, it could be important, angiotensin 1 to 7 could be an important factor for ovulation. One of the factors for ovulation that happens when there is a surge of the pre-ovulatory surge of LH is the oocyte maturation. Oocyte maturation is observed by resumption of meiosis or called seminal vesicle breakdown. Geminal vesicle breakdown that is seen here. It disappears. This is sign of oocyte maturation. We saw that the angiotensin 1 to 7 stimulates the oocyte maturation. And also, the oocyte maturation induced by LH is partially antagonized by A779, the specific antagonist of angiotensin 1 to 7. Another thing that I learned in Antunes' lab, find the oocytes in the tube. This was very useful because we saw lower ovulation rate in wild-type animals compared to receptors that had mouse that was knockout for mass receptor, the receptor for angiotensin 1 to 7. There is a lower ovulation, spontaneous ovulation rate. Summarizing, angiotensin 1 to 7 is involved in ovulatory process, inducing steroidogenesis, oocyte maturation, ovulation, and angiotensin 1 to 7 and angiotensin 2 play complementary roles in ovarian steroidogenesis. We did several other things that are summarized in this review. Angiotensin converting enzyme 2, ACE2, angiotensin 1 to 7 and mass receptor in gonadal and reproductive function. That was published in 2020 for 20 years of discovery of ACE2. That, by the way, is the same enzyme that is involved in COVID, is interacting in COVID surge disease. Now, that's why there are several reviews, many reviews about reproductive function after COVID. And most of them cites all the papers that we have published about that. In my academic career, I agree with Ayrton. It's not scientific career, but the academic career of Antunes. I learned how to live with advisors that had many academic functions. And by myself, I have to apologize or not to my students because it happens to be absent because I was Dean of Research. I was the first was director of the program. I was during our life. I was doing several. I have fallen very academic. I have been doing different academic jobs, but we can learn from that, and I hope my students have learned from that also. This is Fernando, the first student that is Dean of Research nowadays. The other, this is endocrine lab in the hospital. And many of my students, Yolanta Gutkovska, but mainly Antunes, that is present not only as advisor or mentor, but a friend, my family's friend, and everything. Antunes was very important for my life. The new members of our lab, endocrine lab in Federal University of Minas Gerais, are here. Both of them, Maristela and Rafael, are from this university for this program and was former genetics student. It means they are grandchildren of Antunes. they are composing the lab right now, nowadays. And this is Cândido Coimbra, that comes from Migliorini Labs. Bom, what I have done during all these years that we started the new lab in University Federal of Minas Gerais. Just go slowly and take a deep breath, going very slowly, go the way it could be. Because it's not easy to start a new lab, it's not without anything, any background before there, but Antunes gave us all the background we needed, including equipment and support in peptides, everything. Thank you very much, Antunes. You are very important, not only for my life, but our program in Belo Horizonte. Thank you.
Adelina, thank you for your talk, and then we move on for the next speaker. That is Dr. Marcelo Moraes Valença from the Department of Neurosurgery at the University Federal of Pernambuco. Marcelo is also a member of Antunes' family. Family was his PhD student, and Marcelo, for a short period of time, was also faculty in our department. Marcelo, welcome back.
So it's a pleasure to be here, this celebration. So I think I'm at home here with my brother, my mother, Ana Lucia. When I arrived here, she was like a brother. Professor Antunes as a father for me. So it's a big family. Several other people could say. I would like to say like, I remember, I should tell the name, Marina, Sonia, Val, Rogério. Those people help us to be big as we are. I say we because I think I am part of the USP. So I try to show here what I could help with Professor Antunes apply outside USP. What I learned here and try to do there in Pernambuco. We know Professor Antunes was MD in 1959. I was born just 2 years before, in 1967. It's fun that my life sometimes cross or try to. The street was like that. Day I met here Professor Willis Samson. For years I heard about him because I was working with Professor Negro Villar. I read all the paper from my Canal lab. So, but I didn't have the chance maybe to meet like that with the day. So 40 years later, I still knowing member of the family, like a cousin. And that is a historical photo. So Department of Physiology is a school rooted in a Nobel Prize. So that's very important. Bernard Hussain came here. That was, I think, the sign in 1961. Professor Antunes was still PhD graduate. One year later, under Miguel Covian supervisor, he got his PhD title. In 1964, Professor Antunes went to USA to work with McCann for several years, several times. And McCann discovered the LH releasing factor. Unfortunately, Perhaps due to political problems, McCain did not win the Nobel Prize. Guilherme Charlie isolated the GnRH, decapeptide. In yellow, collaborated with Raimundo Nassier. I graduated in medicine in 1981 at Federal University of Pernambuco, and in 1982 I entered the master's degree course in physiology at the same university under the supervision of Waldemar Ladowski, an old friend of Professor Antunes. At that time, I heard that they get a lot of money. They have a very nice lab, very well equipped lab in Recife. But the production, the scientific production is very low. We don't know why. So 1982, Professor McCain visited Recife. I was like very new MD physician. And I had the opportunity to take him to dinner in Olinda. And we discussed the possibility to visit the University of Dallas for a few months. I wrote a letter to McCain, and there was a delay in the response. I decided to call Negro Vilar for two reasons. He spoke Portuguese, and he was working with McCain at Dallas. I thought that if you work with McCain, I could speak with any place. I thought it was like a... And then he invited me to work with him at NIH in North Carolina. I didn't know what means NIH. He said, oh, it's a good place. I didn't know it's a lot of money. So I was thinking just to spend a few months there. I want to work with Beta Dolphin, this kind of thing. And he invited me to be to the best place maybe in the world in terms of facilities. When I was already at NIH, I also received a letter from McCain accepting me as a fellow in Dallas 1 year later. Maybe he was mad of me, I don't know. But here I am with Negro Vilar. And the nice thing that Negro Vilar, I didn't know that. Negro Vilar was a fellow of Professor Covian here, a colleague of Professor Antunes. Only later on I knew that. So look, the crossing of the ways. Huh? At that time, they invited Rod Bell to be the director of the National Institute of Environmental Health Science. I think it was a game to make sure that he will get the Nobel Prize. Eh? And then a few years later, he won the Nobel Prize. This is my first paper, 30 years ago. I will remind you of our main contribution to neuroendocrinology, in my opinion. I think we proved the evidence for a negative ultrashort loop feedback mechanism operate on the GnRH neuronal system. At that time, we call LHRH because McCain thought there was a FSH releasing factor. So that one I was responsible by the to evaluate the SCTH pulse in rats. We did see very clear pulse of SCTH. And Eduardo Spinelli, he did in dogs. And also we are looking for the processing of pro-hormone of erythroid fragments in HPOC. That's another paper that we found. So when I was there from 83 to 87, and then I called Professor Antunes, came here to have a PhD title. In America, if you are MD, that's enough. You don't need a PhD. But in Brazil, the door is closed. You only open the door with the PhD in your CV. So they said, okay, you are set, but you must come to be interviewed. So when I arrived here, I was with Norberto and Humberto Varanda. And in one afternoon, we talk about something. Maybe he asked me about art. I don't know, Norberto. I didn't know anything about art. But then at night, I said, let's drink a beer in some bar downtown. I don't know if that was, or maybe we are around here. So in 1987, I had the great chance and honor to work with a fantastic generous scientist of the best possible character, incomparable intelligence, humble, admirable, Professor Antunes Rodrigues. A few months later, Professor Antunes invited me to be assistant professor of physiology. What a wonderful honor to be a professor at USP. In addition to all the qualities I've already mentioned, Professor Antunes is an excellent surgeon. I think he taught once as a graduate student to follow the specialization in neurosurgery. Maybe I learned that with him. I followed somehow. So he developed the cannula implant in the ventricular system of rat. It is also surprising how he performed total hypophyseectomy or partial removal of the neurohypophysis in rats. Truly incomparable. Most certainly, Professor Antunes influenced me as a neurosurgeon. In 1998, with my friend Fábio Coelho, we performed the first endonasal endoscopic surgery to approach an intracellular tumor in Recife, possibly one of the first in Brazil. Professor Antunes received 2 nominations for Nobel Prize, at least one. But for those who don't know, wasn't it Elisa? That 20 years ago, I heard about 2 nominations. I don't know. So. Good time. 1988. The best friend here, the team. Dominguinhos, Mário, Lúcia, Keiko, several places here. Emílio, Baiano, Dora, Ana Lúcia, vários outros. Professor Covian here. Every day we met Professor Covian, 10 o'clock in the coffee, and sometimes he invited, let's go to our room and talking. I have the chance to be in the scientific committee with him and I forgot the name at that time. Weekend happy hour here in the house of Professor Antunes, very big house in the campus here, very nice. Saturday or Sunday, was very good. November 1989, I defended my doctorate thesis. Look, the professor evaluate me. Of course, Professor Antunes was the president. To celebrate the thesis defense, Domingos Picanso made a surprise with wine and cheese in the inner courtyard of the Prédio Central here. When the phone rang at the bar, at that time we didn't have iPhone. I don't know the name of the Japanese guy. I don't know. At that time, was the owner of the bar. John. It was Negro Villar. Didn't know why he called me. Calling me to invite me back to the NIA to work with immortalized neurons. So we also demonstrate that the pulse generator of the hypothalamic generate acts, or generate LH, FSH acts, or the generate neuron itself. So a few months we try to set up artificial hypothalamus, and we use the cytodex, the way that cell could cover the cytodex, and then you put in we have a very sophisticated machine to pulse anything, but we use just insulin syringe. So it was after a while, this is 2-hour incubation. It start to 4 hours. You can see the synapses, the projection. They are oval cells before. In 6 hours, like a tissue. The cell were able to duplicate every 36 hours. You have plastic synapse and electrical synapse. So that one chamber, you can see clear pulse of GnRH, another chamber here, and the calcium-free medium disappear. We were also looking about the process of prohormone. The gap was considered maybe a FSH releasing factor. Here the characterization of the pulse, like a 1 pulse, 1.3 pulse per hour in that system, and the trough, everything. I returned to Ribeirão Preto in 2001, 2002 to work with epilepsy surgery with Professor Carlotti and Professor John Leite. But in my spare time, I was in the laboratory of Professor Antunes. One day I was here, think about a kind of operation that could help, it's helping a lot of people. When you have some intracranial hypertension, you cannot, you try everything, you cannot, you need to open. You can save the patient, that is the hemicraniectomy. But the patient may have still have some problem because of that, this Straffini syndrome. And I was thinking what we could do. At that time here, Professor Colley didn't allow to use that procedure. It was still controversial. So then we designed this kind of craniotomy, we call window craniotomy. We do the same thing, the hemicraniectomy. This is a patient with a lesion, a herniation. We do the same thing, the hemicraniectomy, with the dura mater, over the dura mater, and duroplasty, in that case with the pedicranium. And then we put the bone back, the two halves, like a window. And see the patient was in a coma few days before, now is awakened. You see here the opening of the window and save the patient. You don't need to help the patient to put back the bone. You have you preserve the intracranial biomechanism of the canal. For another patient. So the result of the influence I received from Professor Antunes outside the USP, when I went back as a member of Technical Scientific Commission, we created a program, a PhD program in biological science. It was the first program in Federal University of Pernambuco. We had only surgery PhD there. 2003, I was coordinator of the master program of neuropsychiatry, and then we created 5 areas: neurosurgery, neurology, psychiatry, and for people that want to do science, like biologists and any other no physician, neuroscience and neuropsychopathology to the psychologists. So in 2006, we created this PhD program in these 5 areas. In Professor Antunes' scientific grandchildren, I supervised 52 students in the master and 45 students in the doctorate. As a bonus, I finished this presentation by showing the first illustration of the intracranial cavity structure of history. Here's the painting of Leonardo da Vinci. I was looking at this for months. Where is this skull? Because every master, when painting Saint Geronimo, they put a skull that means penitencia. And one day I said, this Leon tell something strange. And then when I amplify, you can see here the hemicranium is the gray image. Funny that the size that is the size of a human cranium. He painted the same size. Here you can see all the intracranial venous system. See the transverse sinus here and sigmoid. You can even see that he was the sagittal cut here, and then follow the transverse side laterally. So that's what the first ever painting show intracranial structure of the human history. Thank you very much, Professor Antunes, for being this great example of a person and a man who does the best of science for all of us.
Thank you, Marcelo. So, in accordance with the program, we still have a few minutes for some short questions and answers by the speakers. Someone have any question? I just wish to start with some comments to Gina and Rick about the very, as I commented before, a very interesting strategy that you both explore in first identifying orphan receptors, then look for ligands, and then for this general overview that you present about the function and how it can be used as a therapeutic for different neural diseases. So the point is, I believe that from as a strategy for developing all these long roads that you both built in this field was a challenge. And I would like that you comment this because it was a reverse strategy that we all physiologists usually apply in our laboratories. You did the reverse. And this is a big challenge and high risk, of course. I would like to hear some comments from you both, if you can. Especially for the new generation of physiologists, that this is something really interesting and important.
I think the importance of this is that, my relationship with Jose, the most important thing was to think translationally all the time and to think about what does it mean and how can we develop it. When Gina was a graduate student in the lab, she followed the lineage that we had developed, was thinking of translation. And then she came into my office one day and said, I'm staying as a postdoc, whether you like it or not. And I'm gonna identify missing receptors. And I thought she was crazy. I gave her 2 years of money and she discovered 2 receptors during that period of time. It was high risk, very high risk. But as you can see, it's very high reward because we've now deorphanized 5 receptors that are important in such variety of syndromes as diabetes, neuroendocrine disease, and many more. So I'll let her say whether she thought she was crazy when she started it or not, too.
Of course I'm crazy. I still am. And what Rick also didn't mention is that I also took all of his money to do those studies as well. I think a really important thing that should be mentioned is that it's, I think, Occam's razor. Does everyone know that? Still the Occam's razor. So basically the simplest answer is often the correct one. And so that's really where all of our strategies come from, is let's break it down into the simplest hypothesis that we can and go in that direction until we can't go anymore. And then we choose a different path. And that's really at the basis of what we do, is we're very logical about it. If it doesn't make sense, we don't do it anymore. But if it's fun, we keep doing it.
Great. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Rick. Any other comments or question? Professor Antunes, I know that you really wish to do some comments. So please.
Samson mentioned about around 85, I think, 85. Well, he turned to Dallas, and in order to see the effect of the ANP on their receptors around all over around the central nervous system. And I would like to make the comment. He said that we finished one work in 15 days because he was slave driver. He was slave driver. he was most of the time that what about the results? I did not that time. What about the results? Okay, that was the first time we published in 1 month. That's right. Thank you.
Some comments? Please?
Yeah, I knew he was only going to be there a few months. We had to get some work out of
Take
him.
advantage of that. Okay, so some more comments. Not, so let me ask Lucilla. 15 minutes. So we will have a coffee break. So 15 minutes from now. So you'll be back at 11? Is that right? Okay. So thank you all for the audience, especially for the speakers. Thank you.
Tudo bem, Cine? Deixa eu te falo então. Alô?
Sabe aquela nota? Onde era a nota?
Alô, gente. Eu só solicitei aqui uma pequena concessão da chefia e toda para eu repassar aquele vídeo que eu tentei passar no começo, que tem um sonzinho no fundo e sumiu o som. Eu estou falando em português, já faço um resuminho, 30 milissegundos em inglês, mas a ideia é que nós temos hoje, no nosso cenário de crianças, jovens, um monte de super-heróis, que a maioria são guerreiros, violentos, matam, quanto mais mata, mais escala, pontos, vai para o universo A, B, C, D e tal. Eu acho que nós temos que destacar o fato de uma pessoa, como o professor Antunes, ser um super-herói da ciência. Aquela história, você conhece ciclista, futebolista? Sim. Cientista? Não. Então, acho que nós temos que fortalecer essa visão do que significa ciência e educação. Esse videozinho é uma homenagem a alguém que gosta dessa interface ciência e arte, onde tem uma pessoa comum e silvestre que vira um super-herói por ser cientista, por ser educador. Então, por favor, prestem atenção. Eu vou distribuir depois esse vídeo e, inclusive, a gente pode fazer as oficinas sobre isso. É um prazer. Sidney, vamos lá? Professor, sua homenagem. In your honor. Tá bom, é basicamente isso. Eu vou colocar no Instagram uma homenagem à ciência e à educação, acima, né, de qualquer suspeito. Obrigado. Professor Margarete.
Good morning. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here today and see so many friends, friends from long time ago, friends we got more recently, but it's very, very, very pleasure to be here celebrating Dr. Antunes, 90 years old. I was telling Dr. Sanson that it's very difficult to express our feelings in another language, in a language that's not our native language. However, as this is the reason for there are speakers from another language and we can understand better English, I will tell some words in English, but after I will see in Portuguese for Dr. Antunes, because I'm sure my feelings are are deep, and I will say in Portuguese at the end. Professor, today we celebrate not only the life of an extraordinary professor and scientist, but also the trajectory of a man who not only shared the knowledge, but also cultivated the deep friendships whose impact transcends the classroom or laboratories. You have always demonstrated a commitment to pursuit of knowledge and promotion of academic science. And I'm honored to have had the opportunity to learn from your example. I carried out my próximo, Sidney, por favor. I carried out part of my doctoral thesis in the laboratory led by Dr. Antunes in the Department of Physiology, when I had the opportunity to have experience in animal research. In my memorial in 2007 for my title of professor in medicine, I wrote, nessa época, tive a oportunidade de conviver com o professor Antunes, um exemplo incondicional de dedicação à vida universitária. Mais tarde, nos diversos atalhos acadêmicos por mim percorridos, que terei a oportunidade de detalhar ao longo desse memorial, tive novamente a oportunidade e a honra de trabalhar com o professor Antunes. A partir de então, surgiu uma relação de admiração, respeito e amizade que cultivamos até hoje. And what were other happy opportunities that I had the honor of working with Professor Antunes? My formal entry as a professor at University of São Paulo was via the Department of Physiology, which I'm very honored to. Thus, I must remember his invaluable help in setting up the molecular biology laboratory alongside endocrine physiology. At that time, together with Professor Antunes, we also prepared my first thematic project as a main research, and I never forgot that, Professor. As well, my second, until I acquired maturity to be coordinator of one. And only I have thanks. Eu só tenho agradecimentos, professor. But you transcend the labels of professor and scientists. Genuine friend, someone who always offered warm and encouraging guidance in times of challenge. See this photo. Several generations bring together learning and friendship in a congress abroad. Professor Antunes has always understood that the learning journey is much more than a unilateral transfer of information. He believed in creating a community of learners with respect, empathy, and collaboration would flourish. Today, we celebrate not only your scientific achievements, but also the friendship we've built with you. Next. May we continue to honor your dedication by pursuing excellence in our own ways, and may your model continue to inspire us and future generations. Professor Antunes, minha mais profunda gratidão e admiração. To continue our celebration, our meeting, I'm honored to have here some friends. After the coffee break, we start the Symposium, Neuroendocrine Regulation of Hydroelectrolytic and Energy Metabolism. The first speaker will be Laura Vivas, and I loved your title, An Incredible Journey with Antunes. I'm sure it was and it will.
Bom dia, everybody. Good morning, and buen dia. Well, it's the first time I brought everything right here because I don't want to cry, okay? Well, for me, first of all, I am very grateful for the invitation. As always, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here, and especially today, because we are honoring Antunes. We are here recognizing his academic and scientific work and highlighting his legacy
of teaching and training new generation of teachers and researchers. In my first part of the talk, I will talk about the Latin American science relationship between Argentina and Brazil, especially Ribeirão Preto. And the second part just mention some of our contributions in the pathway of hydroelectrolyte homeostasis. And it was a really an intelligent, and I always very, very grateful with you. Well, sorry. Can I say that? Okay. Okay. Good. To begin, I would like to share with you a following anecdote that I lived with Antunes on several occasions. Since we started our collaboration over 20 years ago, during conference, he introduced me to the audience like the granddaughter of Bernardo José. It's not true? He always says that. At that time, I was very young and short mind, and said, immediately deny that relationship. I am not, I said to the audience. After quite some time, after several years, I realized that he was talking in symbolic terms. Well, as everybody knows, Bernardo José was the first medicine Nobel Prize in Latin America and in Argentina. Why I said that he was speaking in symbolic terms? The connection Antunes established from the beginning was referred to a profound bond between Bernardo José and Cobian, as you can see in the left, and Oscar Orías in the right. Oscar Orías was the first director of the Carreira Institute when I worked all my life. And Samuel Talesnik and Emma Cheraviglio were my mentors. Really, I am a great granddaughter, not the granddaughter. Well, Antunes not only referred that relationship, but also an ideology that has demonstrated to be a great transcendence in the scientific history of our countries, that José, Cobian, Orías, and Antunes defended and followed. I learned this ideology through him, and I admire that this is the ideology that you teach me, and try to follow also. When the next one, I'm doing too many things here, please. Well, as everybody showed, José, Cobian, Orías, and Antunes defended and continue an ideology that has demonstrated to be a great transcendence for the scientific history of our country. Next one. I am reading the extract of the conference of Bernardo José, the Bernardo José conference. Delivered by Bernardo José in Ribeirão Preto in 1961. The conference is Mission and Responsibility of the Scientific Researcher. As Margaret talked to you just a few minutes ago, I will say that in Spanish, because the words for me in Spanish means a lot. Bernardo José don't know where I put the first one. Yeah. Oh, here. I am done. Importante es el idealismo, o sea, la lucha por un ideal grande de ciencia, de patria, de humanidad. Las grandes realizaciones y adelantos prácticos de hoy fueron un tiempo aspiraciones que parecían sueños, difíciles de materializar, utópicos o imposibles. No se debe olvidar el que tuvo el privilegio de poder instruirse, educarse, desarrollar aptitudes, gracias a las instituciones y los medios que son mantenidos generosamente por el trabajo de todo el país. Tiene el deber de retribuirlo con esfuerzo tenaz e intenso. And regarding the qualities, next one. The qualities the researcher should have, José said. La primera es la vocación auténtica y la profunda que se despierta en contacto con los hechos y con los buenos maestros. Se reconoce por el entusiasmo, la perseverancia. El buen investigador está enamorado de la verdad y dedica toda su vida con pasión a encontrarla y a hacerla triunfar. Un rasgo distintivo del investigador verdadero es su dedicación constante, intensa, a la investigación y a la que consagra todo el tiempo disponible, robándole a otros compromisos. Antunes not only promotes this idea to many young students and researchers in all Brazil, meaning Latin American unity, founded on patriotism, idealism, humanism, but he also executed, carried it forward, and made it tangible in concrete actions to which he dedicated his entire life. Antunes is consistent through his life with this ideology. And besides possessing all the qualities a true researcher should have, he accomplished with a great generosity, warmth, passion. All these virtues can effectively guide his disciples and collaborators. On the other hand, the result of his action, the outcome of that response to this ideology, was not only able to achieve excellent scientific output, but also to form countless group of researchers and support the creation of numerous schools through Brazil. As you can see, Antunes not only promote this ideal to many students and researchers in all Brazil, that means ideas of Latin American unity, founded in patriotism, idealism, humanism, but also is responsible for the development of the majority of the physiology group in all the universities distributed all Brazil. Thank you. Well, now that I have finished telling you about the Latino American pathways shared with Antunes, I want to mention some of the main contributions we made together in the hydroelectrolyte pathway and functioning, and also thanks to the effort of our lab teams. I met Antunes in 2001 during a FESB meeting in Caxambu. As you can see, he was with Samuel Macan, Valeria Retori, Elisa, Marcelo Bata, and his wife. Yeah, I am there. At that moment, he was studying with Samuel McCann the neuroendocrine and physiological response to blood volume expansion, and in particular, the role of the oxytocinergic and serotoninergic system. When he invited me to Kathmandu to give a talk, another anecdote happened. The next one. I was showing at that time my results in sodium depleted animal after they consume sodium salt, and what happened in the brain with the oxytocinergic and serotoninergic system. And as you can see in the supraoptic, I will, in the supraoptic nucleus and in the paraventricular nucleus, after the animal consumes salt, are activated. In this micro photograph, you can see the activation, the neural activation of CFOS in combination with oxytocin. This is an animal that consumes salt, like here, consumes salt, sodium salt after being depleted, sodium depleted. And these are the control animals. As you can see, these cells are not activated comparison with these that are activated after they consume salt, hypertonic sodium solution. Yes?
At this moment, when you did present this data over there in Caxambu, Macan was seated on my side. And he said, José, it fits like a glove with our work. Then she was invited for us to come here to set up the force technique.
You already... Yeah, because I think when the sodium salt enters into the body, produce probably a little bit of blood expansion and the serotoninergic, and because the animal drink more than probably needed, and should excrete to get the equilibrium. So I think the serotoninergic system that induce water and sodium excretion should be active, and the oxytocinergic also, because and the attenuated peptide is released. Yes, Professor, we are agreeing. As always. Well, so I show that results, and also in the serotoninergic system, as you can see here, the activated neurons in the dorsal raphe neurons, in the dorsal raphe nuclei, and in the area postrema that we found is a little group of cells. Well, sorry. Well, after that, we began a productive collaboration that for the next 20 years. 20 years, yes. Yes, thank you. And begin the incredible journey that, thanks to the effort of both work teams. The first 10 years, we mainly studied the involvement of particular neurochemical brain groups, serotoninergic, oxytocinergic, vasopressinergic, catecholaminergic, and in general, the pattern of activated neurons along different areas, lamina terminalis, extended amygdala, hypothalamus, brainstem, after different condition of body regulation. What? As you can read that, the body fluid regulation were blood volume expansion, induced sodium intake, water deprivation, and partial rehydration. And then we analyze the specific connection. That means the dorsal and lateral parabrachial afferent areas activated by blood volume expansion and induced sodium consumption. So the interconnection between these two integrative areas, the lateral parabrachial nucleus, the dorsal raphe nucleus, with the lamina terminalis, OBLT, and median preoptic nucleus, subfornical organ, where are the receptive areas of sodium sensor, angiotensin, etc. And the another integratory areas where the oxytocinergic system is important, and the extended amygdala, bed nucleus, central amygdala, etc. Well, these are the connections that we found after blood volume expansion. As you can see here, the subfornical organ was, no, this is after sodium intake in a sodium depleted animal, projecting directly to the lateral parabrachial. In this case, we are doing immunohistochemistry of a marker of neural activation and fluorogold, that is a marker of pathway, a retrograde marker of pathway. As you can see here, the OBLT projecting to the lateral parabrachial. So are the afferents that project to the lateral parabrachial where we injected fluorogold. So the somas are filled with fluorogold that you can see. No, I don't know if you can see, but it's like little points in the cytoplasmatic area and in the nucleus FOS. So that means that these neurons is activated after sodium consumption and project to the lateral parabrachial nucleus. There in the median preoptic nucleus, again, the central amygdala nucleus, you can see, and the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis. The two are the extended amygdala area. And this is just to tell you another anecdote of our friend Lorival de Luca. I don't know where he is. After in a coffee break, he and after seeing that result, he said, Laura, why with Antunes we try to distinguish the precise role of the oxytocinergic and serotoninergic cells after sodium intake stimulated by sodium depletion? And he got a brilliant idea. He came to Córdoba and did it, and he said, if we sodium deplete the animals, then give the animals isotonic sodium solution to satiate or hypertonic sodium solution and see what happened in the brain. Maybe are both activated in the same way, but was not. The serotoninergic system was activated in the same way in the peritoneal dialysis animals, so sodium depleted, and after they consume sodium salt, hypertonic and or as isotonic sodium salt, they have the same activation. But that's not happening with the oxytocinergic system. As you can see in the supraoptic and the paraventricular, the lateral magnocellular and the medial magnocellular cells, nuclei, where are the oxytocinergic neurons, are activated only after hypertonic sodium chloride solution. So that means the serotoninergic cells are marker of sodium appetite satiation, while the oxytocinergic cells are marker of the entry to the body of hypertonic sodium solution. And of course, both signals are necessary to achieve body fluid homeostasis. You need to know what I am drinking is in hypertonic or isotonic. So you drink more of isotonic, but you need to be when you are satiated. Okay. So I finish saying that the last 10 years, we tried to answer several questions. Was a very, very interesting journey for me and passion in the area of developmental programming of third and sodium appetite. And Andre McCawie, above all, also David Murphy helped with that. And we have several very interesting answers to many questions that we did, but I will not, I don't have to tell you about. And to really finish, I am very grateful to Antunes with such an incredible journey. I am just one example of the people he helped protect and guide in the scientific path. Thank you, Antunes.
Thank you, Laura. Giving continuity to our symposium, it's a pleasure to invite Dr. Hernani Uchoa, previous student from Dr. Antunes' lab, and nowadays he is a professor in Universidade Estadual de Londrina, and he will talk about immunohistochemistry as an important technique used in neuroendocrinology. Hernani, please.
Well, while they are opening the presentation, I'd like to thank their Dr. Lucila and Dr. André for this kind invitation. It's a very huge pleasure, and I'm very glad to be here for this honor to this brilliant guy, for this brilliant person and scientist that's Dr. Antunes. And considering that he is one of the biggest neuroendocrine scientists in the Brazil and also in the world, I cannot, it's important to say about this technique that Dr. Laura started talking, and thank you very much for your introduction. So, Dr. Antunes has built his career always interested in the central nervous system, controlling salt and water appetite, salt and water balance in the body. He started his career using techniques, doing lesions, performing injections of several neurotransmitters, also doing challenges with water and salt depletion or deprivation, also performing blood volume expansion and blood depletion, for example, in hemorrhage. And always he has evaluated both behavior as fluid behavior, fluid intake, excretion, the content of this excretion, and then he was one of the pioneers in establishing the hegemony assay in Brazil, coming from McCann's lab. However, he was always interested in studying the central nervous system. And as Laura very well in her talk, she said, it was important to start more deeply these connections and these pathways in the central nervous system, performing, for example, the immunohistochemistry. And to do this, he had to perform several steps using a slice of the brain. He did this with the great collaboration of Dr. Lucila, Dr. Laura, Dr. Javier Stern, and Dr. Ida. And just to some students that probably you don't know how to perform immunohistochemistry, it's a technique based in using, as the name say, antibodies against a protein that you want to evaluate. And the immunohistochemistry utilizes this antibody to perform a chemical reaction to label this protein. On the other hand, we also have the immunofluorescence, where these antibodies may have a fluorescent molecule to label this protein that you want to evaluate. However, to get this tissue, it's important, for example, after a specific challenge, for example, as Dr. Laura said, sodium depletion or salt overload, to perfuse these animals, to prepare the tissue for these animals, and then to slice the brain in a specific device to get the specific slice of the nuclei that you want to evaluate. However, I'm not here to speak specifically about this technique, but I'm here to say about this technique in the career of Dr. Antunes. But it's important to highlight the immunohistochemistry, just a little piece of this huge career that he has. So Dr. Antunes has been using immunohistochemistry to evaluate the hydromineral challenges as osmotic or volume changes. And to perform this, he used central manipulations of neurotransmitters, isotonic or hypertonic blood volume expansion, or blood depletion as hemorrhage, dehydration, or sodium depletion, and also sodium overload. So these are the models or the challenges that Dr. Antunes has been using to evaluate the central nervous system. And how has Dr. Antunes used immunohistochemistry or immunofluorescence to evaluate this? Determining the areas that are activated by these challenges, for example, phenotyping neurons that are more expressive or that are more activated for these challenges, and also elucidating brain pathways and mechanisms that underlies the changes in the peripheral that he has evaluated together with his students. But when we mean about activation of brain areas, how to determine the brain activation of brain areas? In collaboration of Dr. Laura, Dr. Antunes has established, and also with his student and Dr. Lucila, the FOS protein labeling, the FOS immunohistochemistry in his lab. The FOS protein, Laura, I brought some definition. It's a transcription product of CFOS gene. It's a part of a protein family of activation proteins. It constitutes an indicator of the occurrence of transcription. I mean, every time that the transcription machinery of a cell is recruited by some stimulus, the CFOS protein is expressed, remaining in the nucleus of the cell. Thus, expression of FOS protein means that there was an activation of cell by a specific stimulus. And CFOS has been used preparing the animals, applying the stimulus, and performing the perfusion about 90 or 120 minutes, depending on the stimulus. So now I brought some studies performed by Dr. Antunes' students, and of course, supervised very closely by him. And for example, in this study, they performed several of treatments, central treatments, for example, of cholinergic stimulation, angiotensinergic stimulation, and also osmotic stimulation directly in the third ventricle. And they could see that, for example, these three simulations were able to induce FOS expression in the MNPO, in the PVN, and also in the supraoptic nucleus. And interestingly, going to a mechanismic by which this occurred, they demonstrated that glucocorticoid could abolish this response. So this was one of the first works from Dr. Antunes' lab using CFOS expression to evaluate both the areas that were activated by these three stimuli, and also using glucocorticoid as a modulator of this response. Another challenge that Dr. Antunes has used to evaluate both volume expansion and also osmotic increase was the isotonic or the hypertonic blood volume expansion. And he, with her student, Dr. Sylvia Ruginski, has also phenotyped these neurons that were activated by these challenges. For example, in the supraoptic nucleus, both isotonic and hypertonic blood volume expansion were able to activate oxytocinergic and vasopressinergic neurons, as demonstrated by the double labeled of CFOS, the black labeling the nucleus, and the brown labeling, which represent the phenotype that was evaluated. In this case, oxytocin, in this case, AVP. Continue the tracking for the phenotypes that were activated by such stimuli. Dr. Antunes, in collaboration with Dr. Ida Smith, has also showed that also CRF and CART were activated by both isotonic and hypertonic blood volume expansion. And a lot of works were performed using this model of double labeling CFOS with another neuropeptide, trying to phenotype, and also more than phenotyping the neurons that were activated. These work, they were much more than a neuroanatomical works. They were mechanistic works, which showed how these neurons were modulated. For example, demonstrating the glucocorticoid modulation of this neuron activation, demonstrating the CB1 modulation, estradiol modulation, the participation of LPBL, and also in collaboration with Dr. Laura Vivas, which neurons were activated by this blood volume expansion. However, Dr. Antunes has not stopped in the volume expansion. He went further in collaboration with his student, by that time, Dr. André Mekawi, and they used the technique of the volume depletion of hemorrhage, inducing a hypovolemic shock. And they demonstrated that both oxytocin and also vasopressin were activated by hemorrhage. And more than that, they showed that estradiol was able to potentiate these responses. Again, not only phenotype the neurons that were activated, but again demonstrating a mechanistic pathway by which this occurs. However, going further in another model, Dr. Antunes used the water deprivation model to evaluate how were the neurons by that time. And again, in collaboration with Dr. Silva and Dr. Ida Smith, it has been demonstrated that water deprivation or dehydration was able to induce the activation both of CRF and CART neurons in the PVN and also CART neurons in the supraoptimus. Again, demonstrating that these neuropeptides, that they were not classically involved in this response, they responded to this stimuli. Keeping on in the water deprivation model, Dr. Antunes has again evidenced that estradiol could potentiate the activation of AVP activation, the activation of AVP neurons induced by water deprivation. As we can see, where water deprivation induces CFOS expression in AVP neurons, and that estradiol could potentiate this response, both in the supraoptic nucleus, but also in the PVN. In a nice collaboration with Dr. Javier Stern, and these experiments were performed by a student of Dr. Antunes, Dr. Wagner Hayes. Dr. Antunes and this group demonstrated that there was an enhanced expression of hemoxygenase 1 and carbon monoxide in oxytocin and vasopressin neurons during water deprivation, as we can see here. In water deprivation, we can see that there was an enhancement of hemoxygenase co-expressed with oxytocin and hemoxygenase co-expressed with AVP. This group has also demonstrated the interaction between carbon monoxide and nitric oxide in magnocellular neurons during water deprivation, demonstrating that, again, there is an increase in the expression of hemioxygenase, nitric oxide, and vasopressin in these neurons, and they are colocalized. Now I'd like to thank the audience, but mainly I'd like to thank for you, Dr. Antunes, for the opportunity that not only me, but also all these people that are here and those ones that could not be here had the lucky that I feel myself that was very lucky to have had the opportunity to meet you as a person and to meet you as a scientist. And I totally agree with Dr. Norberto. You are a hero, not only a personal hero, but also a scientific hero, at least for me, but I'm sure that for both, for all of these people that are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hernani. To go on in our symposium, I'd like to invite Laurival Antônio de Lucas Jr., da Unesp, to talk about oldies but goldies, a Brazilian physiological investigation and quasi 100 years of history, neuroendocrine control of body fluid homeostasis.
Thank you, Margarete. I had asked Elisa if I could speak in Portuguese. She said yes, but I realized that I arrived later compared to our collaborators from abroad, so in their honor, I will try to speak in English. Because Portuguese, as I think was Adelina said, and not Laura, I'm not going to try in Spanish or she'll kill me. And because, you know, when you have to express something about your heart, I think it's in the native, well, even in science, it's better in your language, but sometimes you have to try in English. But about your heart, it would be better in Portuguese, but I'll try my best in English. Well, the speakers that came before me, they gave a good context. So what I'm going to speak here, I'm not going to present data. Not that we don't have there in Araraquara. We have plenty of data. By the way, our colleagues from Araraquara said they hello for Professor Antunes, Menani, the Colombares, Deborah and Eduardo, Patricia de Paula, Karina, and Daniel Zocal. They all send their regards to you. The first part of the talk, oldies but goldies, well, I don't have to explain that. Brazilian physiological investigation. I'm speaking about Brazilian physiological investigation that, in my personal experience, of course, that I think an important point for the students, particularly if they are undergraduate students. When I was an undergraduate student in biology, it was in USP also, USP, but it was in São Paulo city, the capital. It was not in the countryside in Ribeirão Preto. And I didn't even know that was a school of medicine here those days. But when I was taking my anatomy and physiology course on human physiology, the professor who was a comparative physiologist, he was teaching about the adrenal. You know, until that point, I never heard any Brazilian who would have contributed to what I was studying. I had to study a lot, physiology, even zoology. Some botanists have good books, but it was botanics. I didn't like it. And physiology, no book. I was not in the medical school, which is as famous as here in Ribeirão Preto. I don't know if the Ribeirão Pretanos will agree on that, but it's a very famous school of medicine in São Paulo city. But I was not a medical student. So for me, there was nothing in Brazil that was contributing to science. For the books I had to read and study and taking grades. Until this professor, he was speaking about adrenals, he said, you know, and there is this Argentinian physiologist, Miguel Rolando Covian, and his pupil, Antunes Rodrigues, who have contributed a lot on this physiology of adrenal gland. Oh, that was very good. Because for a Brazilian, it was good to hear. It was not in the book, but he said that they were important. This was in the early 80s. I got into the school in 1978, so it was in the early 80s. So it was very different. Now we have books written by Brazilian professors. And so Professor Antunes Rodrigues is one of the editors of a great book, okay, on this. So that's very nice. So after I graduated, I went to work in Araraquara with Professor Wilson Saad and Luis Camargo, thanks to Claude Bernard. Amazingly, I read about Claude Bernard in a philosophy course I took in my biology course. And thanks to him, I got this position there. And I had to teach practical lessons in physiology. Yeah, there were days in which we gave practical lessons with real animals, not with dolls, okay? And we learned a lot, okay? That is a big difference. And I also did research, and I heard something that I never heard, and I ought to point out here, that the brain controls sodium excretion. That's amazing. For me, well, if you speak with the renal physiologists, even in the graduate courses, they will speak about it seems that the kidney is the brain for them. I was taught here in this school. Humberto is looking skeptical at me. He's not a renal physiologist, but I think he knows what I mean. The brain controlling sodium excretion. That's an amazing concept. And who brought this to us? Antunes, Rolando Covian, and the group here. That's an amazing concept. We should not forget that. It's not in the textbooks for some reason that I don't understand, at least in most of the textbooks. But that's an amazing concept. But, you know, sodium excretion is not the thing that I wanted to study. I wanted to study something about behavior. That's why I decided not to be a marine biologist and to be a physiologist. When I saw this brain in the pen before an anatomy class, I said, well, I want to understand how this produces behavior. And I took many classes in behavior in the psychology school. I was the only guy who wanted to understand neurons. The psychology students didn't like it. But I enjoyed the teaching there pretty much. And then when I took this assistant position, teaching assistant position with Saadi and Camargo, well, I got this project on sodium excretion and controlling. Okay, it was all right, it was nice. And then I came to do my graduate studies here in Ribeirão Preto with Professor Antunes, with Celso Franci. Again, my master's dissertation was interesting. It was about the brain controlling sodium excretion. I thought it was all about that until I started to realize there was this American, Kurt Richter, who he did a lot of things. One of them was to show that adrenalectomy produced sodium appetite. Well, sodium appetite sounded to me like, well, you intake sodium, you output sodium. It's not exactly behavior. It is, okay? That's why I'm bringing this here, and I bring this the paper there, which inspired me. So I went, wow, so it's behavior. Intake is behavior. All right? So I went to Professor Antunes Rodrigues. I got my master's, now I want to do my doctorate. And there was this pressure coming from inside home, telling that I should go abroad. I said, no, I'm going to not, if you go to do a PhD abroad, you have to study, you have to take classes. I'm fed up with that. But then came this sandwich fellowship. I'm probably one of the first guys in Brazil who got this kind of fellowship. And then I went to Professor Antunes and said, oh, you know, there is Alan Epstein that I used to read when I was in undergrad school. The psychologists didn't like him, but I liked it a lot because he brought behavior and brain and things. Professor Antunes agreed with me going there. So I went to have this fellowship with Alan Epstein. His name is not there, but that's completely all right because Wilson Saad had worked with Alan Epstein, and Alan Epstein spoke highly of Professor Covian, who take a sabbatical at Kurt Richter's laboratory. So we were out connected some way. What's my conclusion from this? The conclusion is this about behavior. What have I learned? I learned that you can edit books, journals on neural networks, artificial intelligence. you can make a very nice theoretical connections, but if you don't have body fluid, this will be always artificial. Neurons and glia, they work in, quote, in a sea. They do not work in the air. So until whereas we don't put this into the context, artificial intelligence will be always artificial. The robots will not be human beings or alive, because their connections do not live in the body fluids, right? So that's one of the messages that, if it makes any sense, I'd like to speak about my conclusion about this. And finally, Professor Antunes, well, mentor, collaborator, okay? Collaborator, scientific collaborator. Friend, what does that mean? It means that I can fight with him in the laboratory, with the colleagues in the laboratory, and then we go to take a beer. But friend means more than that. I can do the same thing at his house with Elisa and the kids. That's complete experience, all right? That's complete scientific experience. Well, okay, he calls me friend, but he also tells me that I am polemical, controversial. So I'm not in the position of Professor Ari to change the title, but I ascended the challenge here. 90 years in life, well, no discussion about that. I didn't see his record, so I will believe on that. But as a scientist, I dare saying that he has more than 70 years in life. Because science is not just the method. It's not what you learn when you go into the school. I wonder why he became a scientist. Okay? He tells us, he's probably going to, I'm not spoiling anything because he tells everybody. Marcelo is here, already advanced a little bit. Professor Antunes always says, oh, I went to the medical school, I wanted to be a neurosurgeon. He has all the qualities to be a neurosurgeon. He's bright, energetic, kind. If you're a medical doctor, you have to be kind. He's brilliant, and he's great in surgery. Not only when Marcelo and I were graduates, until 2 weeks ago. He was doing, I came here, well, we're setting up the lab for Professor Antunes is going to do the surgery and teach the students. So, and he says that was because Timo Yaria told him, well, if you want to learn physiology, come to the lab and with Miguel Rolando Covian. And then there is all the inspiration from Cesar, from Professor Covian, and then Professor, what is in my mind is, well, then Professor Antunes decided to be a scientist. No, there's something that comes before. And I didn't plan this with him. I'm challenging him to tell us in the afternoon why he became a scientist. It was not 70 years. There's something before, I don't know, in the Araguaia bank rivers that you're having an epiphany, whatever. Something changing him from be a great surgeon, neurosurgeon, to be a great scientist. Something. Of course, but it was before he got into the school. I'm sure of that. So, thank you very much, Professor Elisa. Where is Lucila there? Thank you. And André for organizing this and be with, well, scientific family, but family is much more than science, and thank you again.
Thank you, Lorival. Very interesting. I agree with you. The curiosity is was born with Dr. Antunes. That's the reason from he was born as a scientist. I'd like to finish our symposium this morning asking for Dr. Susanna Konuk, who will talk about lipid metabolism and of dehydrated Western rats is influenced by age and sex. Okay.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. It's nice to meet you again. First, I'd like to say thank you to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this symposium in honor to lovely Professor Antunes. My presentation has the title Lipid Metabolism of Dehydrated Western Rats is Influenced by Age and Sex. Aging is associated with decrease in thirst sensation that could produce hyperosmolarity and dehydration that alter energetic metabolism. It's known that energy metabolism shows different sexual dimorphism in animals and humans. So we have the objective. Our objective was to determine the effect of dehydration in the lipid metabolism of all male and female rats. For this research, we used male and female wizard rats of 3 and 18 months age. These animals was divided in two groups, control group and water deprivation group that have 48 hours without water. Also, at that time, they are sacrificed, and we made the plasmatic measure of glycemia, HDL cholesterol, total cholesterol, triglycerides, palmitic acid, and glycerol. Also, we made the hormonal quantification of oxytocin, leptin, adiponectin, insulin, corticosterone, prolactin, thyroid stimulating hormones, and 3-iodothyronine, T3. Finally, we determined the relative expression of oxytocin receptor, PEPARA, aquaporin 7, mRNA in retroperitoneal white adipose tissue. In this table, we show the weight of retroperitoneal tissue, and we found some interesting facts. That was that 18 months old rats that was submitted to water deprivation show lower weight of retroperitoneal white adipose tissue than 18 months old control rats. That differences were not observed in the 3 months old male rats and in the females, both 3 months and 18 months rats. In males, glycemia in the 3 months old rats submitted to water deprivation was lower than respective control. The high-density lipoprotein cholesterol plasma concentration was higher in the 3 months old rats than respective control. Total cholesterol was higher in the 18 months old control group than 3-month control group and 18 months old water deprivation group. Triglyceride plasma concentration was higher in control rats than water deprivation rats and 18 months old rats than 3 months old rats. Palmitic acid plasma concentration was higher in the 18 months old control male than 3 months old control males and 18 months old water deprivation male. The male did not exhibit differences in the glycerol levels. The oxytocin plasma level was higher in water deprivation males than respective control. Leptin plasma level were higher in 18 months old control rats than 3-month old control rats. Adiponectin plasma level was higher in the 18 months old rats than 3 months old rats. Insulin was higher in the control 3 months old rats than in the water deprivation group. Corticosterone plasma level was lower in the 3 months old rats than in the control 18 months old rats and that 3 months old rat submitted to water deprivation. No differences were observed in prolactin plasma concentration. TSH was higher in the 3 months old control group than water deprivation group, and T3 were higher in the 18 months old water deprivation rats than respective control and 3 months old water deprivation rats. In females, glycemia was higher in the 3 months old control group than 3 months old water deprivation group and 18 months old control group. Cholesterol HDL was higher in the 3 months old water deprivation rats than 3 months old control rats. No difference was observed in the total cholesterol. Triglyceride plasma level was lower in the 3 months old cultivation rats than 3 months old control rats and 18 months old cultivation rats. Palmitic acid plasma level was higher in the 18 months old wild deprivation rats than 18 months old control rats and 3 months old water deprivation rats. Glycerol plasma was higher in the rats submitted to water deprivation than respective control rats. Oxytocin plasma level was higher in the 3 months old water deprivation rats than 3 months old control rats. Leptin plasma level was higher in the 18 months control rats than 3 months control rats. Adiponectin was lower in the 3 months old water deprivation rat than 3 months old control rats and 18 months old water deprivation rats. Also, 18 months old rats 18 months old control rats had lower plasma adiponectin plasma concentration than 18 months old water deprivation rats. Insulin plasma level was higher in the 3 months old control rats than 3 months old water deprivation rats and 18 months old control rats. Corticosterone plasma level was lower in the 3 months old control rats than 3 months old water deprivation rats and 18 months old control rats. Prolactin plasma level was higher in the 18 months old rats than respective 3 months old rats. TSH was plasma level was lower in the 18 months old water deprivation rats than 18 months old control rats and 3 months old water deprivation rats. T3 plasma level was lower in the 3 months old water deprivation rats than 18 months old water deprivation rats. With respect about sex differences on water deprivation group, all 18 months old females show higher palmitic acid and glycerol plasma concentration than 18 months old males. Adiponectin plasma concentration was higher in the 18 months old female than 18 months old male rats. both 3 months and 18 months old females had higher corticosterone plasma concentration than respective male. Plasma concentration of prolactin was lower in the 3 months old female than in the 3 months old male. TSH plasma concentration was higher in the 3 months old female than 3 months old male. T3 plasma concentration was lower in the females than respective males. In conclusion, our results show that water deprivation and aging alter the energy metabolism of rat adipose tissue. Sex is a very important factor to consider, since significant differences were observed according to sex of the animal. This is an area that still requires expensive research because it has more new mechanisms to be deciphered. Good afternoon, Professor Antunes, Professor Lucila, the technical staff, the laboratory staff, and the sponsors, CAPES, NPK, FAPESP. Thank you very much. Professor Antunes, muito obrigada. Eu agradeço de todo o coração e fiquei muito grata pelo tempo que eu estive lá no seu laboratório. Fico grata por tempo que você deu para a gente, por ter aberto o laboratório para mim, e não só o laboratório, senão também a sua casa. Deus abençoe grandemente, muito obrigada por tudo, e parabéns por seu aniversário, e por esta grande comemoração. Deus abençoe.
It's 12:55. Do you have a few minutes for questions? Yes, so please. Laura, are you listening? Otherwise, you can come to the microphone. I think it's better to come to the microphone.
Okay.
So you ask again. Otherwise,
I want to. It's a difficult question.
It's a difficult question.
Yes.
I will make it again. So I want you both to comment about what's your impression and how you interpret Antunes' vision of mixed life and science. So how do you see it? What you learn from him?
Well, I think one of the most important things in science is not just the paper we got, that in science is just some paragraph that you contribute to the progress of the science. It's not this the important thing. To be a mentor is the important thing, because you potentiate the life of many people. You potentiate the, like Antunes did it, because he has more than 400 disciples. So that's, I think this is the most important thing in the life of any person, the transcendence. He transcends the individual doing that, because the real progress of a country is the work of many, many, many people together. And he got that. For me, he's my hero.
Dorival, come to the microphone to say something.
You asked how we see Professor Antunes mixing science and life. Is that the question? Well, independently from Professor Antunes, the question is hard, because I don't see, for me, science as separate from my life. So if I don't see that from me, I'm not sure if I can speak about him. That's a hard, I'm not sure if, well, yeah, for me, it's not separate. And doesn't look like from him, for him either. You know, I think there is this convention, profession is professional, life at home is life at home. It's a kind of a convention. I used to see it that way. Okay, yes, I think I learned something from him. It took hard for me in that way, particularly for me, because I'm very different from my perspective from him. But now I can see that I have something similar. It took a while until we could say we are friends. That doesn't mean, well, that's you grow up. I grew up. I grew up on this. So when I see that I can go to their home and as I said, I can fight with his kids on issues, and then we still be friends and having beer, it's the same outside. It's about growing up. For me, science is not just a way to making money or my living. It's a way to looking at the world and learn about it. So in that way, of course, we can learn in him. We mentioned, sorry. Yeah, maybe you can use this one. Sorry, you can use that one then, and I can have this.
Simple question is just a funny thing. Where you can help me? Where you can put in the lattice the generosity, the good thing that you do for people?
Sorry, I'm not here well.
Where in the latex, the CV, we can put the generosity and the good thing that we.
Well, you're not speaking about CNPq lattice, because that thing doesn't mean anything for me. I try to skip CV lattice because it's a format that the agency makes us to do, the state makes us do. In that way, it seems that the Americans and perhaps the British, they can do their own CV the way they want to do, because of course it's personal. Even if you put the same thing, I put the same thing you do, but the way we construct it and that's different. And of course, the CV, yes, I believe you can say that, but not with the CV lattice. That's too muita estatização, what we do in Brazil in terms of CV lattice. And it's interesting that you asked this, but You cannot see the people, of course. Yeah. Thank you for the question. And thank you, Professor Antunes, for me to having you to speak about this.
Just two words. I think Antunes didn't realize that he is imprinting us. I don't know if you understand. That's why I was talking about the ideology, the philosophy. That he is an example. And without notice, we absorb that and follow that. You are imprinting us with the, with yes, with all these virtues that his virtues, generosity, and also passion and loving the truth of science. That's, I think, is very important.
Any other question? Yes, please.
Yes, I think my comment is exactly the repetition what I did in my short presentation. I'm with huge honor the chairman of the physiology department. 43 years ago, I came here, begin my master's degree. You are my professor. After 43 years, you still are my professor. We are a human being, so I just want to remark that. We are human, limited human beings. Poor human beings, small human beings. But if we look at the humanity as a whole, how many of the people in the billions of inhabitants of the world did primary school? So how many of us are those in the billions of people in the humanity? So the size of the thing we're celebrating today is huge. But at the same time, you don't know or you don't recognize them. As you see Vilat's example, I think is fine. Because you are measuring basically the scores, the age factor, and something else that is beyond whatever we need as human beings. Medical doctors, biologists, engineers, technicians, whatever. So I think we are celebrating life of human beings. You are one of those big ones.
Thank you. We have to finish. We have lunch and we come back later, 2:00 p.m. And it was an exciting morning. Thank you very much for everybody. Have a seat. He wants to say some words for you.
Olha, o que eu tenho que dizer aqui, não vou, já em português é difícil, mas em inglês. Então, vou falar na nossa língua mesmo. E, o que acontece, esse evento está acontecendo hoje por causa da decisão de um homem que teve 5 meses de escola. Se ele não tivesse tomado essa decisão, esse evento não estaria acontecendo. Isso há 84 anos atrás. O nosso pai tinha uma fazenda em Mato Grosso. Durante uma comemoração de um filho desse fazendeiro, o nosso pai foi convidado a participar da festa. E durante essa festa, no final ali, o pai orgulhoso, o fazendeiro orgulhoso lá do filho, mandou trazer o presente do filho, completava 18 anos. Esse filho foi presenteado com um coldre, um cinturão, um coldre, de todo prateado, com cabo de madrepérola, e o filho recebeu aquilo ali com o maior orgulho, e aí, comemorando lá. Nosso pai, com 5 meses de escola, foi para casa e à noite ficou pensando, poxa, é isso que eu quero dar para o meu filho? Nessa época só eram 3 irmãos. Se o meu pai não tivesse tomado essa decisão, se ele tivesse permanecido lá, eu não estaria aqui. Porque eu não existiria. O espaço-tempo seria outro, né? E aí, esse nosso pai chegou à conclusão seguinte: eu não quero dar um revólver para o meu filho quando ele completar 18 anos. Eu quero dar para ele uma caneta de ouro. E, baseado nisso, ele vendeu as suas terras, pôs tudo em cima do caminhão, e naquela época, Curitiba estava sendo desenvolvida, e ali ele falou, é um polo onde vai ter desenvolvimento. Eu vou levar a minha família para lá. Passando por Goiânia, ele viu aquela nova construção de Goiânia ali. Aí, o que vai ser aqui? Isso vai ser a capital do estado de Goiás. Vai ser Goiânia, capital do estado de Goiás. Essa decisão dele ali, ele podia ter continuado para Curitiba. Se ele tivesse continuado, a gente não estaria aqui também. Como ele decidiu ficar em Goiânia, o espaço-tempo foi mudado e nós estamos aqui nesse momento. Certo? Isso é que eu queria dizer, que essa homenagem que nós estamos fazendo aqui hoje, ele, graças ao Manuel Antunes de Souza, meu pai, nosso pai, que tinha uma visão, apesar de 5 meses de escola, tinha uma visão muito grande com respeito ao futuro. E esse futuro foi mudado por causa da decisão de um homem. Vamos dizer.
Dizem que na vida a gente tem alguns acasos, né? Esse é um feliz acaso, realmente, que nos traz aqui hoje. E com essas lindas palavras, em homenagem ao pai de vocês, nós encerramos, então, essa manhã super legal, muito tocante, em sua homenagem, professor. Muito obrigada por tudo, grande admiração.
Boa história dele.
Prepara, prepara. Hi, hello everyone. Good afternoon. So we are going to the second part of our symposium in honor of Professor José Antunes Rodrigues. And this module is the endocrine regulation from genes to systems. And I was allowed to say some words before starting with the speaker. And so today we are celebrating the 90th year birthday of Professor Antunes in recognition to his remarkable contribution to science and higher education. But at this moment, next please, I would like to go back 20 years ago in 2003. 2003, I was hired at the Department of Physiology to work together with Professor Antunes, as you can see there. In 2003, Professor Antunes has officially retired. And thereafter, because he has no administrative obligation, he could dedicate exclusively to teaching and research. And he was, thereafter, after his retirement, we can follow his career, and we can say, as many people has already said here, he has a very fruitful career even after his retirement, because he has no administrative obligation. So we can see many projects that he was coordinated from FAPESP, from CNPq, and also from British Council. And he had many, after his retirement, he had many supervision of students, many publications, so we can follow his very fruitful career, even after his retirement 20 years ago. He was, next please. He was, no, back. Mais volto para trás. He was always very keen to elucidate the neural pathways and molecular base of neuroendocrine control of hydromineral balance. With Professor Margarete de Castro, he started to use molecular biology technique in association to the several very established methods. And with Professor Margarete de Castro, he started the use of molecular biology techniques in the field of basic neuroendocrinology. And Professor Antunes always pushed us to investigate the genes, the neuronal pathway, the molecular signaling, and he was always waiting for these new results. So we are so grateful to all this support from Professor Antunes since I started to work with him in his laboratory. Next, please. Professor, as you can see here, Professor Antunes loved to stay close to the bench and perform especially surgical procedures, and he was always waiting for fresh results. And with Professor Antunes, we have many opportunities here to work with him in the bench, to carry on discussion of our results. And we can see here through his eyes, he could see the media eminence, and he always share what he's looking at the microscope. But I can say that through his eyes, beside this experimental aspect, he also could see the mood of the person. He was able to detect when one is unhappy, when one is happy, and he was always kind to say some words to share the happiness and to share if if he can find that we are sad. So this is what we can learn with him. And with Professor Antunes next, please. He was always surrounded by the students, many students, and there is a competition to take picture with him in the lab, in his office. So you can see this is just a sample of people that work with him. And also myself, I had many opportunities to go to several meetings, and also to visit other place beside the scientific congress. So I'm very, very grateful. I have to say that I have learned a lot with Professor Antunes. Of course, I have many things about science, about the basic neuroendocrinology, but more specifically, we learn a lot about how to be a human being, how to be generous, how to help people. And we, along with these 20 years, I can say that I have learned a lot. So thank you very much, Professor Antunes. Acho que agora é o próximo, né? Isso. So this module now is about the genes and system, and I would like to call the first speaker. Speaker is Professor David Murphy, who is Professor of Experimental Medicine at Bristol Medical School, and he is the leader of Molecular Neuroendocrinology Research Group. He coordinated with Professor Antunes a joint project funded by FAPESP and BBSRC, and I think he's going to mention something in his talk. So please, Professor.
Well, thank you very much, Lucilla. I'd just like to thank Lucilla, Elisa, and Andre for organizing this remarkable meeting. It is indeed for me a great pleasure and a great privilege to be here, and I'm very grateful to have been invited. So I'm going to talk about some of the work that Professor Antunes and my group, Professor Antunes' group and my group have done over the past 10, 12 years. And we've heard a lot today about the remarkable contributions that Professor Antunes has made to our understanding of how the hypothalamus integrates homeostatic mechanisms, particularly in relation to hydromineral balance. And you'd think at around the age of 80, most human beings around the age of 80 would look at their achievements and say, well, you know, I'm going to rest on my laurels. I'm just going to relax and enjoy the time with my family and my friends. But no, Professor Antunes at that time suddenly became interested in genes, as Lucilla said. And we were very lucky that he decided that as part of this interest in genes, he would collaborate with my group in Bristol. And here's Mike, and here's Minqua, and here's Charlie, all of whom have enjoyed their times in Brazil. And we were also very lucky that we were able to obtain funding from FAPESP and the BBSRC under the joint UK-Brazil scheme. And so this not only allowed us to do some, I think, pretty good research and publish lots of papers, but it also enabled the exchange of large numbers of PhD students and postdocs between Bristol and Ribeirão Preto. And let's be honest, we've had a blast. We've had a great time, usually involving trips to places that serve beer. And so here we are. Here's Professor Andrew. This is my daughter, who also has benefited hugely from this exchange, because she's been to Ribeirão Preto twice. Firstly, she spent nearly a month in a Brazilian school when she was quite young, about 12 years old. And as you will see later on, she spent time in the Antunes laboratory learning about science, which helped her get into medical school. So she's very grateful to you as well, Professor. So just some pictures of us all together. You'll recognize a lot of familiar faces in these pictures. This is the World Congress of Neurohypophyseal Systems that was held in Bristol in 2013. Here's Mike. Here's Hal Gaynor, who we were talking about yesterday. Rick, yeah. Various exchanges between Bristol and Ribeirão Preto. This is the World Congress again. Here's Fernanda, Marcia, Juliana, with Charlie. This is my daughter, much taller by this time, who spent time in the lab. Here we are, I think, in Mexico. And again, familiar faces. So anyway, we decided to study genes in the context of the hypothalamus neurohypophyseal system. And we wanted to understand the pyramid of complexity of gene expression that control the activity of the supraoptic nucleus and the hypothalamus neurohypophyseal system. What do I mean by this pyramid of complexity? Well, we now know from the sequencing of various genomes that actually a relatively small number of protein coding genes results in the complexity that is the mammalian organism. So as a consequence of the transcription of this rather small number of genes, we have a transcriptome of maybe 100,000 plus messenger RNAs that are produced as a result of mechanisms such as RNA editing and RNA splicing. This transcriptome is transcribed into the proteome that maybe consists of about a million different proteins, all of which are subject to post-translational events such as phosphorylation. And it's these proteins that are essentially responsible for the physiological function. And on top of all this, we now know that there are millions of non-coding RNAs made by the genome that exert regulatory effects throughout this pyramid of complexity. And we wanted to understand this pyramid, as I say, in the context of supraoptic nucleus function. Now, I like to use the Iron Man analogy, which is not original. It's actually Charlie Hindmarch's analogy. You know, if you think of the Iron Man movies, everybody thinks about Robert Downey, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Jeff Bridges. They get all the attention. They're in the newspapers. They're the celebrities. But in fact, if you go to the Internet Movie Database and look at all of the people involved in the making of the Iron Man movies, you find that as well as, you know, the stars, there's a total cast of 95 actors. And then there's an additional 1,825 credited support staff. These are the script writers, the set producers, all of the people that get credit. In addition, there's uncredited support, the person who makes the tea, the person who cleans the studios. Thousands of people are involved in making of Iron Man, but only the stars get the attention. And we think that that's the same in the supraoptic nucleus. We all focus on vasopressin, oxytocin, dynorphin. But we were interested in all of the other characters, all of the other support genes that are involved in SON function. So we wanted to understand, using transcriptomics and proteomics, all of the genes, not just the stars, okay? Now, not only did we want to understand that in the context of the basal supraoptic nucleus, we wanted to understand physiological transitions. We wanted to understand the transcriptomic basis of function-related plasticity. So how does this pyramid change as a consequence of physiological cues, like dehydration, like salt loading, lactation, aging, and interestingly, general anesthetics? I'll talk a little bit about that if I have time at the end. And we looked in a number of model species, the rat, the mouse, the camel, and also the lesser Egyptian jerboa, which is a desert-adapted rodent. But today, I only have time to talk about rats, and I'm going to talk a little bit about dehydration, and if I have time, as I said, general anesthetics. So this is what we knew about in the year 2000. We knew that as a consequence of dehydration in the supraoptic nucleus, the expression of the vasopressin gene was increased. There's a depletion of vasopressin from pituitary stores, and there's a need to make more vasopressin. So we knew from a nuclear run-on assay that the increase in vasopressin expression started with an increase in transcription. And that results in an increase in the amount of the vasopressin precursor RNA. This is qPCR, looking at dehydration and salt load. I think that this is in the SON, there's this nice robust increase. And there's an increase in the mature RNA. In addition, we see this increase in the size of the vasopressin RNA. And that's due to an increase in the length of the 3' poly-A tail of the vasopressin RNA. So we knew all of these things were going on, but we didn't really know much about how this was controlled, how this was regulated. There was an indication that cytokine P pathways may be involved. Hal Gainer did some work on that. And in addition, there was an indication that glucocorticoids might be involved in the regulation of the vasopressin gene. But beyond that, we didn't know anything. And we didn't know anything for a long time. But what we did, first using Affymetrix microarrays, then more recently using Illumina bulk RNA sequencing, we described the entire transcriptome of the supraoptic nucleus, and we described how it changed with dehydration. Okay? So we now know that if we do principal component analysis, here we're looking at control samples, here we're looking at dehydrated samples. You can see this clear distinction between the samples. They group very clearly and distinctly. And this variation is due to the upregulation of a relatively small number of genes compared to the total number of genes. 1,323 genes are upregulated, 924 genes are downregulated. Most genes, 19,912, don't change with dehydration. And we're able to take these genes and we're able to find out what they do. There's a whole lot of transcription factors, enzymes, GPCRs, catalytic receptors. I'd like to point out that we only have good annotations for about 2,000 genes. So for the vast majority of the changes that are going on, we don't know what they're doing, okay? And that is a problem. Anyway, as a consequence of the transcriptome analysis, we were able to identify good candidates for the regulation of those effects that I described earlier, the increase in the transcription of the vasopressin gene, as well as the increase in the length of the poly-A tail. And so to cut a very long story short, because this is all published, and Professor Antunes is a co-author on many of these papers, is that we now know that the transcription factor, one of the transcription factors, I should say, regulating the vasopressin gene during the dehydration process is a transcription factor called CREB3L1. This is an ER resident protein, and upon dehydration, there's cleavage at the level of the Golgi, and the N-terminal fragment, which is transcriptionally active, will enter the nucleus and drive the expression of vasopressin through a cyclic AMP response element. So cyclic AMP is involved in the regulation of CREB3L1, but it's not direct. And we showed that it's an indirect process whereby another transcription factor called NR4A1 drives the expression of CREB3L1, and the NR4A1 gene is itself driven by the expression of CREB, which is regulated by the cyclic AMP pathway. So there's an indirect regulation by CREB of the vasopressin gene. In terms of glucocorticoid regulation, we identified RASD1, which is a member of the RAS superfamily, as being involved in the inhibition of this pathway. So RASD1 interacts with adenylyl cyclase and inhibits the generation of cyclic AMP, and hence this cyclic AMP pathway. CREB3L1 is not the only factor involved. And one of the other factors that is involved is a gene called GOT1. GOT1 stands for gonadotropin-inducible ovarian transcription factor 1. As far as we know, it doesn't function as a protein transcription factor. More likely, it is a non-coding nuclear regulatory RNA. I don't have time to talk about that data, but it certainly affects the expression of the vasopressin gene. I think maybe Andre will talk a little bit more about it later on. In terms of the change in the poly-A tail, we identified an RNA binding protein called caprin-2 as being responsible for this. It binds to the vasopressin RNA and modulates the length of the poly-A tail. And as Andre will certainly mention, caprin-2 is a very robust key marker for the magnocellular neuron phenotype. Okay, very quickly, we know that some of these genes have profound physiological effects. I'm just going to show you data for GOT1 and RASD1. If we knock them down specifically in the SON and the PVN, and subject these animals to salt loading, we can see that if we knock down G1 in red, they refuse to drink salt. Whereas if we knock down RAS-D1, this time using a dominant negative, they can't get enough of the stuff. They drink vast amounts of salt. We really don't understand how this is going on, and this is hopefully will be the subject of studies in future years. Okay, so that's the transcriptome. I'm now going to move on quickly to the proteome, which is, you know, the group of molecules that are responsible for the physiological function. So what we did is to carry out mass spec-based proteomic and phosphoproteomic analysis of the SON somatodendritic region as well as the axonal region, again to identify novel magnocellular neuron regulators. So what we did is to dehydrate rats. We obtained the SON by punching and microdissection of the neurointermediate lobe, extracted protein, and did mass spec analysis. And we identified in the SON and in the NAIL a large number of proteins that are either up or down regulated, as well as a large number of phosphorylation events that are either up or down regulated. And you can see the overlap here. I'm not going to go through all of the detail, as it's all published. Suffice to say that if we compare the proteomes and the phosphoproteomes of the somatodendritic region and the axonal region, if we compare the transcriptome to the proteome, we can come up with certain conclusions. For example, we can identify proteins within the SON that are not actually made in the SON. And the supposition is that they are actually released into the SON from inputs from other brain regions. And we've identified some peptides that may be doing this. So we've identified changes in phosphorylation events that might mediate cytoskeletal remodeling, alter neuronal nitric oxide synthase activity, both in the SON and down in the posterior pituitary. And we've gone on to look at comparing phosphorylation events to proteome level. So here we're comparing changes in phosphorylation events in the neurointermediate lobe with changes in the SON proteome. And you can see that there's a correlation between the amount of phosphorylation in the NIL and the amount of the protein being made in the SON. So there's an increase in the amount of protein in the SON, and that protein is more phosphorylated in the neurointermediate lobe. If we then compare changes in the proteome of the NIL with changes in phosphorylation in the NIL, we see a different effect. We see the amount of protein is going down, but the amount of phosphorylation is going up. And some of these proteins are old friends. They're actually the stars of the show. They're vasopressin, they're prodynorphin, they're oxytocin. So what seems to be going on is that there's a correlation, what we think is going on. So there's no phosphorylation here with vasopressin, oxytocin, dynorphin in the SON, but we see that these proteins are actually phosphorylated in the neurointermediate lobe. And we hypothesize that these phosphorylation events have got something to do with the control of either processing of the prepropeptides or the secretion of the prepropeptides. So this is very recent work. This is very preliminary work carried out in the last few months, actually. What we've done is to test these hypotheses by setting up two novel assays. Firstly, we developed a new secretion assay, whereby we fused the oxytocin precursor with Gaussian luciferase, transfected this construct into ATT20 pituitary cells, and we can measure as a surrogate, for secretion, the amount of Gaussian luciferase. And this is a very sensitive assay. It's equivalent to ELISA, if not better. Okay, so we can measure secretion, and we also set up a bioassay for processed oxytocin, because we wanted to know how much of the stuff that is secreted is actually being processed into the fully mature bioactive peptide. So what we did is to produce this bioassay. We transfect oxytocin receptor along with a reporter, which is the NFAT promoter driving luciferase. This oxytocin receptor will only bind to biologically active oxytocin. It will activate the signal cascade, which will activate the NFAT promoter. We measure the luciferase, okay? And this is just a dose response curve showing that it's extremely sensitive and has a nice response, dose response. So I'm going to show you the results, and I'm not going to come to any conclusions whatsoever because it's far too soon. But what we did is to look at all of the phosphorylation sites in oxytocin and vasopressin, but I'm just going to talk about oxytocin. And we changed this is what a phosphoserine residue looks like. And we changed each of these residues either to aspartic acid, which is a phosphomimetic. It acts as if it has a phosphorylation site, or an alanine residue, which cannot be phosphorylated. All right? So we transfect these constructs into cells, and first we measure secretion, shown here. This is the level of secretion of the wild type. And then we measure the amount, we use the bioassay to look at the amount of biologically active oxytocin. And we see a very complex pattern. So if we look here, we see that with this residue, serine residue of 56, we don't see much change in secretion, but we see very pronounced changes in the level of biologically active peptide. With this residue here, T69, we see reduced secretion, but we also see reduced levels of the processed peptide. We don't know whether this is simply because there's less secretion or there's other things going on. With this T69, we see a funny effect going on, which we don't understand. Here's wild-type oxytocin in red, nicely distributed throughout the cell. With both of these mutants, the alanine and the aspartic acid residue, we see these accumulations, beautiful accumulations actually, in the nucleus. We don't know what is going on here. It gets even more complicated. If we look at the T69 mutation, this is the aspartic acid mutation. This is the alanine mutation. This is the wild-type oxytocin. This is probed with an antibody that recognizes neurophysin, part of the precursor. We see that the alanine has the same size. The aspartic acid doesn't seem to be processed. We see this bigger size. It's very complicated. We don't know at what point, at this point, what's going on. We've also looked at what kinases might be responsible for this. This is, again, very preliminary. We looked at our proteomic data and found secretory kinases that are expressed in the neurohypothesis. And we tested these by transfection into cells along with our constructs. And we find that FAM20C, this secretory kinase, is able to inhibit secretion in our transfection model. So by looking at the phosphoproteome, I think we've opened a can of worms. We really, at this point, don't know what's going on. But I think it does illustrate the importance of phosphorylation events in the regulation, the physiological regulation of this system. Okay, I'm very briefly now going to talk about general anesthetics and the supraoptic nucleus. So some years ago, there was a paper published in Neuron by Jiang Ji and colleagues. What they did was to treat mice with a whole range of different general anesthetics. And they found that they looked for FOS expression throughout the brain. And they found that in most of the brain, FOS was not expressed. Most of the brain goes to sleep, as you'd expect. However, one part of the brain was lit up, was activated as a consequence of general anesthetics, a whole range of general anesthetics. And that part of the brain was the supraoptic nucleus, which was something of a surprise. And we and others have now repeated this. So this is data from my postdoc, who's now sadly no longer with us. She's back in Spain, Soledad Barres Lopez. And what she did was to show in rats treated with isoflurane that we see the same thing. We see this upregulation of FOS in white, specifically in vasopressin neurons, not so much in oxytocin neurons. So general anesthetics activate vasopressin magnocellular neurons. This has certain implications. Oh, sorry, I want to mention as well that Jiang Ji and colleagues show that opto and chemogenetic manipulation of SOM magnocellular cells alters the depth and duration of general anesthesia, but also slow wave sleep. So this has certain implications. It has certain practical implications in terms of what we've been doing to animals over years for our studies. Because when we do immunocytochemistry, we generally give the animals terminal anesthesia. What's that doing to our results in the SOM? Similarly, a lot of physiological recordings have been carried out in animals under general anesthesia. We have to just critically look at these data in the light of these recent findings. It also suggests that maybe the SON is involved in general anesthesia and sleep, which I think is quite interesting. So what we did, and again, this is Soledad's work, what we did is to expose rats to isoflurane for 15 minutes. We punched a part of the cortex, the cingulate cortex, and we punched the SON and we dissected the NIL, and we subjected these protein extracts to phosphoproteomics. And we found an interesting result. We found after 15 minutes, only 15 minutes, quite robust changes in phosphorylation in the SON and in the cortex, but nothing in the neurointermediate lobe, absolutely nothing. And if we compare the phosphorylation events in the SON and the cortex, there's some overlap, but not much. And much more is going on in the supraoptic nucleus. We've looked at some of these proteins. This is actually CAM kinase 2A. This is a control animal. This is an isoflurane-treated animal. And you can see that we validated this increase in phosphorylation at threonine residue 286, which is this one here. And this is interesting because there is a literature on the involvement of CAM kinase 2A in sleep, but no one's ever looked at it in the context of the supraoptic nucleus. And this is something that we'd very much like to follow up in the future. Okay, so I'm coming to an end now. I've talked about how we've looked at these physiological transitions, particularly dehydration, but we've been looking at the whole SON. Yeah, every cell, all mixed up, all mashed together. That's not how life is. And we know this from some early studies that we carried out on our old friend GOT1. This is RNA-scope in situ hybridization. Green is vasopressin, red is oxytocin, white is GOT1. And GOT1 is expressed in vasopressin neurons, but it's not expressed in all vasopressin neurons. And it's not expressed so much in oxytocin neurons. So we can already see a heterogeneity across the SON. What we want to do is, of course, look at every individual cell. Look at the transcriptome of every individual cell and ask how that changes as a consequence of dehydration. And that's my introduction to Andre's talk. But before that, I want to thank everybody in my lab, and I want to acknowledge the great collaboration that we have, which has stemmed from the earlier collaboration with Professor Antunes, with Andre McCarway and Thais and Victor. It's really great to work with you guys. And I'd like to thank all of my friends in Brazil, not just in the Antunes lab, but in Araraquara and in São Paulo. Thank you all for your fantastic hospitality over the years and your friendship. It's been amazing. And I certainly hope that in the future, the inspiration that Professor Antunes has provided over the years will continue, and that we'll be here in 10 years' time to celebrate the centenary. Thank you very much indeed. This is a gift from the Bristol lab for you. Find it all.
Yeah. Thank you, David, for your excellent talk. And at the end, we can take some questions. So the next speaker is Professor André Mikawi. He was supervised by Professor Antunes during his PhD, and also he had a postdoc fellowship in Professor Antunes' laboratory. And now he is assistant professor at Departamento of Biophysics at the Federal University of São Paulo. And he's listed as the most frequent collaborator of Professor Antunes in the FAPESP site. So, André, please.
Priscilla, it's a pleasure to be here. Let's see if I can move this. I think you can hear me. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here in Ribeirão Preto, as Priscilla just pointed. I have done my master, PhD, and postdoc here, so it's always good to get back to home. And I would like to start telling you a history about how I met Dr. Antunes. So in 2006, when I was 20 years old, I was doing my undergrad with Dr. Luis Carlos Reis. I was his undergraduate student doing scientific initiation. And Antunes organized with Professor Lucila, of course, this amazing symposium where all the big figures from the neuroendocrinology regulation of hydromineral balance were here. And I don't know why, but I was selected to give a oral talk. And it was terrifying. By that time, I have several speaking issues that, thanks to Professor Lucila, that find me, I find geologists help me to solve this. It was a total disaster. It was horrible. Professor Laura was in the audience, and she got really involved with my situation there and helped me to answer the questions. I'm not sure if you remember, Laura. And Antunes also helped. So I would like to take the opportunity to repeat what Laura says. So Antunes not only guide us, not only bring us to the family, but he imprint us. He put his way to supervise students. And I could feel that based on my relation with Professor Luis Carlos Reis, with Professor Lucila along the years, and with Laura. And so I'm really proud to be part of that family. Well, we also get some emotions in English, I can tell you. So I will tell just a little bit of the evolution of the way that we studied the neuroendocrinology balance of the hydromineral system. When I was doing my undergrad with Professor Luis Carlos Reis at the Federal Rural University of Rio, we don't have much. We got animals, we got stereotaxic surgery, and we got metabolic cages. And we were able to study the control of water intake and salt intake for several years. So it helped us to understand how it's possible to do a lot with not many resources. So of course, with the years, when I came to do the master with Professor Antunes, we incorporate the evaluations of hormones with the regimen assay and the immunohistochemistry to evaluate neuronal activation and neuronal pathways. During the PhD, I also incorporate the analysis of gene expression based in the qPCR. So it was a hard work, I can tell, from Dr. Antunes, Lucila, and Margaret to establish that techniques on the lab. And I'm sure that all the students that passed through the lab on the past 30 years take a great advantage of that. So thank all of you for the hard work. Next, thank you again to Dr. Antunes and that collaboration with Dr. David Murphy. We start to go a bit further on the study of that other players on the Iron Man move analogy to understand not only genes that we pick to study their functions, but to try to have a look on the big picture of genes involved in the control of vasopressin, oxytocin synthesis, and secretion. Then, as David mentioned, we are now going one step further, moving from the bulk, from the tissue transcriptome analyzed to the single cell transcriptome. And this is a very exciting work that we are running for the past year. It got the involvement with the previous PhD student of David, Aldo Spausa, our postdoc, Thais Araújo, of course, David and Mike, that were essential for our experiments, and mainly to the hard work of my PhD student, Victor, that's on the audience, that have set the full pipeline of bioinformatic analysis of single-cell transcriptome in months. So thank you everyone who is involved. So basically, we got hydrated and water-deprived rats. We dissecate with micropunch. So the superoptic of rats got about 1 millimeter, and we use a 0.5 millimeter punch needle just to have sure that we were getting only the superoptic nucleus cells from 10 animals, 5 and 5. Then we dissociate nuclei. We got, on this experiment, on this kind of experiment, we can do single cells or single nuclei. But there is a limiting point. That system, that's the 10x chromium system, it only can get cells up to 30 micrometer of diameters. And the magnocellular neurons, the cells that we are interested, go up to 50 or 60. So we need to change our approach. We would prefer to do single cell, but on this case, we have done single nuclei. But there are many works showing that there is a massive correlation between the RNA expression in the nuclei and in the cytoplasm of the cells. That's not true for all the genes. Some genes are depleted from the nuclei. Some genes are enriched on the nucleus, but it works for most of them. Then with this machine, we can prepare cDNA libraries from single nuclei or single cells, and then we can process for sequence and bioinformatic analyze to describe and discover new genes and new mechanisms of gene control expression on every single cell or every single type of cell in a specific tissue. Within the superoptic nucleus, we were able to sequence about 40,000 cells. From those 40,000 cells, we use canonic gene markers to identify how those cells cluster together and which cell types we are talking about. So when we do this dimension reduction, we found these 10 main clusters of cells in the superoptic nucleus. We use, for example, NEOG, that's 1 myelin-related gene, to identify the oligodendrocytes, angiotensinogen to identify the astrocytes, and SNAP25 to identify neurons. And we clearly can see two segregate groups of neurons within the superoptic nucleus. Next, we use the well-described in both rats and mice, caprin-2 genes, to characterize that this group of neurons here are the magnocellular neurons, and that other groups are the non-magnocellular neurons. And then we describe the proportion of cells within the superoptic nucleus, with about 50% of the cells being neurons and 32% being magnocellular neurons. So then we can look for the genes that are specifically enriched on each one of those cell clusters. For example, we described 1,600 genes that are enriched on the magnocellular neurons, about 1,000 enriched on the other neurons, astrocytes, oligodendrocytes. Of course, as much more cell types, number of cells we got on each type, more statistical power we have to have difference on genes between or among them. Then we can go for functional analysis. So we can get those genes that are enriched on specific cell clusters and classify them on the category that we are interested on. So if we look for transcription factors, we can see specific transcription factors that are enriched on specific cell types. So for example, FOXP2 is specifically enriched on magnocellular neurons, while the zinc finger X4 is specifically enriched on the other neurons. If you are an electrophysiologist and you want to study electrical phenomena across the cell membrane of those cells, you can look for channels that are enriched on specific cell types. So you can pick your targets for your next experiments to understand the magnocellular neurons or other cells within the superoptic nucleus. We also can perform gene pathways analysis based on the genes that are enriched on specific cell types. So, of course, here we don't expect to find any new data, but we expect that the genes enriched, for example, on the immune cells, on the microglia, are related with the microglia function. That's what we found here. So the genes enriched on the microglia are related to diapedesis and microglial cell activation. Genes enriched on magnocellular neurons are related to excitatory synapse assembly, as we know that the magnocellular neurons also synthesize glutamate. Then we can do a lot of different analyses. I will just highlight some of them for us to have an idea of the kind of data that we can get out of these experiments. We can use, for example, the tool called cell chat to infer how those cells talk with each other based on the secretory signaling, on cell-cell contact, and cell-to-extracellular matrix contact. So, for example, if we look for secretory signaling contacts, we can see that all the cells in the supraoptic nucleus talk with each other. That means that they are secreting, they produce genes that will code peptides that will be secreted, and the other cells will have genes coding receptors for those secreted peptides. So they talk with each other in a very busy conversation. If we look for cell-to-cell contact, they talk with each other, or they touch each other probably more in a way that the ectoderma derived cells, I mean neurons, astrocytes, oligodendrocytes, and oligodendrocyte precursors, they are more likely to be touching each other, to be in contact with each other than, for example, the vessel-related cells. If we look for cells contact with the extracellular matrix, as we expect, the vessel-related cells are more likely to be making contact with the extracellular matrix. We then can look for each one of those specific communications between each one of those cell clusters. For example, neuroregulin 1, that's one peptide that's highly enriched on the magnocellular neurons, are likely to be released from the magnocellular neurons to act on its receptor ERB-B4 on the astrocytes, oligodendrocytes, and oligodendrocyte precursors, because one cell produces the gene to code the signaling peptides, and those other cells produce the gene, express the gene to produce that receptors. And we can go for examples for all of those categories. Of course, we are interested in the effects of water deprivation on each one of those cell clusters. So we can now go back to our 5 control animals and 5 water-deprived animals and compare them to look not for the whole supraoptic nucleus, but to look how the genes change with the expression on specific cell clusters. And then, as we expected, we saw, for example, GOT1, that's a gene that they mentioned, as highly increased specifically in the magnocellular neurons. It's also interesting to highlight here that the composition of the cells within the supraoptic nucleus did not change after 48 hours of water deprivation. Then we can get not the genes enriched on itself, but the genes that are changed by water deprivation to look by possible pathways that they might be changing on its cell clusters. For example, we can find that genes that are changed on the magnocellular neurons in response to water deprivation are likely to be related to post-translational protein targeting to the reticuloendoplasmatic organelle. What we know that's important for increase the cities of vasopressin and oxytocin, for example, under water deprivation condition. We can also use cell chat again to look to how those communications between those cell clusters are changed in water-deprived animals. And as we can see in blue, all connections between those cells are likely to be decreased when animals are provided from water, on an exception of the connections on the secretory signaling from the magnocellular neurons and other cells that are likely to be increased as we expected. The magnocellular neurons are supposed to be more activated in water-deprived animals. And then we can look for which of those pathways are increased or decreased between specific cells that might be making contact. Well, if we look to the shape of those 12,000 magnocellular neurons, we can predict on this first analysis that there's some difference between them. We can clearly see one group of cells here and another group of cells here. So we now take that set of magnocellular neurons and subcluster them to look for subtypes of magnocellular neurons, at least from the transcriptional point of view. And we clearly see one main subgroup of oxytocinergic neurons, but not one, but two different sets of magnocellular neurons synthesizing vasopressin. Some other smaller groups that we think that might be important also, but we focus on the analysis of these three main groups on the further steps. And then we can see that about 37% of the magnocellular neurons in the supraoptic nucleus are within this main vasopressin cluster. 27% might be oxytocin neurons, and 70% another cluster of vasopressin synthesizing neurons. Then we can again look for genes coding protein intracellular membranes and protein membranes that might be specific to those subclusters of magnocellular neurons to study not the magnocellular neurons as a whole, but subtypes of magnocellular neurons. Interesting to note that JOT1, that's the gene that's important to the control of the vasopressin system. It's not expressed, or it's not highly expressed in oxytocin. It's not highly expressed in this main group of vasopressin neurons, but it's expressed in this smaller group of vasopressin neurons, going the same way of the microarray of the RNA scope data that David has just showed to us. Then we can use pseudotime analysis to predict if those cells are transcriptionally connected, or if they are probably derived from a main group of cells based on the transcriptional profile. And then we can look for how genes change on expression in specific magnocellular subtype of neurons. So JOT1 responds, for example, within the hydration, increasing its expression in both groups of vasopressin synthesized magnocellular neurons, but not in the oxytocin ones. Then we can use, for example, neuroestimator, that's one new bioinformatical tools, to use 22 early mediated genes that are used as marker of neuronal activator, like FOS, FOS-like-1, and others, to estimate the neuronal activation of the cells, both in control and water-deprived animals. And we can clearly see that the vasopressin neurons are more likely to be activated, and actually they are highly activated in relation to oxytocin neurons during dehydration, as we expect. So then we can get the activity predicted on each one of those 12,000 cells and correlate the activity with gene expression. And we can see a positive correlation of JOT1, CREB3L1, OACIL with the activity of the magnocellular neurons within the supraoptic nucleus under control and water-deprived condition. By the end, when we sequence the RNA within the cells, we don't have one single information from each cells. We actually sequence all immature RNA and the different splice forms for each gene. So we can now, using the amount of unspliced and spliced RNA, to predict the transcription velocity for every single gene on every single cell. If we got more immature RNA, that's the nascent RNA that are just being described, the transcription ratio is increased. If we got a deposition or a accumulation of mature RNA, but not much unspliced RNA, it means that the transcriptional velocity is lower down. We can see a clear increase in the transcription of vasopressin, for example, in the magnocellular neurons, when the animals are submitted to dehydration. So I would like to thank again to all our collaborators, mainly to Dr. Thais and to Victor that are doing hard work to setting that technique on UniFesp, where we are trying to run those new experiments. The exciting news is that we got a previous postdoc that he used to work on my lab was just approved for professor at the biochemistry department of the Unifesp. That's going to sequence the whole hypothalamus from human samples to compare humans that die with depression against controls. And we will not look just for the magnocellular neurons, but for the diversity of neuronal cells in the hypothalamus to look how they respond if the humans got depression or not. And of course, to the collaborators that were always very important to the work that we have done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, André, for this wonderful talk with very, very new data. And I hope later on we can have some questions for you. Now, I would like to call Dr. Gislaine Almeida, our next speaker. She was supervised by Professor Antunes during her master and the PhD thesis as well. And she also did the postdoc fellowship with Professor Antunes and had an international fellowship at Department of Pharmacology and Physiology of School of Medicine at St. Louis University. Gislaine, thank you. You can see that Gislaine, you show one of the work on signal molecule that always Professor Antunes was asked to be elucidated. Thank you, Gislaine.
So good afternoon, everyone. So firstly, I would like to say thank you to Professor André and Professor Lucila for inviting me to participate in this important event for me, present my research about neuroendocrine with relevance of the interaction of estradiol and angiotensin II intercellular signaling cascades. So in addition, I would like to say it's an honor for me to be here and has been a student of Professor Antunes. So thank you very much for everything. And in addition, Professor Luis, who I start my career in science, evaluate the effect of estradiol on the control of hydromineral homeostasis, that Dr. Antunes accepted my proposal to continue this area when I started my studies here with him. Since then, I have been working with mainly estradiol modulation in the central angiotensinergic actions involved on the control of hydromineral homeostasis. And for my doctorate, I focus more on the signaling interaction between estradiol and angiotensin II, which can reveal potential pharmacological targets to prevent cardiovascular disease with uncontrolled salt consumption as a predisposing factor during female reproductive senescence. In this context, female gonadal hormones, especially estradiol, are known to mediate hydromineral homeostasis, mainly by attenuating renin-angiotensin system actions. So several works demonstrate that estradiol decrease activity or expression of renin, ACE, and induce down regulation of the AT1 receptor, reduce most of the effects of estradiol. Reducing of the most of the effects of angiotensin, such as sodium urinary retention, aldosterone release, water and sodium intake, vasoconstriction, blood pressure elevation, and vasopressin oxytocin release. That our group demonstrates for the first time in the literature that estradiol decrease both oxytocin and vasopressin released induced by angiotensin II. About the water and sodium intake, it's known that this response, the receptor involved in this response is H1 receptor, and the recent studies have postulated that there are different pathways signaling involved in these responses. So PKC is involved in water intake, and ERK1/2 involved in sodium intake. For then, we started our studies inhibiting ERK1/2 by injecting centrally another inhibitor of MEK1/2, the U0126, and we observed that this inhibition decreased sodium intake as expected, and this inhibition in female rats that received estradiol previously, this effect of estradiol, inhibitory effect of estradiol, is a quickly reversal, suggesting that estradiol requires ERK1/2 pathway. We also inhibit PKC, and we observed that this inhibition decreased both water intake and sodium intake, and in female rats characterized and treated with estradiol, the inhibitory effect of estradiol wasn't reversal. So suggesting that estradiol can activate PKC. However, when we evaluate the PKC activity indirected by Western blot, we saw that estradiol also activates PKC by increasing the translocation of PKC to membrane. So altogether, these results, in addition to the other results, we can see that PKC, including JNK and P38, are involved in water intake induced by angiotensin II, and GRK5 and ERK1/2 are involved in sodium intake induced by angiotensin II, and estradiol, probably using a membrane receptor, requires ERK1/2, JNK, and PKC for its inhibitory effect on these responses. ERK and JNK can induce a downregulation of the H1 receptor, and PKC can induce desensitization of H1 receptor. And via some phosphatase, estradiol can dephosphorylate the MAP kinase analyzed. So these MAP kinase, we evaluated 3, 1, 2, and 3. However, none were involved in the lamina terminalis. About the neurohypophyseal release, we saw that vasopressin released induced by angiotensin II requires ERK1/2 pathway, because we saw that after inhibiting this pathway, the vasopressin release was blocked. Whereas oxytocin release induced by angiotensin II requires PKC pathway signaling, and inhibitory effect of estradiol requires the PKC pathway, because after PKC inhibition, the inhibitory effect of estradiol was reversed. About the P38 pathway, we saw that both oxytocin and vasopressin release require this pathway signaling. So these results suggest that PKC and P38 are involved in oxytocin release induced by angiotensin II, and ERK1/2 is involved in vasopressin release induced by angiotensin II. And the estradiol, probably using membrane receptor again, requires PKC to induce its inhibitory effects via MAP kinase phosphatase 1 that dephosphorylated these MAP kinases. This is because when I evaluate the expressed MAP kinase phosphatase 1 in the PVN and SON, we observed that estradiol treatment inducing increase of this expression, this protein. And the PKC inhibition blocked this effect of estradiol. Then, a significant contribution of this work that I developed with Professor Antunes is the identification of some steps of angiotensin II signaling modulated by estradiol. If can explain its regulation on the central angiotensin II effects, and especially the physiological or pharmacological relevance of this interaction for the body food control. So today, that's it, and I would like to say everyone, and especially Dr. Antunes, Dr. Luis, Gina, Samson, Lucila, that you are very important for me, not only my career, my professional, but a human person too. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gislaine. Now I will invite Professor Silvia Ruginski, our last speaker on this module. Professor Silvia Ruginski is a former PhD student and postdoc fellow supervised by Professor Antunes, and now she is assistant professor at Federal University of Alfenas. Thank you, Silvia.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here today in this festive day. And as Professor Lucila told us, the title of my talk today is Glial Cells and the Central Control of Body Fluid Homeostasis. But I will start this presentation, since this is a different event, so I will start with a little background, but not literature background, about my how this work started. And now we are also commemorating 10 years of glial cells, because all this work started in 2013 with Josiane, who was intrigued by the fact that when you blocked astrocytes, which is a type of glial cells, you blocked all the response of magnocellular neurons to hypertonicity. So she wrote a postdoc project and started this project in 2013, but she did only the initial experiments. And then she got a position at the Federal University of Paraíba and moved to João Pessoa. And I was in charge of getting this project to continue. But I was not new at Professor Antunes' lab. I was there almost 10 years before, so all our history starts in 2003, shortly after I finished my graduation in nursing. And I started my master's with Professor Antunes and then my PhD. During my PhD, I went to Australia for a sandwich period, and then moved back to Brazil and started my first postdoc, which was also studying the endocannabinoid system, another system that was we were interested in. But then I took José Antunes' project of glial cells as a whole new word for me, because I was not practicing any type of cell culture, for example. And we established all the experiments for primary cell culture of astrocytes. And then the destiny told Professor Antunes that this was not a project to be conducted here in Ribeirão, because shortly after I got the project, I got a position at the Federal University of Alfenas and moved to Minas Gerais. But I took this research line with me, and shortly after I arrived at Alfenas, I got some research grants for conducting these experiments there. And they have a good laboratory on cell culture, so I could use all the knowledge and all the equipment that was already there. And then I got enrolled at the graduate program, at the local graduate program. And I had two master students involved in this project. The first one was Marina. Is she here? Yes, she's there. And I'm also a good provider of students for Professor Antunes, because I brought Fernanda Vecchiato, who was also a student, and Marina is now a PhD student at Professor Ricardo Leão's lab. And Marina studied some of the receptors, the ion channels involved in the signal transduction in astrocytes. And she finished her master's in 2019. And most of the results that I will show here today were originated from her dissertation. And the other student, which is now conducting most of the experiments on cell culture, is Letícia, and she intends to finish her dissertation in November, next November. And she continued some experiments that Marina began in the past. And she's now trying to show the participation of TRPV1 receptors in signal transduction in astrocytes. So here I brought some results that were published in 2020 by Marina. And we showed that when we expose astrocytes to hypertonicity or a hyperosmotic medium, you decrease the expression of GFP, which is a labeling molecule of the architecture of the cell. And this decrease in GFP is not only, you can see not only by analyzing the total amount of the protein by Western blotting, but also when you analyze the expression by immunofluorescence. Here we can see the hyperosmolarity, which is represented by the blue color in the graphs. You decrease the total area, which we analyzed by a two-dimension analysis, immunofluorescence analysis. And we also confirmed these results with collaboration with Professor Ricardo Leão, and which performed with Marina some electrophysiological experiments, and they saw that the decrease in cellular area that was observed in immunofluorescence was also detectable when you analyze the whole cell volume. So hypertonicity decreased also membrane capacitance, and the estimation of cellular volume or area by this technique gave us a similar result in terms of percentage of decrease than we got by analyzing the two dimensions experiments. So glial cells, astrocytes specifically in this case, they reduce the cellular area in response to a hypertonic stimulus. Well, but this may be an unspecific, for example, one may say that it may be an unspecific response when you just expose one cell to a hypertonic solution. Well, they may lose water to the ambient and decrease the volume. But we saw that this response was not unspecific in astrocytes because you could activate a series of responses that were linked to this morphological change. So when you decrease, as you say, glial cells are being considered as important elements in the synapses. So when they decrease the cellular volume or area, they interfere with the synaptic dynamics. They decrease the coverage of the surrounding synapses, so they may facilitate the neurotransmission, as for example in the hypothalamus. And we see that André and others told us that there's an important contribution of glial cells in the PVN, and especially in the PVN. So we believe that they have an important action there, contributing not only in the synapse itself, but for example, doing the neurotransmitter clearance, for example, for glutamate, and avoiding toxicity, for example. And we know that, for example, glutamate is one of the major inputs to the magnocellular neurons. So we were looking specifically at some systems that may be regulated or have a relation with astrocytic actions. So one of these systems was the renin-angiotensin system. And as I don't know if it was maybe André told us that angiotensinogen is highly expressed by glial cells, especially astrocytes. And actually, astrocytes are the major source of angiotensin in the central nervous system. So we saw that when we exposed these cells to hypertonicity, we decreased the expression of the mRNA for not only for angiotensinogen, but also for the two expressing enzymes, AC1 and AC2. So astrocytes not only have the precursor for the central renin-angiotensin system, but also express the two converting enzymes. So they possibly are able to produce renin-angiotensin peptides. And we saw no differences in the expression, short difference, 30-minute exposure. We didn't see any difference in the expression of the AGT1 receptors in the cells. But we saw for a longer period of exposure, we saw an increase, maybe a compensatory mechanism of this prolonged exposure. So, and further experiments conducted by undergraduate students showed that when you expose astrocytes to angiotensin, you see very similar results when compared to hypertonicity. And we see a reduction in about 30% of the cellular area in GFP expression. And this effect is blocked when you use the antagonize the AT1 receptor, and also when you use a blocker of the L-type calcium channel, which is responsible for part of the calcium entry in the cells, which is a major regulatory mechanism for cell activation. And also, as I told you, we also investigated some aspects regarding glutamate metabolism and balance. And we analyzed the expression of GLAST, which it's one of the types of glutamate transporters expressed by astrocytes. And we saw that hypertonicity also decreased the expression of this transporter if we analyze by immunohistochemistry or Western blotting. And we also did a functional study using labeled aspartates, which uses the same transporter as glutamate. And we saw that when exposed these cells, a 30-minute exposure to hypertonicity decreases the uptake of labeled aspartates. So this has an implication when you consider the whole synapse, because if you do not reuptake the transmitter, consequently you may increase the availability of this glutamate to the synaptic cleft. And so this may contribute to, for example, to the increased activation of magnocellular neurons during hypertonicity. So I talked very briefly today because I was trying to avoid the first part of my talk, not to be emotional, because I was very worried about that part of talking about Professor Antunes and his contribution to my scientific career and personal life. And so I brought these results just to show you a little bit about what was done specifically in this field. As I told you in the first slides, Professor Antunes and astrocytes are a short love story, not because it has come to an end already, but because it has a short period, just 10 years, dedicating to this field. And most of the students, his students who are implicated in this research, just moved and took this research line with them, and are doing now this research in their universities. So in terms of the results, these are very recent data, and we are also producing more results, especially on TRPV1 receptors. And so astrocytes may transduce hyperosmolarity through ion channels. We investigated the role of specifically of two types, the L-type calcium channel and also TRPV1 receptors. We are both implicated in neuron transduction of an osmotic signal. And I also told you that hypertonicity-induced decrease in astrocytic area may probably reduce the coverage of surrounding synapses, facilitating neurotransmission within the hypothalamus. And together with the glutamate results, we may say that this reduction in the coverage of synapses may be correlated with decreased uptake of glutamate across the membrane, possibly increasing neurotransmitter extracellular availability, and thus contributing to the increased activation of magnocellular neurons during an osmotic challenge, for example. And also regarding the renin-angiotensin system in response to hyperosmolarity, astrocytes, hyperosmolarity and also angiotensin itself, astrocytes may decrease the total area, the GFP expression, and also astrocytes proved to be able of production angiotensin II related peptides, and also decreasing, possibly decreasing this production in response to an osmotic challenge, maybe counteracting the actions of increased production by neurons. So I would like to thank everyone, my colleagues, my contemporaries here, André and Hernani, who is already here, who is also here, and also the financial support we had during the experiments here in the state of São Paulo, and also if I move to Unifal, I could only continue this research line due to the financial support of CNPq. So, and to Professor Antunes, all the joy that life can give you, and I hopefully will be here in 10 years, more 10 years to to celebrate your centenary and 12 and 20 years of glial cells in the lab. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia. So now I think we can have some minutes to open for questions from the audience. Yes, Dina.
I have some scientific questions for Professors Andre and David. So I'm very intrigued by the RNA velocity because I think this gives us the opportunity not only to see where a cell is in the snapshot in time and where we capture it, but also where that cell is going phenotypically, right? So I'm wondering if you can comment on how you see RNA velocity and impacting the science of the hypothalamus, for instance.
So actually, we have two kinds of analyses that can help us to understand the trajectory of the cells. The first one is pseudo trajectory analyze. That's based on the pattern of gene expression on each cell, but it doesn't take into account the activity of that cell. It doesn't take into account the proportion of unspliced and spliced, that I mean immature RNA. It works very well if we have single cell transcriptome, because most of the RNA that the cell have are in the cytoplasm where it's coding the protein. So if we are able to get single cell data, maybe the RNA, the pseudo trajectory will be the way to go to understand how neurons can maybe differentiate. We got lots of precursor cells derived from the ectoderma in the hypothalamus, and it might maybe tell us something about neurogenesis in the adult brain, if we can look for the system that way. The RNA velocity was one way that we need to apply to explain why vasopressin was depleted from single nuclei of magnocellular neurons. We first get the data and we couldn't understand it, and then we need to go through the literature to see that actually it wasn't the RNA for vasopressin that was decreased in the nuclei, but the mature RNA was not there because it was in the cytoplasm. So the RNA velocity gives us the opportunity to say that even if the total RNA in the nuclei of the magnocellular neurons are decreased, their transcription velocity is fully increased because we basically got immature RNA in the nuclei because the mature RNA is quickly transported to the cytoplasm, and we didn't sequence the cytoplasm. There's other ways that we can use the RNA velocity to look for the dynamics of the cells. We can have, for example, not the velocity of a single gene, but the velocity of the whole cell, based in the 30,000 genes that are transcribed. So there's many possibilities. If we can apply RNA velocity maybe to the spatial transcriptome, it would be very nice also. So we talk tomorrow.
Andre, in the same line, I was wondering when to use nuclear RNA sequencing and the single cell RNA sequencing. I mean, the advantage of one method and the other one.
So basically, to do single cell, you need to be able to get fresh tissue in order to dissociate the cells. It's possible to get single cells intact with the membrane intact from frozen tissue, but your efficiency to get cells are very, very, very low. So you need to get billions or trillions of cells to get maybe thousands of intact cells from frozen tissue. So if you can plan one experiment where you can get fresh tissue, quickly dissociate it, and take care to put in your full process of dissociation the inhibitors of transcription, because if not, cells suffer a lot during dissociation. So the transcription data that you are going to have might not be representing the cell, but the suffering that the cell passed throughout the dissociation. If you are able to do that, go for the single cell, because the RNA on the cytoplasm will tell you a lot more about how that cell is working. But if you need to work with the frozen tissue, like in a human brain bank, you don't have much more option. You need to go to the single nuclei. But single nuclei give you one advantage, that's the multi-omic analyze in a single cell level. So basically you can, on the single nuclei, go to the DNA sequence. So you can go with ATAC-seq to look for the regions of the chromatin that are unpacked on that cell, and do the RNA sequence on the same nuclei. So you can basically look for epigenetics and transcriptional profile from the same cells. So it's much more expensive, but you can get much more information from the point of view of the control of gene expression if you get multi-omic data from single nuclei.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Yes.
I was thinking it's very, very interesting, the work regarding the angiotensin inhibiting, I think, the glial cells are related with ABP secretion, or probably ABP or not, but you related with glutamate. Because I am thinking that depending on the body physiological condition, you have to inhibit or not. For example, during sodium depletion, you don't need more water. You have hyponatremia. So in this case, the peripheral angiotensin is working on the circumventricular organ, but you should inhibit vasopressin that is reabsorbing more water, I think. And another situation, the opposite situation, is sodium overload during water deprivation. In that case, you don't want to stimulate sodium appetite because you are already with a lot of hypertonicity in the body. So you need to increase vasopressin. So it's like, I think it's logical, your result, because in some situation, you need to decrease, I think, ABP. So thank you very much. I didn't ask anything. Sorry. I asked myself.
Okay. I thought the students would ask Professor David Murphy about the data on anesthesia, because here in our department, most of us, we are doing this, like this. So somebody would like to ask Professor David Murphy about these results? No pressure. Yeah. So, Professor, I was wondering how this isoflurane, yes, because you showed that isoflurane can increase the vasopressin expression. So I was wondering how long after the stimulus, and if this effect can also be seen with other kind of anesthesia.
Yeah, the group in the States that looked at mice used a variety of general anesthetics. We focused on isoflurane. Both they and us looked at FOS expression. FOS expression as a marker of cell activation. No, that's debatable after 2 hours. But for the proteomics, the phosphoproteomics, we only looked at 15 minutes, so immediate effects. I think you have to take it into account. And so we don't, if we can get away with it, we don't do, we don't anesthetize, sorry, we don't euthanize with anesthetics anymore. We do live decapitation. We can get that on our license because we can point out that there's this activation of the SON, the part of the brain we know, love, and work on, as a consequence of giving them anesthetics.
So when you need, you go direct to the decapitation, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I think we're on the same wavelength because Rick and I have been asking the same question for some time, and we've seen similar effects. So that's why we do rapid decapitation as well, is that it anesthesia impacts neuroendocrine function. Yeah. Can I ask one more philosophical question?
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
I know I'm full of them today. So the majority of the human genome is comprised of transposable elements, right? And so a lot of the transcripts that are in cells are these quote unquote non-coding RNAs. And so when I was a graduate student many years ago, that those transposable elements were referred to as junk DNA. And I think we're beginning to realize now that that DNA is not junk at all. It is important, and it's especially important for regulating the expression of the protein coding genes, right? And I'm just wondering if you, both of you, anyone could comment on how we can incorporate the evaluation of the expression of these non-coding RNAs and this quote unquote junk RNA into our analysis to get sort of a deeper understanding of how cells regulate their complement of proteins.
As you'll have noted in my talk, I deal with the non-coding as an amorphous smudge. And I think functionally that's pretty much where it is at the minute for the vast majority of non-coding RNAs. I mean, in terms of their origin, I think it's very interesting. The transposons are evolutionary what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, in evolution, viruses infected cells, they're viruses infecting cells, and there's an evolutionary arms race between the host, which wants to stop the expression of these genes, and obviously the viruses that want to replicate. And over time, the expression of these retroviruses mainly is suppressed, and the host then uses them. It uses them as regulatory elements as well as regulatory RNAs, but it's also very species specific, and I think that's part of the problem. So what we have in terms of non-coding RNAs is very different from what a mouse has, and this is part of the problem. It's very difficult to compare. So in terms of model organisms, the only model organism for humans for non-coding is really the human. So it's very difficult to study. I have to admit, we tend to ignore them. And yeah, we all do. It's not just us, and we focus on the protein coding genes.
I just would like to go back to Laura's non-question. Yes, when we are water deprived, or at least the rats are water deprived, they have to get rid of the salt load, but they also have to replace their blood volume. And so remember, they get sodium appetite too. So, well, just, right? Okay, just a compliment. So in the end, you make that kind of question for her. Doesn't it make sense? I don't know, maybe not. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for all. Thank you very much for all the speakers, Professor David Murphy, André Mikawi, Sylvia, and Ghislaine. All of you showed very updating results, new methods, and so thank you very much. So before we go to the coffee break, I have a bad news because we have another presentation, and I would like to invite Elisa. She's the presenter now. Vem.
So everyone are invited for the coffee break now. We will make a short break, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, Lucila correct me, 10 minutes, so get your piece of cake quickly.
Vem pulando. Marina, ela está na Itália agora, está voltando daqui. Pode começar? Vamos lá, vamos lá.
Tem gente que quer se tornar literatura.
Good afternoon. Hello. Let's start the fine session. So now we are finishing our special day to Professor Antunes. I don't speak English very well, but I will try. I will try. So now, first of all, I would like to invite all the speakers here to sit from the palanque because it's a special time. So Professor Dr. Annette Hoffman, Dr. Ana Lúcia Favaretto, Dr. Vamberto Varanda, Dr. Hélio Salgado, Dr. Isis Milene, Dr. Luiz Carlos Rey, and Ciane. Thank you very much. Now is the second part because we prepared an informal presentation now.
Você vai ser o segundo.
Val, come here. And Marina. Marininha. So, thank you very much, everybody. My name is Isabelle, and now I will present something about the history of Dr. Antunes, but it's a different kind of history. I don't know if everybody knows, but he's my grandfather. He don't like that I say this. He hates this, but I was invited to say this today, so I know that I will be killed after here. But okay. So let's start. Now I will present Fernandinho, help. Because once upon a time, I love to begin with this. When I was a child, I would to hear, for example, what your mother or father does, or what your grandparents do. So, okay, my grandmother is an architect, my father is engineer, my grandfather is scientist. But what is scientist? I didn't know, because scientists in my mind would be a world of informations. Because as a child, when I was a child, I used to know that scientist is like
someone that prepare medicines to put in our body, or create a new machines, or create a new theories. So after that, I start to think about it. Okay, this guy is my grandfather, but what he does, I don't know. Just he's a scientist, and I knew that he's a big scientist. But what he does, I don't know. So let's find out. After that, I asked to Dr. Antunes, okay, what do you do? I study physiology. What is physiology? Physiology study the whole body, the whole systems, and everything. Okay, but what is this? I don't know if you remember about this question, but what is this? Okay, let's go to the USP, and I was 6 years old. 6 anos de idade eu tinha, mãe? 6 years old, 5 years old, and I went to his laboratory, and I did something wrong. I came to the laboratory, and I saw all the rats that was into a surgery. So as a child, I was looking to that. Oh my God, what is this? It's cool. I would like to do this. So after that, I thought that I could come to the same way. I don't know if I say this. So I have 2 opportunities to work, not together, but próximo, não sei falar, close to Dr. Antunes. Once was during my master's degree that I did with Jeanette Franci, and I worked about female reproduction, and after and now with Professor Lucila, that I have been working about reproduction too, and I'm finishing my PhD. Gislaine is here again. And the both situations, I was able to see close how my grandfather was in a professional way, because he always used to be fast about this. Okay, like, okay, this is my professional side, and this is my personal side, my family side. So this always was so longe, so far from each one. But I did something. I came into this world. And after, I had the opportunity to be part of Antunes' Blunt family and his scientific family. And now we share these both types of family that are the same for me, that are the same person in both ways. And I love you. So now we are ready to start this part. So first of all, I would like to play a small video that our family prepared for you. It was difficult to convencer todos os bode, everybody to do this. So let's appreciate it.
Oi, Antunes. Falar sobre você é fácil. Pessoa do bem, pessoa da paz. Uma vez a minha mãe me disse: minha filha, conviver com Antunes engrandece qualquer ser humano. E ela tinha toda a razão. Isso daí. Nesses 26 anos que estamos juntos, nós construímos uma família sólida, uma enorme rede de amigos. E eu queria te dizer que eu recomeçaria tudo e não mudaria nada. Eu tenho um orgulho enorme de você e uma admiração profunda pelo ser humano e pelo profissional que você é. Te amo e obrigada por tudo.
Oi, vovô.
Oi, pai. Hoje viemos aqui para te dar os parabéns. Feliz aniversário, 90 anos, tá? E 70 anos dedicado à ciência, né? Tenho muita lembrança da minha infância, no seu laboratório, quando você operava aqueles ratinhos, aqueles gatinhos, né? Com aquelas anteninhas. E sei que hoje você inspira muita gente. Lembra da época do Dr. Coviano, tenho certeza que ele é uma quem te inspirou e você está inspirando muita gente aí. Um beijo, um feliz aniversário.
Tchau.
Feliz aniversário.
Tchau, vovô.
Oi, tio. Parabéns pelo aniversário, pela homenagem de hoje. Tenho certeza que foi um dia incrível, junto com todo mundo, com todos os seus amigos. Tô aqui para deixar um beijo para você e desejar que você tenha bastante saúde para que a gente ainda possa desfrutar por muito tempo da sua companhia. Um beijo.
Bom dia, tio. Tudo bom? Muita coisa para falar sobre o senhor. Muitos exemplos todos esses anos de convivência. Para mim, acho que o mais importante foi sempre um exemplo de dedicação profissional, de comprometimento com a profissão e, acima de tudo, de muita humildade. Mesmo tão premiado, mesmo tão querido entre os pares, sempre manteve essa humildade. Meus parabéns pelos 90 anos e pelos 70 de USP.
Meu avô é uma das pessoas mais incríveis que eu conheço. É um homem com inúmeras qualidades, sempre nos incentivando a seguir nossos sonhos, nossos objetivos e a seguir os nossos valores. Ele é uma das pessoas mais importantes e com maior exemplo para mim na minha vida. Vô, quero que o senhor saiba que eu tenho muito orgulho de você, que eu aprendi muito com o senhor e espero que eu possa ser um pouco do que o senhor foi pra gente, tá? Eu te amo muito e agradeço muito, muito, muito por ter o senhor aqui comigo nas nossas vidas, viu? Um beijo.
Oi, vô Antunes! Meu segundo avô, que agora virou o primeiro. Queria desejar um feliz aniversário para você e também parabéns por essa carreira que o senhor construiu. O senhor me inspira bastante e hoje posso te chamar de meu primeiro avô. Obrigado por todo o acolhimento, obrigado por fazer questão da nossa presença ao seu lado. Te amamos muito. Um beijo.
Oi, vovô. Feliz aniversário. Muitas felicidades, saúde, tudo de bom para você. Eu te amo muito, tenho muito orgulho de você.
Estimado professor Antunes, parabéns pelos 90 anos de vida e pela carreira linda e brilhante que o senhor construiu. Pela sua história, parabéns também. E obrigada por todo esse tempo de convivência. O senhor é merecedor de tudo de bom dessa vida. Amém.
Querido professor Antunes, meu querido eterno chefe e meu querido eterno pai de coração, muito obrigado por 40 anos de ensinamentos, carinho, cumplicidade. Como é bom estar com o senhor sempre. Como é bom escutar as suas histórias lá de Santa Rita do Araguaia. Como é bom ajudá-la para preparar com muito carinho aquela aula que o senhor faz para os seus alunos. Como é bom tomar uma cerveja gelada com o senhor. Muito obrigado, professor, porque aquele jovem que o senhor conheceu lá em 1984, hoje se tornou um homem, um pai de família, e o senhor tem participação muito grande nisso. Um grande beijo para o senhor, meu eterno chefe e meu eterno pai de coração.
Aê, Zezinho das meninas! Estamos aqui na casa de Jeová buscando as bênçãos dele. Um grande abraço pro senhor e felicidades aí, viu?
Beijo, chefe. Beijo.
Obrigado, família, por aceitarem gravar essa homenagem. Só foi difícil juntar o pessoal porque teve muita emoção para gravar. Inclusive, alguns que faltaram foi por questão de emoção, de não conseguir falar mesmo. Agora tentando no inglês. So let's go to the second part. And now we will start present our friend, Dr. Annette Hoffman, that prepared for us a beautiful presentation about her history with you.
Bom, boa tarde a todos. Eu, antes de mais nada, queria agradecer aos organizadores desse evento pelo convite e dizer que, para mim, é uma satisfação muito grande, sobretudo em se tratando de um personagem que acompanhou, na verdade, toda a minha trajetória dentro da fisiologia, embora fôssemos de áreas diferentes, mas eu sempre tive um apreço muito grande pelo professor Antunes. E nesses últimos dias, eu resolvi escrever um pequeno trecho, pequenas reflexões, inspirada pela voz de dois personagens ícones da fisiologia brasileira e que seguramente estão nesse momento aqui, pelo menos no espírito de cada um de nós, presentes. Me refiro aqui especificamente aos professores Covian, o fundador do nosso departamento, um dos fundadores do nosso departamento, e também o professor Ussai. Há muitos aspectos na longeva vida acadêmica do professor Antunes que mereceriam ser destacados. Eu diria que cumpriu todos eles com excelência. Basta analisar o currículo disponível na internet. Mas eu gostaria de abordar um outro aspecto que, por estar numa dimensão imaterial, escapa à mensuração. Não figura no currículo e a própria pessoa, ao escrever seu memorial, não o menciona, visto tratar-se de uma qualidade espiritual. Antunes pertence à categoria dos mestres. Ser professor é um ofício, ser mestre é uma distinção, que é conferida por aqueles que lhe reconhecem essa qualidade. O mestre pressupõe a existência de um discípulo, e o próprio discípulo não é apenas um aluno, mas alguém que se sente integrado nessa dimensão do mundo intelectual que vem da antiguidade e atravessa os séculos. Vejamos o que nos diz o professor Covian sobre esta relação. A relação mestre-discípulo é uma profunda relação humana de ordem espiritual, por cujo intermédio o mestre imprime um caráter na alma de seu aluno, que o acompanhará durante toda a sua vida, pois essa relação transcende o temporal para permanecer em um contínuo presente. Essas palavras foram proferidas ao ser apresentado, o professor Covian, ao ser apresentado por Bernardo Say, por ocasião de uma palestra que pronunciou em Buenos Aires em 1967. O Say alimentava a expectativa da volta de Covian para Buenos Aires, na esperança de que este desse continuidade à sua obra. Mas já decidido a permanecer em Ribeirão Preto, Covian lhe escreve em carta de 24 de fevereiro de 1959. Me atrai e me satisfaz espiritualmente ser em parte seu continuador, apesar de sê-lo aqui também, em Ribeirão Preto. Estas são as considerações, para mim, de maior peso. Minha utilidade e continuar o seu caminho. Por ser uma relação de ordem espiritual, a relação mestre-discípulo ultrapassa as fronteiras geográficas e temporais. Covian se dizia discípulo de Ussai. Este, por sua vez, se reconhecia discípulo de Claude Bernard. Lembrando aqui que Claude Bernard e Ussai não foram contemporâneos. Mesmo assim, Ussai declarava, através do espaço e do tempo, Claude Bernard exerceu uma profunda influência sobre todos os fisiólogos do mundo inteiro e, de minha parte, o considero um dos meus mestres. Entre os anos 50 e 61, Covian enviou 407 cartas ao seu mestre Usai, e este lhe escreveu em resposta 277 cartas. A cópia das cartas enviadas por Covian e os originais das cartas que recebeu de Usai estão sob a guarda do Centro de Memória e Museu Histórico da Faculdade de Medicina de Ribeirão Preto. Assim que, se alguém em Argentina tiver, algum historiador tiver interesse nessas cartas, elas estão aqui guardadas. Este material constitui uma rica fonte de pesquisa, pois entre os muitos assuntos abordados, há reflexões sobre a importância da relação mestre-discípulo. São reflexões que tiveram importância fundamental para Covian, naquele momento em que iniciava sua carreira junto à Faculdade de Medicina, onde chegara em 1955. Em carta escrita de Buenos Aires, no dia 13 de agosto de 1955, o Usai diz: é uma boa ideia falar um pouco com cada aluno, abrir-lhe comunicações e romper-lhe inibições. Noutra carta de 15 de agosto de 55, complementa: me alegro que desperte no aluno interesse por estudar, refletir e discutir. O contato com jovens é uma educação importante. Dentro dessa linha de pensamento, no dia 17 de abril de 1957, Covian escreve ao Usai: indubitavelmente, um ambiente se forma tomando as pessoas desde o princípio, ensinando a caminhar pelo caminho científico e criando assim um laço espiritual entre mestre e discípulo, laço espiritual que comporta uma união intelectual e afetiva. Desde cedo, Covian buscou identificar entre seus próprios alunos o perfil que idealizava. Assim, em carta datada de 20 de maio de 1959, escreve para o Usai: iniciei entrevistas pessoais com cada um dos estudantes do curso. Quando deixo passar alguns dias, eles vêm me perguntar por que não as continuo. Um aluno especial, em especial, chamou a atenção de Covian, e sobre ele dava contínuas notícias ao Usai, o qual o Usai comenta em carta datada de março de 1957. Alegro-me que o jovem Antunes lhe responda: nada mais agradável que ver desenvolver e disciplinar-se uma inteligência e um caráter. O jovem Antunes, então estudante do curso médico, apesar do fascínio pela cirurgia, se deixou encantar ainda mais pelo mestre Covian, o qual, numa carta de 11 de junho de 1959, escreve ao Usai: estimado doutor Usai, em vista da minha decisão de ficar aqui até quando Deus quiser, Antunes decidiu se dedicar à fisiologia. É um bom rapaz, com possibilidades para o futuro, trabalhador, intelectualmente bem dotado, harmônico, com prendas pessoais que o fazem agradável. É quase seguro que receba o prêmio de 20 mil cruzeiros para o melhor aluno em matérias básicas. E é provável que também obtenha o mesmo prêmio no das clínicas. Estou empenhado em sua formação cultural. Irá, em breve, a Buenos Aires. E logo na sequência, em 13 de julho, escreve: o centro acadêmico pagará a passagem de Antunes, o qual se alojará na casa de Marcelian, que foi um dos professores do nosso departamento e que, na época, ainda morava em Buenos Aires. Bom, a análise do currículo do professor Antunes mostra que já orientou mais de 100 alunos de pós-graduação, muitos deles hoje professores, muitos aqui presentes, em diferentes universidades do Brasil e do exterior. Quantos deles serão seus discípulos? Minhas palavras finais vão para estes alunos que tiveram o privilégio de conviver com o mestre Antunes, no sentido de encorajá-los a, na trilha do mestre, integrar essa comunidade intelectual cuja existência enriquece o ambiente acadêmico, dando-lhe uma face humanista para além de sua preocupação produtivista. E encerro minhas palavras com uma frase de Nietzsche,
recompensa-se mal mestre, permanecendo-se sempre discípulo. Obrigado pela atenção.
Obrigada, professora Nete. Agora, eu gostaria de convidar a doutora Ana Lúcia. Cadê? Não está. Tá, então vamos para o doutor Vamberto Varanda, que dará sequência às nossas homenagens.
Ainda sei. Okay. First of all, I have to apologize our guests, foreign guests, because there are certain things I cannot speak in English, so they are unpublishable, and Antunes will know it. So I will go to Portuguese. Sorry. I would like to say that I know Antunes from Português. I am getting scrambled. Yeah. Eu conheci o Antunes ao redor dos anos 1984, 1985, quando ele seguramente era chefe do Departamento de Fisiologia, e eu, por alguma razão, resolvi me interiorizar, não é isso? Vir para a fazenda de Ribeirão Preto, eu trabalhava no ICB, e quando manifestei a vontade de vir para cá, eu seguramente tive o suporte do Antunes. Eu não conheço as atas das reuniões do departamento, mas eu tenho a certeza de que ele me defendeu naquela época. Então, eu conheço ele há algum tempo, digamos assim, mas não tanto quanto a professora Anete. Nesse tempo que eu convivi com o Antunes, até efetivamente 2016, fim de 2016, quando eu resolvi me tornar um pouco mais fazendão, indo para Bragança Paulista, não é? Eu posso dizer que convivi todos os dias com o Antunes. Né? Nós tínhamos o café, se não nos vimos para discutir alguma coisa, nos vimos no café da manhã e no café da tarde, que era uma marca do nosso departamento e que aparentemente não se tem mais esse café. E nesse tempo, veja, eu aprendi a ver o Antunes como homem de ciência, obviamente que ele era, não é que ele é, desculpem, e cujo currículo eu acho que todo mundo aqui conhece. Eu aprendi a conhecer o Antunes como ser humano, cujas características inegáveis são a modéstia, o bom humor, não é? A gente deu muita risada tomando cerveja outra vez, um senso de responsabilidade muito grande e um senso de acolhimento que dificilmente se enxerga em outras pessoas, inclusive no Departamento de Fisiologia. Não é? Eu tenho muitos amigos em Ribeirão Preto, alguns inimigos também, não é isso? Não podia deixar de ser. Mas eu gostaria de começar a falar mais um pouquinho do Antunes a partir do brasão da nossa faculdade. Eu sei que a Nete arregalou os olhos, porque eu resolvi fazer eu resolvi não. Isso é da época do professor Antunes como diretor. Nós entendíamos que o brasão precisava de uma certa reforma estética, simplesmente. E a reforma, veja, se dava porque... Como que aperta aqui para enxergar aqui no meio? E a reforma se dava porque essa águia aqui, ela retornou ao brasão da faculdade em dias recentes, mas parece uma galinha preta atualmente do que uma águia dourada. E nós mantivemos a espada de São Paulo nesse negócio, nesse brasão, desculpem. Aqui a serpente original, ela era esguelada, aliás, ela roda por aí ainda, como um símbolo de cirurgia, o que eu absolutamente discordo, porque o autor original não tinha dado o famoso nó cirúrgico nessa cobra, é só olhar os papéis dele. É tão difícil isso, veja, que para dar um nó num desenho dessa cobra, você só pode esguelá-la. Aquela cobra está esguelando. Né? mas Antunes topou reformar o brasão da faculdade. E, para quem não conhece ainda essa história, isso aqui é Ribeirão Preto. Tá certo? É uma figura que representa o nosso Ribeirão Preto. Bom, tem outros símbolos aqui que eu não vou me ater, mas eu quero chamar a atenção para o nosso dístico, Scientia Terminum Amovere. Ou seja, numa interpretação um pouco ampla, não é isso? A ciência afasta os horizontes, alarga os horizontes. Não é? Numa escola médica, isso é até entendível como a ciência prolonga a vida, não é isso? Então, tem todos esses tipos de aspectos, não é? nesse nosso dístico. Mas eu acho, veja, que o dístico se presta também ao homem Antunes. Não é? Antunes tem colaborado em termos nacionais e internacionais para efetivamente, veja, alargar os limites, afastar os muros, não é isso? Em termos de produtividade intelectual, em termos de honestidade intelectual, que eu acho que não é tão fácil a gente encontrar hoje em dia, e em termos de humano, sujeito humano por excelência. Eu tinha nesse slide aqui colocado lá em cima 90 anos de vida e 70 anos de ciência. Depois eu corri lá no laboratório do Benê, depois de ver algumas coisas aqui, hoje de manhã, e eu acho, veja, que Antunes tem 90 anos de vida e tem 90 anos de ciência. Eu acho que, até certo ponto, nós nascemos cientistas. E basta que a gente dê um empurrão em algumas pessoas para que elas realmente adentrem a academia e se interessem por descobrir, por entender a natureza. Não é? E eu falo isso com uma certa folga, com uma certa liberdade, porque eu tenho visto recentemente em trabalho em escolas de ensino médio e fundamental, que há sempre um brilho nos olhos dos meninos todos, e das meninas também, não é? Obviamente, que os leva a fazer inquisições muito interessantes sobre o mundo em que vivem. E isso eu acho que a ciência tem de tremendamente importante. Ela alarga os horizontes. A pergunta que eu me fiz hoje em dia é: se todos nascem cientistas, quando é que a gente deixa de ser cientista? E aí eu acho que é uma questão de sobrevivência, não é? Porque as pessoas passam a se utilizar sem saber de todo o conhecimento científico e de produção científica para ganhar dinheiro, obviamente. Não é isso? Então, há uma quebra de paradigma que eu não saberia dizer exatamente quando ela ocorre, mas ela ocorre. Bom, então, eu acho que, por excelência, Antunes faz parte dessa faculdade, encarna o dístico da instituição e tem trabalhado, ou sempre trabalhou, para alargar conhecimentos, alargar a nossa vida, digamos assim. Muito bom. A gente falou tanto de mestre, a NET pisou nessa tecla, não é? Repisou esse aspecto, e efetivamente, veja, eu não sei, ela fez até um retrospecto, foi para trás, né? Até onde que existem os mestres, mas eu acho que só se é mestre se você tiver mestres. E aqui está o exemplo mais claro dessa história, né? Esse é o professor Covian, obviamente esse é o Antunes, e esse é Rossai. Então são três, digamos assim, gerações, né? Mestre de mestre de mestres, que estão aqui representados. E o mestre só faz alguma coisa, digamos assim, de interessante para o pupilo se ele der exemplos. E Antunes é um exemplo de mestre, ou seja, que encanta as pessoas e que, afinal das contas, leva as pessoas a não deixarem de ser cientistas. Bom, a NET citou, inclusive, várias cartas, mas eu só tenho um pedaço... Desculpe, eu só tenho um pedaço de uma única carta que eu gostaria de dizer aqui, que o Covian enviou ao Rossai. É uma carta de 24 de fevereiro de 57, em que, numa das partes, a Covian diz o seguinte: a las 8 iria ao departamento, onde encontraria Antunes trabalhando. Onde encontrarei Antunes trabalhando. Él es el único que trabalha los domingos. O gozado, veja, é que eu testemunhei esse aspecto durante muitos anos aqui nesse departamento. Eu vinha ao departamento me divertir e encontrava o Antunes. Eu vinha ao departamento, sei lá, tinha época que eu pegava jornal aqui no departamento, na faculdade, encontrava o Antunes trabalhando. Enfim, é o único que trabalha nos domingos. Está terminando o estudo de la variação do ciclo sexual em M decorticadas, M neo e M arc. Tem controles normais, controles com perda de peso e controles injetados com progesterona. Também lhe é encargado a observação de los animais em los que estudamos crescimento de pelo. Veja, o bom mestre, veja, ele dá trabalho para o pelo. Desde aquela época, não é? Vai lá, tenta fazer essa história. E continua. Este muchacho, hasta ahora, é disciplinado, trabalhador, entusiasta e respetuoso. Intelectualmente é capaz e centrado. 2 anos depois, veja, Antunes e Anete já se manifestou. Opa, essa é a carta, desculpa, eu deveria ter apertado o botão, estou perdendo a prática. Essa é a parte da carta, não é? E esse é o resultado de 2 anos depois de trabalho junto com o Covian. Isso é cópia de um jornal que se chama Cidade, eu não sei se existe ainda, hoje é Cidade On, né? Um jornal direitista dos diabos, mas ele existe desde aquela época, e aqui está a prova do que a Anete disse, ele ganhou realmente o dinheiro para ir passear em Buenos Aires, não é isso? E apresentar um trabalho que se chamava Estimulação de Amígdala de Ratos com Eletrodos Permanentes. Eu imagino que esse título deve ter feito na cidade, veja. O sujeito vai a Buenos Aires apresentar alguma coisa para curar a amidalite de rato. Eu acho que esse foi o que a gente pode dizer dessa história. Bom, o professor Antunes não se contenta em ser simplesmente um bom cientista, um bom administrador, ele é reformista, não é? Enquanto diretor, enquanto chefe do departamento, havia sempre alguma coisa sendo reformada. Ou a comissão de graduação, não é isso? Tem que mudar o currículo, nós temos que inverter as coisas, fazer integrativo, não faz integrativo. Aliás, eu soube que voltaram outra vez ao integrativo. Mas, de qualquer forma, veja, isso era... As coisas sempre, digamos assim, ferviam na presença do Antunes. E eu tive um enorme prazer de trabalhar mais ligado ao Antunes quando ele era diretor e resolveu, veja, numa outra reforma, informatizar a escola. Nós tínhamos um ponto de internet, isso anos de 1994, veja. Nós tínhamos um único ponto de internet que ficava naquilo que eu chamo de Sala da Vaca Sagrada. Não me perguntem para eu explicar isso agora, porque todo mundo aqui vai saber onde era essa sala. E a gente precisava pedir a chave para um outro chefe de departamento para poder usar um computador com uma internet, né? Antunes praticamente iniciou colocando, primeiro aos estudantes, né, o famoso pró-aluno, 30 computadores para estudantes, 50 não sei para quem. Eu não fui naquela época, você não me deu nenhum computador, eu fiquei frustrado com esse negócio. Mas depois se expandiu de tal forma, veja, ou seja, houve um início, e aquele início foi importante na gestão do professor Antunes. Há várias outras histórias que a gente poderia estar contando aqui, ou casos, não é, que me disseram para contar um caso. Então, eu imagino... Opa, voltou? Esse é um caso que eu gostaria de chamar a atenção, porque eu vivenciei esse caso, e isso aconteceu em 1996. Né? Antunes era diretor, e como todo mundo sabe, Antunes é festeiro. Não é isso? Ele não aguenta ver uma festa que ele está lá no negócio. E como diretor, ele foi convidado, veja, assim como eu também não era diretor, mas fui convidado também, para ir ao baile de graduação da turma de 1996. E o aluno do meio é o André Fattori, né? Que por sinal é o meu geriatra hoje em dia, né? Mas era um baile, e ao chegar na porta, Antunes esqueceu-se do convite e formou uma fila atrás, assim, né? E tinha várias pessoas atrás, e Antunes tentando explicar para o guarda que tomava conta da porta, que ele queria entrar, e as pessoas começaram a olhar, no fim entrou, né? Obviamente. Mas chegando lá dentro, um pai de aluna, aliás, que por sinal, eu não vou dizer quem é, mas cozinhava uma comida portuguesa excelente, né? Um restaurante aqui de Ribeirão Preto, chegou para o professor Antunes e disse assim: camarada, hein? Conseguiu furar o bloqueio. E tivemos que explicar para o senhor, que era o pai de uma graduanda, de que aquele era o diretor da Faculdade de Medicina. Mas isso só mostra a humildade do Antunes, porque ele efetivamente sorriu para o sujeito, deu risada, e continuamos a bailar, não é? Naquela noite. Mas foi um caso interessante, aqui acho que ilustra bem a personalidade, não é? Bom, eu botei ali, e decorridos 70 anos, eu teria que ter trocado também esse slide. Decorridos 90 anos, o professor Antunes continua disciplinado, agora em português, trabalhador, entusiasta e respeitoso, além de intelectualmente capaz e centrado. Feliz aniversário, meu caro professor Antunes, e que a vida nos contemple sempre com alegrias e encontros. Parabéns. Eu não poderia me emocionar em inglês.
Muito obrigado, professor. Muito obrigado, professor. Bom, daremos seguimento, então, com o doutor Hélio Salgado.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will ask permission for foreign guests for speaking in Portuguese, okay? Eu conheci o professor Antunes em 1967, quando eu era aluno de Ciências Biológicas, do segundo ano de Ciências Biológicas. E o professor Antunes, eu desenvolvi uma grande admiração, porque ele era um professor que se dava bastante com os alunos. O professor Ayrton, hoje de manhã, já inclusive manifestou quantas vezes o professor Antunes foi homenageado pelos estudantes de medicina, pelos formandos de medicina. E depois, com o desenvolvimento do curso de Ciências Biológicas, no terceiro ano eu fui fazer estágio na Fisiologia, no terceiro ano, onde eu tive a oportunidade de ter um contato maior, mais de perto, com o professor Antunes. Fui seu chofer, dava carona para ele praticamente todos os dias. E eu tive a oportunidade, então, de conhecer mais de perto o professor Antunes, a família dele, depois de nós tornarmos, inclusive, eu continuei como aluno, tendo admiração ao professor Antunes, e posteriormente como colega de futebol, como vou mostrar. Bom, a família. Aqui nós temos uma foto do professor Antunes em 1964, na Filadélfia, com o Fernando e a Isabela, não é? Nessa foto seguinte, nós temos o Fabinho com 1 ano, o papai e a mamãe Flúvia, tá certo? E no Departamento de Fisiologia, já foi exaustivamente ressaltada aqui a participação do Dr. Antunes no seu trabalho, o seu, digamos assim, à época, o potencial, era jovem, tinha bastante cabelo, né? O seu potencial como cientista, que ele veio posteriormente a mostrar que é um grande cientista e que está sendo homenageado, justamente homenageado hoje, né? Então, nós temos uma foto do Dr. Antunes, em 1964, no laboratório. Aqui nós temos, então, uma foto do professor Antunes com o seu grande mestre, o professor Covian, aqui representado. Outros membros do departamento à época, o professor César Timoiaria, Negreiros, Venâncio, o professor Migliorini, e aqui o professor Antunes. E tem sido muito ressaltado aqui a admiração, o respeito e, digamos, o segmento dos passos do professor Covian por parte do professor Antunes, quer dizer, o segmento do norte que o professor Antunes, que o professor Covian imprimiu no desenvolvimento da carreira do professor Antunes. E aqui nós temos, então, uma outra figura muito importante, que já foi também citada várias vezes aqui, o professor Samuel Macan, que foi quase prêmio Nobel, com o qual o professor Antunes teve a oportunidade de trabalhar nos Estados Unidos como seu pós-doc, tá certo? E que também imprimiu na personalidade, no desenvolvimento da carreira do professor Antunes, quer dizer, o caráter de cientista e caráter investigativo e os critérios de investigação científica, né? Então, também fica uma homenagem ao professor Samuel Macan. E aqui é a primeira turma de pós-graduação da qual eu participei. Os cursos de pós-graduação começaram no país oficialmente em 1970 e as aulas foram em 1971. Nesse grupo aqui que nós estamos vendo, né, o Gilberto e a Alice Xavier Pilar, eles foram os primeiros alunos de mestrado do professor Antunes, aqui no curso de pós-graduação. Depois nós temos outros colegas, o Humberto, o Eleomar, o Eulário e o Brenes, falecido recentemente, da Costa Rica. E esse quem vos fala, cabeludo, com costeleta por conta dos Beatles, mas era permitido à época, tá certo? E agora, essa fotografia vocês já tiveram oportunidade, os senhores já tiveram oportunidade de ver hoje de manhã, mostrada pelo professor Ayrton. Mas aqui nós temos o nosso grande lateral direito, que é o professor Antunes. Lateral direito, né? E com a presença do Bob Dantas e do Ayrton Moreira, que falou hoje de manhã, que eram da clínica médica, ele ressaltou o fato do Departamento de Fisiologia ser bastante eclético, contar com várias pessoas. Nós temos o Zé Roberto, o apelido dele era Pompeia, por causa de um goleiro famoso no Rio de Janeiro, o Jaime, que era aluno da pós-graduação, o Marcos Macari, o Nerinho, que infelizmente faleceu cedo, o Vitinho, que é irmão do Jaci, que é nosso técnico de laboratório, e esse que vos fala continuava, mesmo em 75, cabeludo e com costeleta, tá certo? Na época dos Beatles, está perdoado. Bom, e aí, o professor Ayrton, hoje de manhã, falou que iam para o Marzola, mas é importante que, muitas vezes, nós íamos à casa do professor Antunes. Nós temos aqui uma cerveja com um churrasco, Sérgio Pereira, falecido recentemente, o Pacetinho, que morava em frente, era outro colega de futebol também, e vários outros que participavam da casa do professor Antunes, depois do futebol, quando não ia ao Marzola, que vocês viram as batatas fritas e o chopp, lá nós íamos à casa do professor Antunes, aqui com a dona Fúvia, a Isabela e o Fabinho. Bom, e aqui, essa fotografia já foi mostrada hoje de manhã também, que era a Faculdade de Medicina, o prédio central, na década de 40, década de 50, que não era muito diferente do que o professor Antunes encontrou quando veio para cá participar da terceira turma de formandos da medicina, né? Com a única diferença que, ao longo do tempo, que nós temos nada mais é do que isso que nós vemos aqui, olha, o Hospital das Clínicas e o prédio central todo verde, todo muito bonito. Professor Antunes, meus parabéns, muito obrigado pela formação da nossa carreira e a formação de todos nós lhe devemos muito. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado mais uma vez ao professor Hélio. Agora nós damos seguimento, então, com a professora Isis do Carmo. Obrigada, professor.
Uma boa tarde para todos. Eu também I apologize for speaking Portuguese for Dr. Antunes today. Dr. Antunes, eu não poderia, antes desse breve depoimento, dizer da nossa alegria, da nossa grande emoção, o orgulho de estar participando desse evento tão merecido essa homenagem que a escola o reverencia, todos os seus amigos, ex-alunos, o reverenciam e homenageiam nessa data tão importante. Dizer que é, para mim, um orgulho imenso, uma emoção muito grande estar aqui, agradecendo os colegas que nos convidaram para esse depoimento breve que eu farei. Eu tenho uma apresentação simples, em que eu começo falando, primeiramente, ligando um pouquinho com o que o professor Hélio falou, que o professor Antunes, quando aqui chegou, motivado pelo conselho do seu pai, né, doutor Antunes, que o senhor muito me emocionou quando, na aula do primeiro ano de medicina deste ano, o senhor fala para os alunos do primeiro ano. O meu pai disse: Zé, você precisa estudar. E assim o senhor fez. Então, nesse primeiro ano, aqui chegou, como o professor Hélio falou, provavelmente encontrou essa nossa escola, uma fazenda, encontrou os seus primeiros mestres, aqui o doutor Melhorini, o doutor Venâncio, o doutor César Timiaria, a convite do professor Zeferino Vaz, que veio iniciar, todos eles vieram iniciar o Departamento de Fisiologia. E o senhor, então, aqui teve, com certeza, a influência desses diferentes mestres, o doutor Venâncio, Melhorini, o doutor César, esse era o do professor Lager, que voltou para a França, né? Felizmente, que fez com que o doutor Melhorini continuasse na fisiologia, porque senão, se não fosse a alergia da esposa do doutor Lager, ele teria ficado e o doutor Melhorini não teria ficado também. Então, as histórias, né, são interessantes, né? E logo, então, o senhor se apaixona, se encanta pela fisiologia e desiste de fazer a cirurgia como o senhor queria. E aqui o senhor aparece, né, junto com todos os professores, doutor Melhorini, doutor Covian, que foi, como já muito salientado, o seu grande mestre, incentivador e estimulador, logicamente junto com todos os outros. Aqui ressalto também uma outra foto em que o senhor está sentado junto com o doutor Melhorini, doutor César, Covian, professor Krieger, Macejan, que a doutora Anete falou, também da Argentina, tendo vindo como professor aqui em Ribeirão Preto, e o senhor sempre entusiasta, né? Aqui junto com a turma toda do departamento, essas fotos são sempre boas de recordar, né, doutor Antunes? E como eu conheci o senhor? Há 50 anos atrás. Eu era monitora da disciplina de fisiologia em Botucatu, onde eu estudava, e meus professores de fisiologia, o doutor Cecílio Linder, doutor Veiga, faziam suas teses de doutorado aqui, em Ribeirão. E eles me diziam que se eu quisesse fazer endocrinologia e metabolismo, como eu gostava, eu iria encontrar aqui duas pessoas fantásticas, o doutor Melhorini e o doutor Antunes. Então, eu já conheci o doutor Antunes de nome há 50 anos atrás, em 73. Vim para cá em 74 e entrei na pós-graduação e fui sua aluna no programa de fisiologia, nessa primeira disciplina, a endocrinologia e metabolismo, em que o senhor dava uma primeira parte de gônadas e o doutor Renato dava a segunda parte de metabolismo. Então, esse curso, eu tenho caderno até hoje, os cadernos que eu pintava com lápis de cor, eu tenho até hoje, para quem quiser ver, e o Krieger até uma vez me disse que eu tinha que entregar lá para o museu para mostrar esse caderno, assim como também, em 77, eu fiz o famoso curso de radioimunoensaio, de dosagem radioimunobiológica dos hormônios proteicos, que até hoje também tem esse relatório, acho que a primeira folha está aqui, e sempre que nós nos encontramos, o grupo Ana Isabel, o Cândido, o Vander, que sempre que nós nos encontramos, lembramos desse curso, doutor Antunes, que era extremamente prático e o senhor nos ensinou tanto. Bom, falar das suas qualidades como mestre são até desnecessárias, todos já salientaram. Também tive a oportunidade de aprender muito com o senhor na comissão de pós-graduação. O senhor foi presidente da pós-graduação aqui em Ribeirão Preto, de 1980 a 86, e eu fui membro da CPG em 85. Tive a oportunidade também de trabalhar com o senhor, aprender muito sobre regimento, como atuar nas bancas, né, de comissão julgadora. Então, tive essa experiência muito importante e até hoje, doutor Antunes, eu faço parte da CPG. Então, o senhor vê que o senhor foi muito importante também para mim. Acompanhou toda a minha carreira científica, doutor Antunes. O senhor participou na minha defesa de dissertação de mestrado, que foi em 76. O senhor fez parte da minha tese de doutorado em 1980 e fez parte do meu concurso de professor titular em 2010. Queria tanto ter achado as fotos anteriores. Tenho algumas do titular de 2010. Estão fazendo aí 13 anos, quando, então, terminávamos a sessão e o senhor nos cumprimentava. Gostaria também de salientar, nesse breve depoimento, que o senhor foi importante na origem de uma importante linha do departamento, da laboratório ainda, até hoje. Quando o senhor, doutor Antunes, junto com a Vera Lúcia, que foi aluna de iniciação científica, trabalhou desenvolvendo esse tema, o controle neural da lipólise do tecido adiposo. E foi a primeira aluna a receber o prêmio Rocha Lima aqui na nossa faculdade. E o senhor participou da publicação desse paper, que foi publicado no Journal Lipid Research em 1973. Nem sei se o senhor se lembra dele. As evidências de centros no sistema nervoso central, que certamente foram o senhor que fez, esses experimentos foram certamente feitos pelo senhor, e que nós, então, o doutor Melhorini e a professora Vera Teixeira, viram que esses centros eram importantes para a regulação da lipólise. E essa linha, então, começou com esse trabalho que o senhor participou. E, assim, eu gostaria também de dar aqui um depoimento que fui testemunha durante esses 49 anos que eu conheço o senhor, dessa amizade, desse respeito, dessa dedicação entre o senhor e o doutor Melhorini. Todos os dias o senhor visitava o doutor Renato para pedir conselhos, para discutir trabalhos científicos, e ele sempre lhe dizia, né, doutor Antunes, o que você quer? Não é assim que ele falava? O que você quer? E era só a primeira impressão, né, doutor Antunes, porque depois o senhor era super bem recebido, e quando o senhor não ia, ele perguntava para mim, cadê o Antunes? Cadê o Antunes? Então, ele gostava muito do senhor, e aqui temos várias fotos, né, em que o senhor está sempre com ele, aqui o França, o professor César. Aqui eu trouxe, assim, só para uma recordação, não sei se o senhor lembra que nós fomos ao Congresso Internacional de Endócrino, a Lucila está aqui, a Lucila, está a Margarete, o Cândido, a Elisa, o France com a Janete, a Adelina, que está aqui, a Almeco está aqui, eu sou essa, o Sonir, que está aqui, eu só não consegui distinguir quem é essa moça. Andréia, não sei. E fomos para Sydney, nesse congresso, em 2000. E também com um jantar, logicamente, né, depois do congresso, aqui o doutor Antunes, né, e todos nós reunidos no final desse simpósio. Em 2007, quando nós fizemos esse simpósio em homenagem ao doutor Renato, também contamos com a presença aqui do doutor Antunes, né, em 2007, em agosto de 2007, e esse dia, essa foto, foi tirada exatamente no dia do seu aniversário, doutor Antunes, dia 18 de agosto de 2007. E no término desse congresso, nós, então, homenageamos o senhor, que fazia aniversário no dia 18, a Vera, que fazia aniversário no dia 18, e o Luiz Carlos, que fazia no dia 19. Então, nós comemoramos, apresentando aí os bolos, né, as velinhas acesas, e vocês depois cortando os bolos de aniversário nesse dia, fazendo hoje exatamente, então, 16 anos, né? 16 anos, dia 18 de agosto de 2007. E, logicamente, falar da importância do doutor Antunes na fisiologia do Brasil e no exterior também dispensa comentários. Eu não vou falar de tudo que já foi falado, das suas contribuições, centenas de trabalhos publicados, o legado que o senhor deixa na formação de inúmeros recursos humanos, colegas que estão nas mais variadas universidades do Brasil e fora do Brasil, a expansão dos programas multicêntricos de fisiologia, as atividades administrativas, que a escola muito deve ao senhor, as suas ideias, as suas mudanças, o seu espírito visionário, sempre pronto para trabalhar, presidente de pós-graduação, exemplo de professor, de dedicação à pesquisa, e o ser humano. O ser humano é algo que poucas pessoas são como o senhor, doutor Antunes. Acolhedor, generoso, de um coração gigante, que nós só temos que agradecer de ter feito parte dessa família que o senhor construiu. E aqui, novamente, ressaltando o que a professora Anete falou, os discípulos, né? O doutor Cuvian, discípulo do professor Russai. O professor César Timiaria, quem tanto o senhor admirou. O professor doutor Renato Migliorini, também seu mestre, todos mestres, e o senhor discípulo. E hoje o senhor mestre nos deixando um legado que não temos nem palavras para explicar. E saliento aqui nessas fotos finais, sempre mestre e discípulo, discípulo-mestre. Essa dupla foi realmente incrível. Eu tive o privilégio de compartilhar durante esses 49 anos, aqui os dois também presentes. Aqui aproveito para mostrar a professora Lico, para quem não conheceu, a professora Lico, nossa querida professora do Departamento de Fisiologia também. Aqui os professores, então, Antunes, Migliorini e eu aqui atrás, né? Aproveitando a oportunidade. E eu queria, para finalizar, doutora Antunes, usar uma poesia da professora Vera. E acho que essa poesia é a poesia que todos nós gostaríamos de falar para o doutor Antunes. Querido professor Antunes, eu não precisava ter vocação, sapiência, dedicação ou inteligência. Nem precisava do senhor captar o exemplo, a humildade, o respeito e a competência. Bastaria simplesmente um dia, apenas um dia, sua aluna ter sido. Muito obrigada.
Obrigada, professora. Foi linda a sua homenagem também. Agora, agora a gente vai para mais uma parte, e com grandes nomes aqui também do laboratório do professor Antunes, que é a Milene, a Val e a Marininha. Milene, pode ficar à vontade para começar.
A Val, a Marina e eu gostaríamos de agradecer à comissão organizadora por esse espaço para a gente tentar expressar a nossa gratidão pelo Dr. Antunes. Tivemos, chefe, a Val e eu, a brilhante atitude de gravar a nossa mensagem, porque, dadas as emoções aqui extras desse dia, não teríamos condições. Utilizamos como estúdio a sua sala. E esse vídeo representa uma mensagem de todos os funcionários que se sentirem representados, e de forma especial, então, da Marina, Sônia, Cléo, Rogério, Val e eu. Obrigada, chefe.
Boa tarde, chefe. Boa tarde a todos.
Boa tarde, chefe. Boa tarde a todos.
Chefe, estamos aqui, a Val e eu, tentando representar todos os funcionários que passaram sob sua chefia ao longo de todos esses seus anos de carreira. Apesar da gente estar presente hoje nessa sua homenagem, nesse simpósio, a gente resolveu gravar porque a gente tem certeza, chefe, que não conseguiria transmitir a nossa mensagem ao vivo para o senhor. É muita emoção envolvida Então, a gente tentou facilitar aqui um pouco para nós. O senhor não vai se lembrar, chefe, mas exatamente no dia de hoje, faz 16 anos que eu entrei para a família Jarlu como funcionária. Dia 22 de agosto de 2007. Dias antes de assumir o meu cargo, eu fui conhecer o senhor ali no hospital. O senhor estava internado por conta da sua prótese. E eu não imaginava, assim, quão divertido seria a nossa convivência. Eu imaginava, sim, que teria muito trabalho, como sempre teve. Mas, verdade seja dita, chefe, a gente também sempre se divertiu demais. Bom, é uma honra enorme estar aqui prestando essa homenagem para o senhor, em especial nesse dia de hoje, que eu faço aniversário de Jarlu. E porque o senhor tem uma importância muito grande na minha vida, tanto profissional quanto pessoalmente. De forma profissional, o senhor sempre esteve ao meu lado. O senhor sempre foi um ponto de apoio, frente a tudo e frente a todos, sejam alunos, funcionários, docentes. O senhor me deu muito apoio para eu concluir o meu doutorado, apesar de ter sido realizado em outro laboratório, e eu já como funcionária, o senhor me deu todo o incentivo e me mostrou a importância de ter esse título. Então, essa realização eu também devo ao senhor, em parte também, né? E na minha vida pessoal, o senhor tem um impacto... Nossa, são muitas histórias. O senhor me ajudou bastante, a mim e ao Leandro, com questões médicas. O senhor foi uma alegria à parte no meu casamento. O senhor bancou o cupido, fez a festa, fizemos a festa, né, chefe? Mas de tantas lembranças que eu tenho, a que mais me marca assim, nessa questão pessoal, chefe, que quando eu quero falar do senhor para alguém, para mostrar o quanto o senhor é maravilhoso na minha vida, eu falo a história de quando o senhor apareceu lá no dia da minha mudança de casa, né, quando eu mudei para a casa que eu moro hoje, com o Leandro, e o senhor chegou lá com a Elisa e um fardinho de cerveja e falou: filha, eu vim aqui para brindar a sua casa nova. Isso é de muita emoção para mim, chefe, e confesso também que nem eu imaginava que eu precisava tanto de uma cervejinha naquele momento, igual o senhor já sabia, já tinha sacado. Eu vim aqui hoje e parece que eu só vim bajular o senhor, só vim falar coisa boa, parece que é tudo muito fácil. Mas a verdade é que eu fiquei tentando resgatar na minha memória se nem sempre foi assim, se teve algum momento, algum evento que não foi assim, tudo tão bom, tão maravilhoso. Trabalhar com o senhor, ter essa convivência com o senhor, e a verdade é que não tem, chefe. O senhor sabe, a gente nunca teve nenhum desentendimento, o senhor nunca faltou do meu lado, e eu só tenho realmente a agradecer e falar para o senhor que mais do que um chefe, mais do que uma figura paterna, o senhor na minha vida é um verdadeiro amigo. O senhor é a luz no meu caminho. Obrigada por tudo, chefe. Obrigada de coração.
Boa tarde, chefe. Boa tarde, pessoal. Se todo mundo já me conhece, eu sou a Val. Entrei no laboratório em 1985. Não conhecia nada, não sabia nada. Eu era bem nova. E aí, graças a Deus que eu entrei nesse laboratório. Porque eu só tenho coisa boa para falar do senhor, chefe. Porque o senhor, como se diz, foi um pai para mim. O senhor sabe, porque eu passei certas dificuldades, o senhor me ajudou. E também o senhor é uma pessoa muito simples, assim, todo mundo gosta do senhor, todo mundo conhece o senhor e o senhor agradava todo mundo, desde da faxina até o reitor. Então não tem nada para falar do senhor. Esse laboratório é minha casa. Eu passo muito tempo dentro dele. E o senhor, tudo que eu sei hoje, que eu aprendi bastante coisa aqui no laboratório, que o senhor foi sentado perto do senhor e vem do senhor fazer as cirurgias, as coisas. O que eu sei hoje eu aprendi. Eu tenho muito que agradecer ao senhor e eu me espelho muito no senhor, assim, que eu sou uma pessoa simples, me dou com todo mundo e já passei por muito por laboratório, assim, Jamar, Jarlu, Jar Francis, Jar Alzira, todo mundo. Então, eu vou falar para o senhor, chefe, o senhor é um pai para mim. Só tenho que agradecer muito. Muito obrigada.
Obrigada, chefe.
Muito lindo mais uma vez. Obrigado, meninas. Muito emocionante cada memória, cada fala de vocês todos. Agora eu gostaria de convidar o professor Luiz Carlos Reis a vir aqui à frente, por favor.
Boa tarde a todos. Vou tentar não chorar. Opa. Eu conheci o Dr. Antunes pela primeira vez quando era monitor de fisiologia em 1975, 1976, não presencialmente, mas na biblioteca da minha instituição, lendo o Current Content e o Biological Abstract. Foi a partir daí que eu decidi uma trajetória na minha carreira acadêmica. Houve uma série de problemas no meio do caminho, né? Vivia uns momentos tenebrosos no país, né? Mas acabou dando tudo certo. Em parte. Eu tentei fazer o curso de verão, aqui em 1976, né? E não pude por falta de recursos, de dinheiro. E essa é a minha maior frustração acadêmica, não ter feito o curso de verão aqui nessa instituição. Em seguida, em 1977, eu estava aqui em Pirassununga, próximo daqui, Ribeirão Preto, onde conheci a minha companheira e fiz alguns estágios. Tentei entrar num mestrado aqui, mas não logrei êxito devido, novamente, a um pequeno contratempo. O laboratório do Dr. Antunes estava lotado. Aí eu fui chamado, no final de 77, urgente para a Rural, né? Por onde passei por uma sabatina de 3 meses. Era proibido, não tinha concurso naqueles momentos tenebrosos, né? A sabatina era sobre aulas, exposição de aulas teóricas e demonstrações experimentais, né? E assim, fui contratado em 1978, né? Mas a gente não podia sair para fazer pós-graduação de imediato, né? Eu só pude fazê-lo em 81. Novamente, né? Procurei o laboratório do Dr. Antunes, estava cheio de novo. E fui para uma alternativa, a qual foi extremamente enriquecedora para a minha formação, também humanística, além da científica. Eu fui orientado pelo doutor Antônio Carlos Bosqueiro, com quem eu aprendi a isolar ilhotas pancreáticas e trabalhar com secreção de insulina in vitro. Enfim, novamente, retornei para a instituição. Era proibido você fazer o doutorado de imediato, Foi concedido por um colega meu do departamento, mas a nossa instituição não me deu essa oportunidade. Só pude voltar em 88, desta feita, sim. Né? Obtive êxito. Né? Literalmente, eu persegui o doutor Antunes pelo metrô do Rio de Janeiro. Lembra? Aquele fatídico congresso da UERJ. Né? Teve muitos problemas lá, né? Enfim. Eu observei de longe, ele entrou numa porta, eu entrei numa outra e corri e peguei ele no meio do caminho. Né? E obtive a palavra dele, né, que aceitaria me orientar. Tá? E assim foi. Né? Em fevereiro de 88, cheguei aqui, né, fui muito bem recebido por essa casa. Tá? Todos os laboratórios do departamento tinham excelentes técnicos. Tá? E fui amigo de todos. Né? Tive contato muito próximo de todos. No laboratório do Dr. Antunes, né, fui muito bem recebido, né, pela Valci, Marina, a Sônia e o Rogério. Essa interação foi extraordinária para me fazer gente, porque durante a minha vida eu fui obrigado a prestar o serviço militar, né? Não tive como sair, certo? E colocaram uma arma na minha mão. Como eu me neguei a pegar a arma na mão para ir para o estande de tiro, e posteriormente, por ter me negado a repetir palavras de ordem de lavagem cerebral, eu fiquei preso 35 dias no calabouço do quartel. Mas, enfim, né, a arma nunca mais voltou para a minha mão. De certa forma, estou tentando estabelecer um paralelo digamos, com uma palavra que eu achei mais significativa para a minha formação, que foi proferida pelo seu irmão hoje de manhã. Na época, vários professores, né, da minha instituição, né, me presentearam com canetas. Eram momentos, como disse, tenebrosos, a gente não sabia para onde ir. Né? Por exemplo, né, ao final dos anos 70, nós tínhamos esse problema na nossa instituição e no país. Né? Mas, enfim, tudo deu certo. O périplo para me integrar o programa de pós-graduação em Fisiologia na Faculdade de Medicina de Ribeirão Preto foi já, de certa forma, descrito brevemente, e eu coloquei aqui algumas palavras, tá? Depois eu posso transmitir para o departamento, tá? E eu fui testemunha de alguns contratempos que houve, né? Contratempos normais da ordem do processo científico, né? Com aquela onda do peptídeo natriurético atrial, né? O doutor Antunes teve que correr atrás para encontrar uma forma de quantificar. Então, ele tentou desenvolver uma técnica para obter um anticorpo anti-ANP. Foi muito difícil aquele momento. Até que chegou a doutora Jolanta Gutkovska, e ela foi extremamente importante para fazer um upgrade na técnica e se obter, então, né, condições de resultados mais significativos na literatura. Né? E eu entrei nessa onda. Eu compartilho também da dificuldade que a professora Adelina está aí. A professora Adelina também teve, né, neuroendocrinologia da reprodução ou neuroendocrinologia do balanço hidroeletrolítico. Mas eu entrei na onda. Tá? Mas até hoje eu gosto muito na graduação desse tema, a tal ponto que meus alunos me chamam até hoje de professor de gônadas. Bem, quando cheguei aqui, existia vários projetos em andamento, no qual se avaliava o papel de alguns circuitos aminérgicos e peptidérgicos no controle do balanço hidroeletrolítico. Tá? E coube a mim, né, estudar o papel do sistema serotonérgico na regulação hidroeletrolítica. Tá? E isso foi uma marca extraordinária para a minha formação, porque eu tive que me deter num estudo morfológico, né, morfofisiológico, né, para poder entender como essa circuitaria conflui para o hipotálamo, né, e para regiões prosencefálicas extrahipotalâmicas, tá, para entender melhor como é que esse processo se realiza. Foi então que eu me meti bastante no estudo da atividade serotonérgica, e eu fiz essa representação aí para a gente ter uma ideia, né, do quanto eu sofri para poder fazer. Sofri nada. Tá? Quanto tentei me dedicar para entender, né, o neurônio serotonérgico, a sua função, tá, e como era a transmissão ascendente para controlar múltiplas funções, entre elas a regulação do equilíbrio hidroeletrolítico. Essa figura aqui me deu um pouquinho de trabalho, mas é a forma mais representativa do meu eu, de agradecer ao Dr. Antunes pelo legado que ele construiu, tá, com minha ajuda na Universidade Federal Rural do Rio de Janeiro. Tá? Aqui em cima tem algumas figuras que vocês já conhecem, tá, do passado, né, passado mais remoto, né, Miguel Osório de Almeida, o Sai, Bernardo Alberto Sai e Miguel Rolando Covian. Esses três fizeram parte de uma geração, mas, muito importante na formação de três pessoas, né, que eu tive a oportunidade de conhecer. Dr. Haiti Musache, um dos criadores da Sociedade Brasileira de Fisiologia, com quem eu tive algumas aulas e fiz alguns experimentos no Instituto Oswaldo Cruz, né? O Dr. Covian, de quem assisti várias conferências, né? Sempre ali na fila do gargarejo, né? E tive a oportunidade de conhecer um pouco antes, né, ainda na Unicamp, o Dr. Eduardo Negreiro de Paiva. Esses, então, foram os mentores desse F0 aqui, né? Dr. Lucas Vogel, respectivamente, né? Lucas Vogel, José Antunes Rodrigues e Antônio Carlos Busqueiro. Vários desses ex-orientados de iniciação científica ao pós-doutoramento, né, guardam, né, uma lembrança e um agradecimento muito grande ao Dr. Antunes. Tem alguns que o senhor não teve a oportunidade de conhecê-los. E, na verdade, tem alguns que foram uma espécie de fellow in law, ou seja, agregados, acochambrados, né, que participaram de estudos de fisiologia conosco. Como eu disse, eu cheguei ao laboratório do Dr. Antunes e vi, como em todo o departamento, excelentes profissionais. Tá? Mas eu considero representativamente, transcendendo a questão científica acadêmica, essa grande sacada que foi a contratação da nossa amiga Valci. Bem, como dito pela doutora Anete, né, transcendendo, então, a questão material, né, já no âmbito já metapsíquico, metafísico, né, espiritual, né, eu concordo que isso não pode estar, de forma nenhuma, desconectado do nosso ambiente de trabalho acadêmico. Esse aqui faz parte daqui do F1, né? Daqui deixado pelo Dr. Antunes, né? Com a minha colaboração. E aqui foi o grande campo em que eu adentrei aqui. Né? Eu remonto aqui a quanto tempo aí? 119 anos. Tá? Isso aí. Que foi o Quinton que proferiu que o mar está dentro de nós. Esse contexto também eu inseri aqui para mostrar, né, o quanto o trabalho do Dr. Antunes, né, me integrou à regulação hidroeletrolítica, né, desde lá de Finlândia, né, ao Japão, mais recentemente com a descoberta dos sensores para sódio. O trabalho com o Dr. Antunes me permitiu também integrar outros estudos de regulação do metabolismo energético e do comportamento alimentar. E essa figura aqui mostra a integração entre vários sistemas neurais que controlam o balanço hidroeletrolítico e o metabolismo energético em gestão alimentar. E aqui minha família, que deseja toda saúde ao Dr. Antunes, tá? Minha esposa Cândida, minha nora Maíra e meu filho Marcos Vinícius. Bem, tem uma coisa que eu queria dizer para terminar. Todos que me antecederam roubaram todos os termos do Wise, do Webster, do Aurélio Buarque de Holanda, né? Então não me restou palavras mais significativas para agradecer tudo que o senhor fez por mim e vários dos meus colegas. Então, só me resta muito obrigado, parabéns pelos 90 anos de idade e pelos 70 anos de carreira científica. Muito obrigado, doutor Antunes.
Obrigada mais uma vez. Agora nós temos a passagem da última parte. Finalizando, então, essa sessão, nós contamos com o vídeo da doutora Ciane da Silva Liberal, que vai começar.
Simpósio em homenagem aos 90 anos do Dr. Antunes Rodrigues. Histórias e memórias. Temos um tempo limitado e precisaríamos de muito mais tempo para falar sobre o mestre, o professor, o doutor, o pai científico, o comendador ou simplesmente o querido chefe. Então resolvi falar do que mais me encantou ao conhecer o Dr. Antunes. o seu zelo. Zelo não somente pelo seu trabalho, que realiza e realizou ao longo da vida, mas também pelas pessoas, seus alunos, seus pares, seus colegas de trabalho e sua querida família. Tive a sorte de ser sua aluna e vi no Senhor um pai, um amigo, um lindo ser humano que possibilitou a mim e a vários jovens pesquisadores se encantarem pela neuroendocrinologia. Mas também esse encanto foi pelo seu amor e a sua dedicação ao trabalho científico e acadêmico, que nos inspira até hoje e nos faz pensar como é linda a sua missão. O Senhor representa para mim um formador completo, competente no que faz e ainda encantando mentes para o amor à ciência e aos bons encontros entre amigos, fazendo-nos ter belíssimas memórias afetivas em quem teve a oportunidade de conviver com o Senhor, chefe. Preciso também falar do que vi e ouvi sobre o Senhor antes de lhe conhecer, pela voz do nosso querido Domingos Diniz, meu esposo, seu filho científico, amigo e companheiro de jornada. Ele lhe admirava como um pai, a quem o Senhor acolheu, incentivou, aconselhou e nunca abandonou. Sempre conosco em diversas situações. Quero lhe dizer nesse momento, nós lhe amamos muito, chefe, ao Senhor e à sua linda família. Sempre estarão em nossas orações e em nossas memórias afetivas mais lindas. Gostaria de finalizar declamando o poema que o Domingos fez para o Senhor, neste momento tão lindo de homenagem, em comemoração ao seu aniversário de 90 anos. E assim como ele, eu acredito ter conhecido um homem de maior valor. Esse é o título do poema. Então, esse homem de maior valor, o Domingos começa assim: quando olho para o tempo, vejo um homem onipresente, incansável alpinista das horas, como se o dia fosse único e a noite ausente, como se pedras fossem apenas veredas em frente, como se os espinhos fossem lenhas e o fogo iminente a derramar-se em auroras. Este homem de sol que conheço trabalha como uma águia, descansa como um urso e vibra como uma criança. Quando descobre que desvendar é o que lhe dá prazer, desvendar os segredos que a vida imortaliza em seu novo amanhecer. Pai de todo conselho, amigo para todos os laços, este comendador da humildade, digno de todo apreço, como joia que não tem preço. Idolatem-lhe pela saudade, conquistem-lhe pelos abraços, mirem-lhe como a um espelho. Só assim seremos justos para com a vida e o merecimento desse grande senhor, José Antunes Rodrigues, goiano de nascimento, paulista trabalhador, cientista dos mais valorosos lustres, sábio na arte de nos fazer feliz. Doutor Antunes, eu agradeço toda a orientação, o cuidado que o Senhor sempre nos presenteou e hoje lhe desejo um feliz dia de alegria, de confraternização Receba este humilde relato de carinho. O Senhor foi um dos melhores presentes que recebemos nessa vida. Sou eternamente grata ao Senhor por toda a sua alegria, amizade e consideração. Um grande abraço de carinho ao Senhor, meu, Ciane Liberal e da Beatriz, nossa filha com Domingos.
Obrigada a toda a sessão, muito emocionante. E agora passo a palavra para o aniversariante em dose dupla. Leva.
É melhor que o senhor passa. Peraí, aqui, ó, pode levantar? Aqui. Acho que tá bom. O senhor quer sentar?
Quer que eu sente? Eu não sei, eu acho que a palavra vai ficar lá. Para mim ficar lá, né? Para olhar, não, fica muito ruim.
Uma cadeira alta, chefe.
Todos devem estar cansados, né? Everybody should be tired at the job. Don't think so?
No.
Yeah. I think I'm going to speak in Portuguese. You mind? No. Okay. I don't have work. Knowledge. All the kind of homage. I don't know how to handle all these things together. But okay. And well, look here, is everybody still here? No. This means the friendship. No. This means that we are all a family in Ribeirão Preto. No? I think I don't need to talk anything else about our work. Because everyone that spoke gave some idea of what they have done on that time of the thesis. Margaret was one interesting person for me when she was hired in the Department of Physiology around 2000. That's right. 2000. 1996. Okay, at that time. And then we used to handle the rat and then used to give gavages to animal and to study the exchange in the electrolytes, sodium, potassium, excretion or hormones released, after, like Sylvia presented, Hernani also presented all the steps, of our work. And I think this is something that we are what we want to be. This is one word, some words from a poet that I don't understand. I don't remember his name, but it's interesting. I think it's Murphy. Murphy, I think it's Murphy. Joseph Murphy, and talk about the brain, the cortex, importance, and the subcortex, important. How they work together, that's right. One is working every minute, the subcortex, the other one, no. And something that happened with us comes from the subcortex mind. We are we are what we want to be. This is his meaning of this book was to tell that if you are a nice person, you are going to get nice things at the end. If you are a bad person, you are going to get the worst in the future. That's right. And then, I don't know what is the reason why I am like I am, no? I think it's the environment that we have here. An environment that makes us all these steps. Then I would like to just to show some steps in my life. The important, you know, I was born where? I would like to have your slides showing the, over there in the middle of the Brazil, of Goiás, to the north, up to the north. The Araguaia River starts around 20 kilometers from Santa Rita, you know, and it goes up 2,000 kilometers, you know, up to the Ceará, nice, Ceará. And then something that I was thinking about this, and why? I was born over there, near to the border of the Araguaia River, in a farm that was near to Santa Rita do Araguaia, the small city. Passa para mim, né? Look here. I need I think I need this now. Okay. And here the river was smaller, né? Not so wide. And the Araguaia in 2013 had around 80,000 people. Well, in 1933, should be small, no, habitat, small house in the country. And this is around the Bananal Island, one of the largest fluvial islands in the world, you know. And I don't know how to get there at that time. I think it was walking in the horse. My father didn't say anything about this for us. It was difficult. And then he was over there in order to get some money from her parents, that they have a land over there. They sold, and my mother, my grandmother, wanted to get the money. My father was over there. And he didn't get the money over there. And then he didn't have how to get back to Santa Rita, São Sebastião do Paraíso. My father was born here. And then he got married over there, you know, and let's see, he got married over there, and then I was born in 1933, and when I was 6 years old, he moved to Goiânia. Adelso also in the morning told something about this movement of my father. And then we stay over there in Goiânia. This is the monument of Bandeirantes until 1953, when I came to São Paulo to do the how we would say, the vestibular. Vestibular is the examination for entrance at the university. And in 1953, we have this picture here that I like to remember, that I had a very good friend, Simão Camelo. Simão Camelo is this guy here. Looked like he was in the army, you know? Because, but I don't know. He was a very nice person, 2 years older than me, you know, and we studied since the gymnasium, college, together, and then we want to come to do medicine abroad, because Goiânia didn't have the school of medicine. Then look here, I was a very nice boy, handsome, Zezinho das meninas, cadê ele? Okay, and then we got into the medical school in 1953, here in Ribeirão Preto, 1954, in the first year of the medical school, you know, and then 6 years later, we were hired. It was interesting because when I came here to Ribeirão Preto, I said that I would like to be a doctor, a surgeon. You are a neurosurgeon. But then what happened over there? And then I want to be a surgeon, okay? And then I have to study. And then I have to study as much as I can, as I could, you know, that's right. I'm sorry for my English, okay? It's 2 years, many years without talk over there abroad. Then here I was a very good student, and Margaret, I think someone else told that I got 2 prizes, I think. Quem falou? Annette Hoffman. Yeah, I think. And 20,000 for each prize. Best student in basic science, the best student in clinical science. And then we had another 1/3 that I got 2 or 3. 40,000 reais at that time that I did pay my mother and I think Toninho to come to see my graduation, you know. And then only thing that I know at that time that I was worried about my student formation, my college formation, and then my medical education. And that is something that someone asked during the audience, one of the talks, someone asked, why you choose medicine? Why you choose? to be a scientist. I didn't know about scientists when I was in Goiânia. They teach you the philosophy, French, English, Latin, and so much. But there was nobody talking about science. I didn't know about, I think, nothing about science. Yeah, but, and then when I came here, I got in the medical school, I met Professor Cruz. This was one that accepted that I told him, look, I get in the medical school, I want to be surgeon. Okay? I said, then I need to learn anatomy as better as I can. Then he took me like a children to the anatomy department, showing me the experiment to be done, and then the section, taking the structure and so on. And he was very important in helping me. Then he told me later on, look, if you want to be the neurosurgeon, you are not going to be here. You are going to do in São Paulo, where I have a very good, my brother, he said, was a very good professional, you know. And I think Dr. Cruz was, at least for me, was important for guiding me to study and the deepness of the study, how to go, and so on. Yeah. In the second year, I got here this professor. I put here, Bastard, who changed my life. I want to be surgeon. That's what I was wanted. But when I came here in physiology, Cesar Timiaria told me, look, if you stay here 1 year, you are going to learn physiology better than the surgeon normally around here. This was something that made me think, you know, and said, stay here 1 year in physiology, then you decide what you want to do. You are going to be a very good professional with the basic science in good condition. Okay, then he thought he make appointment with Covian. Covian was really, how do you say, accept you. He agree and he stimulate me, and they said to me to come next Sunday, like next Monday. Migliorini was also, like Isis told, was a very important person in our life also, because when I went to do my postdoc, I would like to know how the neurosecretory pathway from the brain to the pituitary gland, and Macan used to purify in cephalic columns, all the peptides and so on, and we measure each one, how they call it, spectrophotometers, no? Spectrophotometry. So in each peak, it tests for proteins, and then it tests for the LH, FSH, prolactin, growth hormone, And Cruz, she was one that with this method uses the animal growing up and the effect of these extracts on the epiphyseal, which, so I was, and then I started Migliorini to know about the metabolic studies. Glucose labeled with C14, how it produces CO2 and so on. And we try to measure hormones in the medium, incubation medium. This paper was published in Latin American study paper. Krieger was important for my knowledge in cardiovascular physiology. No doubt about that. At that time, only in Rio de Janeiro, biophysics, in São Paulo, there was a very good group, no? O Carvalho, Paz de Carvalho, no? Paz de Carvalho was there. And so this is the basic thing that make a change in my life. Why? The environment, the attitude of the professors. The Professor Coviano, Professor Milerini, César Timaria, the dedication every day, every minute, working. And every Saturday, everybody in the laboratory had to go to some place, meeting in the laboratory here, with all staff, professors, and alunos de iniciação científica, scientific initiation, no? Students, and you had to present. Covian was very, you had to present your data. Everybody, no? Then this environment, I think, may captivate us, no? Stimulate us to learn more. In the present data, you have to present the data. You don't have to stay over there like us, sit down in my chair, thinking. If you think you don't do anything, you don't go further. You stay in the same place, you don't move. Okay. Here already everybody saw before. This was the Department of Physiology that Covian side and came with these young people here. All of them teach very good, you know, taught very good theoretical and practical physiology. And Covian said, my main work was to develop the department, research in the department. What was the most important objective, goal of that time for the Covian. And then he started doing these experiments. You know, he removed the neocortex and archicortex of the rats. This was the first experiment that he did here in our laboratory. And he followed, I think, the advice of Sai, because he told us in group, small group, that you can, if you are going to abroad or to another place to work, if you don't have a line of research, repeat one experiment done by someone else in the line, in the area that you like to. You are going to find different results or some other result that the researcher didn't find, didn't saw before. So it's correct, no? My English, you know, 1964, 64, I start speaking English, no, too late. I'm sorry for that. And Covian did this kind. At that time, when he gave us to study the cycle, astrocycle, the appetite of salt and water, and the other kind of the experiments, I was worried about the large portion that was removed from the brain. And the animal live well, stay well, no? And with some endocrine metabolic changes. At that time I was thinking, come on, how you can remove this, the animal stay alive? And who is responsible for the life of this animal? What kind of adaptation? And then we started later on, after this, publishing my work on my thesis, and then I decided to do, instead removing, stimulating or destroying hypothalamus, supraópticos, PVN, and the septal area, amygdala, showing appetite, and so on. You know, it was how we start. With McCann, he asked me something that at that time nobody did before. Introducing a cannon in the third ventricle. This paper was well cited in the literature of procedure of Sociedade Experimental of Biology and Medicine. You inject osmotic solution over there and see the effect on salt. Aqui seria salt, and here water. And the inject angiotensin was impressive, the results that we got at that time. What is impressive? Because as soon as we injected 0.1, 0.2 microgram of angiotensin 2, the animal goes directly for this water. It's not drinking salt. And so this is some experiment that changed and was a very good improvement in our area over there in McCann. Then we came back in 1985 with Samson, and I already told he was a slave driver. We used it. In 15 days, we got the data for a paper. In 1 month, we published the paper over there. In endocrinology, you know? That's right. Yeah, okay. Okay, then this is a scheme, the final scheme of our main area where we have been working all the time since 1955. Too many years, no? Too many years. And then still we didn't know, we don't know how are the interactions, that's proteomics, and the work that you are doing over there with David Murphy, the changes, you know, in genes, number of genes, and so on. Then I'm not going to say anything else, but just say, changing in volume, pressure, changing in osmolarity. Just, oh my God. O que eu fiz? Fernando? Não. Hã? Apertei puxa, aí. O que eu... Aí, a outra. Agora, pode passar. Posso passar? Esse aqui. Summarizing all the techniques that you are using, or that we have been using and we are using until now. You can see here, decodification was the first group, then electrical stimulation of the areas, 10 milliseconds, something like that, 1 milliampere, or lesion of the specific areas. This came after a question about removing all the brain in order to study the physiological change. That's right. And then after that, we discover how the brain controls hydromineral balance. We we did adrenalectomy, kidney denervation, hypophysectomy, neurohypophysectomy, median eminence lesion, so on. Specific and change study discerning of the appetite. Then with the discovery of the body that in the atria we have a lot of peptides, he made it, he started then describing the structure and then do the radio when I say 1959. Then we learned this over there with Mackenzie, also with Katsumi Wakabayashi, and then learned this technique, what we have done over there, okay? And they apply here, and then the immunohistochemistry, like Mackenzie said, when Laura presented this in 2001 in Caxambu, it fits with our date like a glove. And this was Mackenzie. He was set on my side and he discovered this. And then with Laura Viva, we started immunohistochemistry, Margaret, and then Lucila now is going into molecular biology to see the effect of the change in the physiological change on expression or cellular pathway in response to dehydration or water load, so on. Here is another histochemical studies, and then you can see here. Look, this Almeida Pereira, Gislaine presented this data showing the interaction of angiotensin and the other estradiol and so on in water intake or salt intake. And I think Sylvia did this experiment about the NOS, nitric oxide, and we had one experiment also published with the como é que se chama mesmo? Alberto. My memory is very good, I forgot the name of Alberto. Okay, let's go. And then immunohistochemistry CB1, antagonist, and then transcriptome, DREAD, and you can see we follow different techniques, in order to try to understand the interaction between hormones, between areas in the central nervous system, and so on. Okay, now I'm going to back. Lucila, she thought that I shouldn't present this. I present this just to say, not only the importance of our work is not only the papers, it is the importance of you have to see the quality of the personnel that you are producing in the environment. You are not producing, you offer new environment to the students. That's right. They are the ones that choose the line of research. And we help them to reach their goals. That's right. And this is a number of the students that one of this area here is Polimara. Look, Polimara look like Marcelo Valença. We did present today the number of the students, more than 45 graduate students, master or any 50 someone, you know, how number of the the doctorate student. And this is, like Louis said, was originated by Covian. He provided here, there is Eduardo Krieger, o Hélio Salgado, o Benedito está por aí também, que é um dos grandes, how to say, producer of young people, good people. And we are looking for producing the environment where the person could develop himself. You cannot do him to be the good one if he doesn't work. You have to choose the students like the student has to choose professors they are going to study something like this. Here, I have here a summary of some, not all, but some important, international collaboration. Ben Anderson was important for the development of hypothalamic control of sodium and water intake in goat. He asked me to do the ICV and many other students. Here is good, very good slave drivers, Samson. Samson was very nice with me in 85, but he wants results. He wants results. Every day I would like to go and then to ask him another peptide, another amount of peptide, ANP, because they have published the receptor in several areas of the brain, and if there are receptors, there are functions. That's right. And then we went over there to do this study. In 15 days, we had very good data in order to be published. Jolanta Gutkowska was very important for setting up the radioimmunoassay of ANP. The other, Katsumi, was one who taught me all these studies. Aqui, Kim Johnson, McKinley was important for Laura, for Laurival, and Laura is here, for important for us with the collaboration around 20 years, more than 20 years. Javier Stern was very important also for doing the histochemistry studies. That's right, was very important this. And the Charlie Burke, Alastair, and you cannot say this he is until now working hard, and he has very strong influence on our group. Since he came here and he turned to Bristol, we send, I think, 3 or 5 persons over there and work with Michael. We work with Mark, learning all the genetic studies on the water and salt deprivation and water and salt expansion of volume of extracellular fluids. And then, this is in order to say that we need collaboration. We need to go to abroad to learn something new and bring it back. Set up your work here. You have to improve. And I would like to say that I think the better way should be we do new innovation here and then send abroad. That's right also. It's not only drinking the water from abroad. That's right. We have to think about creating new innovations, and then we used to say that everybody came from abroad, from Europe, from the United States, and so on, all that are work on endocrinology, came to Argentina. Argentina was the focus, was the main reason for the Brown Menendez discovered the hypertensina, renina. Someone in the United States also collaborated. They did was Page, Page did experiments in order to discover. I think Page gave the hypertensina, and Brown Menendez was renina. I don't know. There was, but they get together and set up pharyngiotensine. No. Okay. This was already presented for you, no? Here I have all these disciples. The first three, Ayrton was the clinical medical, Francis was Bedran, and all these people were important. I would say that France and Janete, okay, Laurival is here, Domingos, all neurocirurgião, Marcelo Valença, and all these people were important. France was very important for us because he studied with the, start like a student of biological student, and the initiation of science, then after that, do the post-graduation. And he will improve to increase the group of research all of the life, you know, and I think this already you have done, you have seen, but I would like to say that I feel sorry for getting everybody here until now. I can't believe that. I don't know, I don't give the such importance. No, I think what we did, I did what I have to do. That was learning, studying, doing research, trying to publish. This was our life, and teaching the students, you know. Many students start the science with me, but most of them should be good surgeon, good pediatric, good internal medicine, and so on. No, I have to say that I have to be grateful to all of you for the importance that you gave to our school, to our department, and also to our nation. That's right. Because every student that are spread around all over the country are doing important job. Is to make the country develop, get a high level in science, translating this knowledge to the society. No, I think this is important. What we did, I think it was nothing special. Only our work, normal work of one person that wants to do the best. To do the best. I could get Nobel Prize. I would like to. But my head didn't allow that. My head didn't allow that. I have to be happy what we got, just thinking to be better in next steps. That's right. And I would like to thank all of you, from the students, graduate students, undergraduate students, for the technicians, for our people in the laboratory, people in the department, people like Samson, like Laura Vivas, and o outro que eu chamo, o David Murphy, and a Gina. Você viu? My memory is not as good as before. Thank you very much for all of you. Okay.
Yes, before closing this very important symposium, I would like Gina and Professor Samson to give some final words.
So as a counselor, as a member of the Executive Council of the American Physiological Society, I'm very happy to say that there's one final announcement that we have today. And to give that announcement, I'm happy to once again introduce my friend, my mentor, Dr. Rick Sampson, who is the current president of the American Physiological Society. So, Professor.
Well, it is a special day, and you have to come here to be between us here now. Right. And you can put your water down because you're going to get a present.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's no. Remember, you voted for me. I owe it to you. So, in recognition of Jose's career, the 8,000 members of APS have declared today an International Day of Recognition for José Antunes Rodrigues.
Yeah, yes. Thank you for all the speakers and also for all the audience. Thank you very much.
So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, just a second. As a chairman of the Department of Physiology, I'm honored to be here in this day, obviously celebrating these wonderful achievements of Professor Antunes. It's a proud achievement for all of us. So thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you. Oh, that's wonderful.
One final invitation. So we are going to celebrate with Antunes now with a brief happy hour at the Cantina Fala Guasta. Everyone is invited to join us there. Cantina Fala Guasta, João Fiuza, 535. Cantina Fala Guasta, professor João Fiuza, 535.